557,
Lars is messaging me. Let's see what he says.
558,
Hearing you counting in the back, so he's not hearing me. They're not hearing me on site.
560,
So they're picking me up off the mic.
560,
And they're picking me up off your mic in the background. So they're not hearing me on site. So I can hear Spence, I can hear myself, but they are not hearing me through the microphone. Don't know if you're getting that, Benjamin. So yeah, they're not hearing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm hearing myself. Let me see what are you hearing me now. Keep speaking, Spence.
I'll go Spencer Oliver 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ron
До начала остается 5 минут.
Super welterweight contest over 8 3-minute rounds.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
До начала турнира остается 5 минут.
Oh, well, there you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. I've now got sound. I've got sound, which is good. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let me hear you speak, Ron. Yeah, I'm getting Ron through my headphones. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I have studio sound. I've got Ron sound. That's fine. Just pull it smack in the middle of... Right, so, is there a way we can move the... Right, so why don't we do this? Is there a way we can move the computer back so we can put that central and then we just do one vertical? If not, we'll nail it like this one. And we need to get the computer here somehow. Nah, it's fine for a minute, bro. I'm all right, man. I'll raw dog it. Yeah, we got it, bro. We worked in worse conditions, man. Yeah, I know, mate. I know. Shit.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, добрый вечер и добро пожаловать на КСК Арену, где IBA.PRO представляет вам международный турнир по боксу Bad City IBA.PRO Санкт-Петербург с главным событием вечера Кузмин против Халидова. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to KSK Arena, where IBA.PRO presenting the International Boxing Tournament, IBA City, IBA.PRO St. Petersburg, where the main event, Kuzmin versus Халидов. И прежде чем первая пара поднимется в ринг, позвольте представить вам судейский корпус. And before the first pair rises to the ring, let me take you to introduce your officials. Супервайзер турнира рефери Сергей Петунов, Ираклий Малазония, Сергей Журкин, Алексей Козлов и Алексей Мишалкин. Ваш судья-хронометрист Андрей Скороходов. Виктория Гамбеева. Итак, официальные лица готовы. Боксеры готовы. А готов ли Питер? Питер! Фанаты бокса, вы готовы? В прямом эфире с КСК Арены на телеканале Матч Боец Bad City IBA.PRO Санкт-Петербург. И вашему вниманию предварительные поединки, первый из которых шестираундовый бой в первом среднем весе. Ladies and gentlemen, 6th round of boxing, light middleweight contest. И первым в черный угол. Добро пожаловать боксеры с Таиланда. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the back corner from Thailand. По прозвищу Черный Тигр, Rattawut, Black Tiger, Thongaram.
Well, hello everyone, and a very warm welcome to St. Petersburg, where you join us at the SK Arena for IBA.PRO 10, as this innovative series from IBA continues to gather momentum. Some of the best three-round boxers in the world. We've got influences from the world of combat and mixed martial arts as well. We're going to kick things off on what is an 11-fight bill tonight, with a contest made at 154.1 kilograms, just above the super welterweight or light middleweight limit, 69.9 kilograms to be exact.
Добро пожаловать в золотой угол ринга. Боксер из России Игорь Sviridchenkov.
His opponent is from right here in Russia, and that is Igor Sviridchenkov. 24 years of age. He's a man from Russia, outstanding in the three-round code of IBA boxing. Two-time Russian national champion in 2022 and 2024. Participated in the European Championships in the Serbian capital Belgrade last year, and was a quarter-finalist at the World Championship in Uzbekistan, where he lost one bout before the medal stages against
Представляем вам соперников и первым боксера в черном углу. Introducing to first fighting out of the back corner. Ему 27 лет, рост 175 сантиметров, вес 69,8 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 10 побед при 4 поражениях. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 27 years old, standing 175 centimeters tall, weighing 69.8 kilograms. His professional record 10 victories and 4 losses. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Bangkok, Thailand, Rattawut, Black Tiger, Thongaram. Его соперник в золотом углу. Ему 24 года, рост 181 сантиметр, вес 69,9 килограмма. Сегодня у него профессиональный дебют. Он мастер спорта международного класса, двукратный чемпион России, четвертьфиналист чемпионата мира 2023 из Воронежа, Россия. Приветствуйте, Игорь Sviridchenkov. Рефери поединка Сергей Журкин.
Head up, no low blow, no holding. Listen and follow my command. Good luck.
So a brief set of final instructions from the third man in the ring, the referee, Mr. Sergei Zhurdkin, and this one scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds at 69.9 kilograms. That is a fraction over the 154-pound light middleweight limit. So we're scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in this opening contest. It's a professional debut of the boxer wearing the white trunks trimmed with gold, and that is Igor Sviridchenkov, two-time Russian national champion, quarter-finalist in the most recent editions of the IBA World Championships at the Humo Arena in Tashkent. I was ringside for that. Let me tell you that this man is a very correct, well-schooled boxer. My name is Ronald McIntosh. I'll be your lead commentator for IBA.PRO 10 from St. Petersburg, and I'm delighted to say that joining us in the commentary box for co-commentary and expert analysis is the former European super bantamweight champion, and that is the Omen, Spencer Oliver. And Spencer, IBA.PRO shows continuing to gather momentum with this innovative concept where you can have contests on the IBA ledger to not necessarily go on your record, test out the waters against stiffer competition, and it's really a concept that is enticing boxers from around the world. We've got fighters from Europe, Asia and Africa competing tonight.
Yeah, it certainly is, Ron. It's a great concept. I like it a lot actually, because it gives fighters opportunity they wouldn't normally get. Just recently we were out in Turkey, we had a brilliant show out there. We saw some Olympic champions, we saw Jazza Dickens pick up the WBA world title out there as well, and straight away our man goes down.
Well, Thongaram was showing some bad body language, complaining that he was hit low, but these shots, I mean, that is anything but a low blow. And the man with a tattoo on his torso showing a real vulnerability to the body. It's his first fight outside of Thailand, and given Sviridchenkov's credentials in the 3-round code on this his professional debut, he will have processed that information immediately, Spence, and you can bet he's going to be targeting the torso through those wide-held elbows once again. And there, look at the reaction. Straight right hand downstairs, and Thongaram doesn't like it to the body at all.
Yep, so Sviridchenkov is applying immense pressure here. There's a real solid look around his work as he's stalking forward, and he's looking to target that body again. Throws a lovely 1-2 hook, cross through the middle there as well. Nice work from Sviridchenkov.
So Sviridchenkov remaining patient. 2 minutes and change gone in this opening round of a contest that's scheduled for 6. But again, a really rather peculiar start as another straight right hand from Sviridchenkov lands just above the belt line once again. And again, there is plenty of opportunity in between those elbows and beneath them, Spence. And look at that right hand to the body, left hook to the chin. And Thongaram down for the second time in the opening round.
Yeah, Ron, I'm not sure he's going to make it through this round, Thongaram. He just doesn't look like he's got any sort of conditioning here to the body.
So, Sviridchenkov, how will he approach the remaining 20 seconds in this opening round where he has been thoroughly dominant so far? Well, I think Thongaram has been rescued by an early bell. And let's not get it twisted, it's Thongaram who is the visiting fighter. We've both been on a professional bill, Spence, with a home promoter who's rung the bell a little bit early if their prospects in trouble. This time it's the fighter from the away corner who has benefited from that error in timekeeping.
Absolutely, Thongaram there. Very fortunate to be seeing it through that first round there. Here we see some of the action. The body shots were doing all the damage there. Sviridchenkov was landing some lovely shots through the middle. And yeah, Thongaram is going to really struggle here.
My goodness, he's electing not to take a stall. He's looking a little bit sorry for himself in that corner, Spence, as he prepares to answer the bell to begin round number 2, but he is going to need a complete change in approach and a complete change in fortunes, because that opening round was just 2 minutes 40 seconds and a little bit of change. He was on the floor twice, the first from a rather, dare I say, innocuous looking body shot. It's easy for me to stand on the safe side of the rope, Spence. But then the second knockdown was altogether more solid, because it was a right hand to the body, left hook to the chin, and over he went for the second time. And truth be told, he didn't really appear to be too interested in continuing to compete. But he's out here, back into the fray once again to begin round number 2.
Yep, Thongaram is going to struggle to get through this round, you suspect. Sviridchenkov is looking very strong, isn't he? As he stalks forward, body shot goes in again. Thongaram didn't like that one.
So again, he's continuing to blast him to the body.
Stop. Stand back.
And
Get
given
up.
that,
Okay.
Thongaram, 14 fights into his professional career now. Again, have mentioned the fact that it's his first fight away from Thailand. He's throwing us left cross, but again, solid shots just shaking him down to his boots. Finds himself pinned near the ropes once again, becoming something of a survival mission as we approach the halfway stage of this second round.
Yes, certainly is. Thongaram comes with a good knockout percentage as well. 8 of those 10 victories inside the distance, and he's down again.
Right hook's just rattling behind the rear of his left glove, and I'm not sure he's going to beat the count. Referee Mr. Sergei Zhurdkin waves it off. He's back on his feet, but in no condition to continue physically. And dare I say, his spirit may have been broken as well. Softened up to the body, then picked off to the head. And Sviridchenkov, making no mistake as he accurately went about his work in the second round, methodically continuing to target the body and then sneaking his offense behind the attempted defenses of the man from Thailand. But as we're seeing on this replay, Spence, his defense is really porous and easily breached.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's the finish. We see a couple of clubbing hooks there. Sviridchenkov was going through the guard there, around the back of the guard, well placed, and what a debut for him here against Thongaram, who's come with a good reputation, good knockout percentage, but not deal with the pressure and the accuracy of Sviridchenkov. Very, very impressive performance. Great debut.
One of the purposes behind IBA.PRO night action is we see competitive fights, and it's not like the conventional or more established side of the professional boxing business where, and maybe we're out of that altogether, Spence, where the O was the most vital thing. We seem to have moved into a different era where competitive contests are more important than protecting the record of a prospect. But Thongaram, it's been a painful introduction to life on the road as a professional. His first fight outside of his homeland, and once he was betraying bad body language when he got touched to the body, Sviridchenkov noted that immediately. He wasn't reckless, but he continued to tee him up and soften him up downstairs before taking him out in the second round.
Yep, Thongaram was looking very fragile, wasn't he? Around the midriff, downstairs. Sviridchenkov, landed some good, accurate body shots. And the writing really was on the wall right from the opening bell. Great debut. Thongaram is back to the drawing board. He has to regroup and come again.
So that is now 5 losses in what is the 15th fight professional ledger of Thongaram. The man nicknamed Black Tiger. You see Vladislav Nikitin in the background of Sviridchenkov. He's a former world champion in Muay Thai. And it's a really close bond that Sviridchenkov and coach Vladislav Nikitin have. When he won his second national title in 2024, he was immediately on the microphone in the ring afterwards, thanking his coach for all of the work that he has put in, the tactics that he's drawn up, and the manner in which he communicated. Because even though this is perhaps the ultimate individual sports event, you know more than anybody that it's a team that gets you prepared to fight, nobody more so than the coach in your corner.
Absolutely. Yep, Sviridchenkov will be very pleased with that performance. It will be a team effort.
That's Vladislav Nikitin, the man with the beard who's just removing the gloves. But as you say, Spence, very much a team effort to get the boxer ready to perform.
Of course, and he's performing here on a big platform, something quite different, this IBA.PRO platform. You know, where amateurs get the opportunity to step in and box top-class professionals. I love the concept, I like the idea of it. They can go back to the amateurs, they can do the professional. It's something very, very unique and good.
Рефери поединка Сергей Журкин объявил окончание боя через минуту и 21 секунду второго раунда. Your referee judge Sergei Zhurkin calls stop this contest at 1 minute and 21 seconds of round number 2. Техническим нокаутом победу одержал and the winner by technical knockout ticket Sviridchenkov, Russia.
So Igor Sviridchenkov, second round knockout winner, stopping him just beyond the halfway stage of round number 2 in a contest that was scheduled for 6th, and a very efficient display indeed. From the opening bell, calmly, methodically piecing up his man, softening him up to the belly. And that was the first knockdown, Spence. When again, in this, the hurt business, that's a rather innocuous looking body shot, but I'm not the one taking the punches.
No, you know, there was a solid look. And he's coming forward, letting some good body shots go. And Thongaram, really, he was struggling from the opening bell, wasn't he? There was a fragile look around the body. And Sviridchenkov exploited that. He saw the weakness, and his execution was perfect. Brilliant performance there. Excellent debut.
Again, if you spend any time in the ring, as the man next to me has, the former European super bantamweight champion, probably often far less painful taking a shot to the jaw than it is to the body, because that pain of the body shot stays with you, and my goodness, it seemed to affect Thongaram right from the opening bell, and the pain never dissipated, and ultimately was taken out at a minute and a half in the second round.
Yeah, Thongaram was really struggling there, wasn't he? Sviridchenkov puts in a good performance. Looking forward to seeing him more.
And again, with the IBA championships announced for the back end of the year in Dubai, remember, Sviridchenkov, a quarter finalist, just one position shy of the medal podium last time, and he lost to Uzbekistan's tough Saeed Jamshid Jafarov, the eventual silver medalist. He'll no doubt looking to be in the Russian vest and get himself in contention for that as we prepare for our second bout of this IBA.PRO 10.
За вакантный титул чемпионки мира AFL во втором легчайшем весе. Ladies and gentlemen, with special pleasure, we are presenting the female bout. 6 rounds of boxing, vacant AFL Super Bantamweight Championship of the World. И первый, в черный угол, добро пожаловать, боксер из Замбии. Welcome to the black corner from Zambia, с грозным прозвищем The Beast, Lina, Kasweka.
So into the arena steps Lina Kasweka, an 11-bout professional. Made her debut back in December of 2014. Comes to the ring in those 11 contests with 9 wins, 4 of them inside the distance, and 2 defeats. Stitched together back-to-back victories after losing the 2 contests prior to that. The 2 losses that she'd experienced have both been over the 10-round distance. This one's scheduled for 6. Lina Kasweka up into the ring ahead of this super bantamweight contest.
Ее соперница из России. Welcome to the gold corner. Her opponent from Russia, Karina, Tazabekova.
Her opponent is from right here in St. Petersburg, so able to enjoy some home cooking, and that is Karina Tazabekova, 35 years of age, a 4-time Russian national champion, and was the WBA Asia bantamweight champion, winning that vacant title in December of 2024. I was in Niš in Serbia, where she competed in the IBA World Championships earlier this year. Lost at the quarter-final stage after winning her opening 2 contests against Hatice Akbas of Turkey, the eventual silver medalist who added silver in this edition of the World Championship, the global gold that she took at the 2022 World Championships. So Karina Tazabekova fighting in her hometown up in the boxing ring. face off against Lina Kasweka
Представляю
of
вам судейский
Zambia.
корпус. Супервайзер турнира Олег Агеев. Судьи у ринга оценивают титульный поединок. 3 judges at ringside scoring this championship bout. Сергей Летунов, Ираклий Малазония и Алексей Мишалкин. В судах хронометрист, таймкипер Андрей Скороходов. И с ударом гонга рефери в ринге. And while the bell rings, your referee in charge Алексей Козлов. Представляю вам соперниц и первый бойца в черном углу. Introducing to first fighting out of the back corner. Ей 28 лет. Рост 157 сантиметров, вес 55 килограммов ровно. Ее профессиональный рекорд 9 побед, включая 4 победы нокаутом при 2 поражениях. Ladies and gentlemen, she's 23 years old, standing 157 centimeters tall, weighing at 55 kilograms silver. Her professional record 9 victories, including 4 wins coming by way of knockout with 2 defeats. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Lusaka, Zambia, Lina, the Beast, Kasweka. Ее соперница в золотом углу. Her opponent fighting out of the gold corner. Ей 35 лет. Рост 165 сантиметров, вес 55 килограммов ровно. Профессиональный рекорд 5 побед, включая победу нокаутом. Она мастер спорта международного класса, чемпионка WA Азии, 4-кратная чемпионка России, вице-чемпионка Европы. Ladies and gentlemen, she's 35 years old, standing 165 centimeters tall, weighing at 55 kilograms silver. Her professional record 5 victories, including 1 win coming by way of knockout, no losses. Ladies and gentlemen, she's WBA Asia champion, 4-time Russian national champion, and European Championship vice champion. Дамы и господа, из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия, не знающая поражений. From St. Petersburg, Russia, the undefeated Karina Tazabekova.
Tachklas, listen to my comments. Good luck.
So Mr. Alexei Kozlov, the third person in the ring with a brief set of final instructions ahead of this super bantamweight contest, scheduled for 6 rounds.
Box.
So we're underway then. 6 2-minute rounds in women's boxing, remember, and out blazing from her black corner is a woman wearing black trunks and a black singlet trimmed with gold, looking to bomb away with that backhand and getting to work with a piston-like left jab. And that is Lina Kasweka from Lusaka in Zambia, and she's wasting no time setting about her opponent to both head and body, and the woman currently tucking up and trying to counter, while in a crowd on the inside is Karina Tazabekova, the 4-time Russian national champion from right here in St. Petersburg, undefeated in the professional ranks, another one of the boxers on the IBA stage who continues to go between the best in head guard code in women's IBA 3-round boxing and the professional code here. What a right uppercut and a left hook to the body from Kasweka, who has started at a blistering pace.
Yep, she certainly has, working the head and body so well. Tazabekova is just covering up, maybe a little surprised here with the opening here from Kasweka, who's come at a blistering start here. Lovely jab through the middle, a hook went in as well there. This is good stuff here on.
So there's a nice counter left jab from Tazabekova as she seeks to just get herself back into this contest. Remember, it's only 2-minute rounds in women's boxing, and oftentimes a strong start can make it very difficult for an opponent to turn things back around, but that's exactly what Tazabekova is seeking to do here, because no respect of her reputation or her credentials from Kasweka from Zambia, the woman in the black and gold. She came out blazing. Now, has she put too much into the opening round? She was run onto the end of a stiff left jab there, the rugged roundhouse right on the inside, but Kasweka seems to be doing so well at distance. Slightly more compact figure. Just as I say that, then there it is again. Right, left uppercut through the middle. She's really sharp shooting effectively.
She certainly is. Tazabekova looks very strong, very capable. Tazabekova is very, very tough, and she's cut She is cut over the right eye as well to add to her problems. It was a slow start from Tazabekova. And she was surprised as Kasweka, the way she'd come out. And they're going to have to do some work here in the corner. She's cut over that right eye. And let's see if we can see some of the action there. Lovely hook from Tazabekova. She works on the inside, body shots as well. But here we see Kasweka, the strength, the precision. There we saw a hook go in, the right hook as well. Was that where the cut was caused? See it from another angle. Lovely shot round the back of the guard there. And Tazabekova was surprised at the start there, Kasweka. And she is going to have to regroup these 2-minute rounds. You don't have much time for tactics. It's sort of all in, and she's going to have to regroup big time here at the start of this second round.
So, unclear as to whether that cut was caused by a punch or an accidental clash of heads. It was rough on the inside on occasion, but right back out behind a ramrod left jab is Kasweka. Tazabekova, again, when she's not being occupied by the sharp straight shots and then uppercuts ripped through from Kasweka like that, she's finding herself just almost trying to fend these punches off. She did respond effectively off the ropes there though, but again, not really able to establish the same consistency of punch output as Kasweka.
No, Tazabekova is under a lot of pressure here. Kasweka really fancies this. The cut would have enhanced that as well. She is going to go for this and give it a big, big push. If she gets the victory here, it will be an upset. Let me tell you that. Tazabekova, an excellent amateur, coming into this undefeated. The pro as well, on home turf. But Kasweka is looking to rip up the script here.
So halfway through the second 2-minute round of a contest scheduled for 6, and look at the variety being demonstrated by Kasweka. Hooks and uppercuts at short mid-range. When she's attempting to be tied up, she's still getting her hands free to dig up to the body through the middle. There was a counter tripping right hand on the inside from Tazabekova. But this is a terrific demonstration of fighting at all 3 distances. Here's the inside right uppercut. Look at that right hand at mid-range. She attempted the left hook thereafter, Kasweka. And Tazabekova, well, she's got to find some rhythm and flow here, Spence.
Yep, she certainly has, because Kasweka is the one that has found that rhythm, found that flow. This is all about opportunity from the girl from Zimbabwe. And she really fancies this.
And again, even on the inside, look at the manner in which she's working. While Tazabekova is looking to turn the tables, not quite spoiling, but fast in a clinch. Kasweka was doing an outstanding job, freeing her hands and getting those little nudging, hurtful body shots up through the middle, and they will catch the judge's eyes as well. And look at her body language as she makes her way back to the black corner. She knows she's in a groove.
Yeah, she knew she was coming here as the underdog, the away fighter. Kasweka is ripping up the script here. Here's some of the action in the second round. Tazabekova under pressure again, pinned on the ropes. Right hand goes in from Kasweka. There, the uppercut and right hand as well. Good work here.
And as you'd expect from a fighter of the experience of Tazabekova, she was trying to get her own offense away to remain competitive. She was in the round, but I just don't think that she's done enough to win the round. But of course, we've got 3 scoring judges, the 10-point must system being used. If this goes the distance, it will come down to their verdict. But for my money, a blistering start from Kasweka has got her in a strong position. As we begin the third round, it's a strong thrusting jab to the body from Tazabekova. She must have been given a proverbial rocket by her corner to say, listen, we're approaching the halfway stage of this contest and you have got to do something to make an impression in the minds of the judges. There's a beautiful counter right hand and left hook. And now Tazabekova getting on the front foot. And that's an interesting tactical adjustment, Spence, because Kasweka to this point has been able to hold her feet, bite down and blast away, and it's almost as though Tazabekova is saying, okay, let's see what you like fighting on the back foot, because that can sometimes make you an entirely different fighter.
Absolutely, Tazabekova, she has to do that. She had to change the tactics. Kasweka is the girl that is pushing forward and she's getting success. Tazabekova doesn't like it on the back foot. She was getting caught way too much, and sensibly, the corner have told her to go out there and change it, throw everything, and the kitchen sink. Educated pressure is what is needed here. She was a good amateur, so she will have that pedigree, the boxing IQ, and boy, does she need it here, because for me, she is 2 rounds down. She needs a big round here to turn it around.
And again, it's all very well saying that you've got to put a front foot sharpshooter onto the back foot. That almost invariably, Spence, means that you're putting yourself in harm's way, and you've got to be able to take what is coming in your direction in the event that you can't evade it. But look at Tazabekova here continuing to try to implement that change of tactics, stay in the pocket, bob and weave, and then push Kasweka backwards at every opportunity.
Yep, Tazabekova is doing the right thing here. She's having success in the 3rd round. Hands held high, walking forward, sensible movements. We just saw her shuffling back there as well, just out of harm's way, and then comes back with her own shots as well. This is good stuff here from Tazabekova, and she needed it. Good left hook, right hand in there as well. Kasweka tries to turn it around towards the end of the round. She raises her hands to the crowd. She's still very much fancying this. But Tazabekova, she needed a big round, and she got it there.
Some response now, Kasweka. What adjustments can she make after she found her successes on the front foot, now standing in the pocket, found them just nullified a little bit, because Tazabekova, as we're seeing here, was punching with her, and that made such a big difference from when she was trying to cover up and repel the incoming fire.
Yeah, that was exactly it wrong. Tazabekova was trying to create too much space in the opening rounds. Kasweka done the sensible thing of coming forward, starting very fast. These 2-minute rounds, you can't afford to lose a minute of that round, so tactically you've got to be spot on, and if you're going to try and box your way through, you have to get it right. Tazabekova didn't get it right in those opening 2 rounds, turned it around in that 3rd round on the front foot. Here we go, round number 4.
Into the second half of the contest, and Kasweka, like the competitor she's proving to be, out into the middle of the boxing ring, feet planted on the logo, and letting combination punches go once again. Now look at the feints, trying to draw that lead, breaking the deadlock. Is Kasweka with a sharp shooting jab. Nice movement of the feet from Tazabekova to back up. Couldn't evade that right hand though, and then Tazabekova tried to come back with her own counter right hand before being driven towards the neutral corner.
Yep, Tazabekova just trying to take the play away again here, getting back on that front foot. She'll recognise she's lost a little bit of ground in that 3rd round. She's let Tazabekova back into the contest somewhat. Now it's time for her to get back hold of this. She's on away soil, so she needs to get this victory, and it has to be clear. She will recognise that. And she started this 4th round very well on the front foot, where she gets success.
Counter right hand, corkscrew left, not too far away from Tazabekova, and then she's looking to score at mid-range once again. There's 5 completed professional contests. 4 of them have been here. Beautiful single lead shot off the back foot from Kasweka, but Tazabekova, 4 of her 5 bouts have been right here in the home city of St. Petersburg. Her last 2 have been here at the KSK Arena, so on familiar territory, and she really is doing a good job of grinding her way back into contention in this one.
That's exactly what she's doing, grinding her way in. She recognises that this may not be pretty, she may have to do it ugly, but she's got to now bite down on that gum shield, push forward and match Kasweka punch for punch. Shot selection's beautiful here, body and head really drilling through the shots. These are not arm punches here. Both girls really loading up with these shots, and we can see that by the faces of both of these girls now marking up, cuts appearing as well. This is becoming grueling. This is as much a psychological battle as it is now a physical battle as we go into these last 2 rounds. This fight could be a 2-round fight going on here, because for me, Ron, I've got it 2 rounds apiece.
We're in the same place, Spence, as we see the significance of that eye injury sustained towards the end of round 1, endured by Tazabekova. Kasweka was sensational in the first 2 rounds, but then intelligently adjusting her tactics was Tazabekova, sometimes leading off, punching with the fast-fisted Kasweka, and it's brought her right back into contention for my money, because like the former European bantamweight champ alongside me, the Omen Spencer Oliver. I've got it at 2 rounds apiece. Remember, we've got 3 scoring judges at ringside, and this one could well come down to a 4-minute shootout, who will be able to impose their will, their tactics onto the contest as we prepare to enter the penultimate round. So moving to the 5th round then, and as she's done so often in the contest, it's Kasweka out with bent arm shots attempted to both head and body. Nice movement from the waist from Tazabekova as she seeks to work her way inside.
Yep, Tazabekova now on the front foot. Nice head movement there as well. Lovely slips on the outside. Check hook there. Throws the 1-2 hook, and I'll tell you what, Kasweka is finding this hard now as that eye is swelling even more than it already was. This is good work here from Tazabekova at the start of this round 5.
You can just see from that camera shot the egg that is almost developing beneath the left eyelid of Lina Kasweka. So we've got Tazabekova with a cut to the right eye, with a swelling above her left optic is Lina Kasweka. Both boxers enduring significant impairment in terms of eye injuries. Look at that for a flashing right hand lead, then digging down to the body, and it is Tazabekova who is putting forth the greater punch output as we go beyond the mid stage of this 5th round in the contest schedule for 6.
Yep, Tazabekova now seems to have got a hold of this contest. She's working well to the head and body, landed a couple of good right hands there, and Kasweka is just starting to feel the pace here. Both girls are showing marks on their faces like it's been really tough, and Kasweka maybe just slightly slowing down now, and that could be a big problem for her.
Looking for the right uppercut, was Kasweka. Tazabekova looking for the responses on the inside, physical entwinement at close quarters, infighting and odd in itself, and then 2 bent arm jabs landed almost simultaneously, but then the right hand landed by Tazabekova before she fell in, giving her the final word in what was a full-blooded exchange. Referee has called time because he sent an opportune moment to step in for the dislodged mouthpiece of Kasweka to be rinsed and reinserted. Closing seconds of the fight of this 5th round, and getting on the front foot behind a trip hammer left jab, attempted the right hand is Kasweka, and again that's testament to her competitiveness, because it's another tough round she just endured, but she was keen to make sure that she finished the stronger, to leave something in the mind of the judges. But another competitive round in this compelling contest.
Yep, certainly was. They go to work now on the eye there of Tazabekova. She has taken control of this contest, and here's some of the action there in the 5th round. Good solid jab there from Kasweka. But both girls here really showing a lot of character, heart, grit, determination. They're leaving it all in the ring for sure. Women's boxing is on such a high at the moment. Casey Taylor being the pioneer of that. But both these girls are putting on a fantastic contest. Tazabekova, for me, is a round in front. Kasweka has to go for this.
So it's the 6th and final round in what has been an absolutely pulsating affair in the 55 kilogram super bantamweight division. The vacant AFL super bantamweight title on the line, but forget the baubles. This is very much about getting the better of your opponent. Lina Kasweka on the front foot, the woman wearing the black trunks filled with gold, looking for that jab, just creeping across the canvas, looking to edge her way forward is Karina. Tazabekova from right here in St. Petersburg, undefeated professional with 5 wins under her belt. Spencer mentioning the fact that women's boxing has been on such a high for the past dozen years or more, after the pioneers like Christy Martin and our own Jane Couch. And he mentioned Katie Taylor in that mix. Well, just like Katie Taylor and Natasha Jonas and Lauren Price, Lina Kasweka was an outstanding footballer before she put on the boxing boots, Spence. And like so many of the top female boxers, adept in more than one sport at a high level.
Yep, Lauren Price represented her country, playing football as well. Like you say, a lot of these women have played at a high level, international level, in whatever sport they've chosen. And boxing is one of those sports you just can't seem to get away from. And women's boxing is on a high. Tazabekova really digging deep here for Kasweka. Ron, she's got to finish strong or this is slowly slipping away.
You mentioned the fact that it's hard to get away from. Natasha Jonas told me that she went into the gym to lose some weight for football and she's still there 25 years later. But back to this contest that we have in store. And look at that combination from Tazabekova on the front foot. Kasweka trying to respond, but her attempted combination a little inaccurate. Remember, we've got 3 judges scoring this one using the 10-point must system. Lead jab from Tazabekova was more accurate as she goes in search with shots upstairs and then getting the better of Kasweka, drawing that coming together. While Kasweka was tying up Tazabekova, Tazabekova was working to both head and body. An exchange of jabs where Tazabekova is perhaps the more authoritative. What a terrific contest in the super bantamweight division. We're going to the judges' scorecards. We'll go to the 3 scoring judges who have used the 10-point must system. Now, I happen to think, for what it's worth, that this woman, Lina Kasweka, started in blistering fashion. But then credit to the woman out of the gold corner, Karina Tazabekova, the home fighter, because I think she really responded, adjusted and implemented the tactics, even though it was something of a high wire act, because she had to put herself in the firing line to push Kasweka backwards and get her own offensive way. I think Tazabekova has done enough. We'll wait the verdict to the judges, but what a contest.
Yeah, fantastic contest. I've got this one 58-56 in favour of Tazabekova. I think that she had to show a lot of character to deal with the pressure, the early onslaught there from Kasweka, who started so well, caused that cut in the first round. But Tazabekova dealt with it, she controlled it, she just took her time and slowly turned the contest around. That adaptability, that, you know, that's a quality on its own to be able to do that. Tremendous contest from both girls there. And women's boxing, as I've said, really is on a high, and this is why it's on a high. People are loving this for the performances these girls are leaving in the ring.
Again, the shorter rounds and the fact that these boxers are in such magnificent condition means that the tempo invariably remains high throughout the duration of a bout, be it a 6-round contest such as this, or even when we get into the realm of 10-round affairs. Why comparatively see one of the reasons for my money why you see fewer knockouts in the women's professional game, because they're in such great shape that even if you have a brilliant round, bell sounds after 2 minutes, the minute interval is enough for a fighter in shape to get back to optimal levels, and it's almost you've got to start chopping down the tree from scratch again.
Yep, I enjoy the 2-minute rounds for all the reasons you just said there, Ron. I think when you're talking about introducing 3-minute rounds, that slows the pace down, there's more tactics involved. You know, with these girls, they can't afford to lose that first minute, so the pace is much higher, which makes for a much more exciting fight. So, for me, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Прежде чем будет озвучен судейский вердикт, аплодисменты обеим девушкам. Дамы и господа, по завершении титульного боя обратимся к судейским запискам. Ladies and gentlemen, after the end of the championship bout, we go to the judges' scorecards. Все 3 судей одинаково оценили этот поединок 58-56. All 3 judges are in agreement, scoring the same 58-56. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей одержала победу и, остаясь не знающей поражений, стала новой чемпионкой мира АФЛ во 2-м легчайшем весе. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And still undefeated, became a new AFL Super Bantamweight Champion of the World, Karina Tazabekova.
So Karina Tazabekova extends her undefeated record with a unanimous point decision verdict over Lina Kasweka of Lusaka in Zambia. But I don't think, even though Kasweka is being consigned to her 3rd professional loss here in this her 12th contest, I don't think this has hurt her stock at all, because she fought outside of Africa previously, having boxed in Dubai, she's boxed in South Africa and in Zimbabwe and her home country of Zambia. But here on the global stage, my goodness, she put forth a terrific performance against the decorated amateur Karina Tazabekova. Let's listen in and hear what she's got to say.
Всегда очень приятно выступать дома. Родные стены
помогают. Спасибо большое. Я чувствую поддержку вашу. Было очень приятно выступать в Санкт-Петербурге. Бой сложился немножко не по плану, немножко были увечья. Обычно у меня такого не происходит в боях, но мы собрались и, в принципе, бой провели, я думаю, удовлетворительно. Спасибо большое, дальше больше.
Karina Tazabekova.
So, Karina Tazabekova performing in front of her home fans here at the SK Arena in St. Petersburg. And one wonders, Spence, how much she had to draw on the energy she's receiving from the home support, because Lina Kasweka really did pose some difficult questions in the opening 2 rounds, where she started at a terrific clip.
Yep, she certainly did. Kasweka started so well, and that took Tazabekova by surprise. But she slowly turned it around. By round 3, she was really in control of a brilliant contest. And trying to translate what she was saying there, Ron, I think she was saying she was very pleased with that performance. The cut over the eye knocked her off track there for the first couple of rounds, but she sort of adjusted, got back into it, back on the rails, and was very happy with that performance.
And again, even though there's a bitter disappointment for Kasweka having come out on the wrong end of the verdict, from her perspective, the manner in which she performed shows that she clearly knows her way around the boxing ring. And again, as we've been talking about, perhaps in a new era of boxing now, where it's not about protecting the ego, but about testing oneself, putting on a good performance. Kasweka has certainly done that tonight. I'd be surprised if we see her again on the IBA.PRO stage in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Kasweka, for me, her stock has rose. We didn't really know too much about her before coming into this one, but she gave it everything from that opening bell. Very, very impressive. Looking forward to seeing her again.
Дамы и господа, мы продолжаем. И вашему вниманию 6-раундовый бой в легком весе. Ladies and gentlemen, 6th round of boxing lightweight contest. И первый в черный угол. Добро пожаловать, боксер из Танзании. Welcome to the black corner from Tanzania, Juma, Kijo.
So, stepping into the SK Arena is Juma Kijo, and from the East African nation of Tanzania, preparing for his first contest outside of his homeland. Brings to the ring an 8-fight professional record, 7 wins, 1 loss, and of his 7 victories, 3 of them coming inside the distance. Really popular figure in Zanzibar. When you see this man train, Spencer, he epitomizes the concept of a hungry fighter, often on an outdoor training rig, and stacks up tires to make them into a punch bag, doing what he's got to do, that he's desperate to improve his circumstances. The epitome of a prize fighter.
Tamerlan, Ozdoev.
His opponent is from right here in St. Petersburg. That is Tamerlan Ozdoev, 22 years of age. Appeared on an IBA.PRO show in January in the Russian capital, Moscow. Boxed in a show opener on IBA.PRO 3, where he came out blazing against the undefeated Vivek Singh. Commentated on that bout, it was at 63.5 kilograms. This one is made just above 61 kilograms, 61.2 kilograms, or 135 pounds to be precise. And this man possesses good variety. body are really prominent in his armory from both flanks. Tamerlan, Ozdoev.
Fighting out of the back corner. Ему 23 года. Рост 157 сантиметров, вес 61,2 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 7 побед, включая 3 победы нокаутом и только одно поражение. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 23 years old, standing 157 centimeters tall, weighing in at 61.2 kilograms. Professional record 7 victories, including 3 wins coming by wham knockout and only 1 defeat. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Tanga, Tanzania, here is Juma, Kijo. Его соперник в золотом углу. Боксеру 22 года, рост 174 сантиметра, вес 61,2 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 2 победы, включая победу нокаутом. Он призер чемпионата России среди молодежи из Санкт-Петербурга. Россия, приветствуйте! Тамерлан Оздоев! Рефери поединка Сергей Шуркин.
So a quick look at the tail of the tape between these talented young boxers. Tail of the tape giving Ozdoev a significant advantage in terms of height. He is a man who likes to step in and let bent arm artillery go, particularly to the body.
Juma, Juma.
Something of a new experience for Juma Kijo to be fighting.
Head up, no low blow, no folding. Listen and follow my command. Good luck.
I think if you believe the tail of your eyes, Spence, the disparity which was suggested on the tail of the tape isn't quite apparent.
Box.
More similar in height than the tail of the tape suggested they would be, as we are underway in this contest made 61.2 kilograms between boxers from Tanzania and Russia. The boxer wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold, who appears to be a little physically smaller, despite being similar in height, is Juma Kijo. 8 fights in his professional record, 7 wins, 3 inside the distance and 1 loss. He's shooting out a left jab, but then looking for a left hook right hand combination before being put on the end of a corkscrew left from Tamerlan Ozdoev. Both boxers looking for their range at mid-range.
Yep, Ozdoev trying to take the center of the ring straight away, keeping tight, but this is a good start here from Kijo, who's come out, not looking phased at all, letting the shots go, trying to match Ozdoev shot for shot. Ozdoev keeping nice and tight, stalking forward, looking to create those openings, and Kijo selecting to box and try and keep it at mid-range so he can get off with the shots of his own. Good body shot there from Kijo.
Contest scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds. Both men demonstrating nice movement in the pocket. Sharp left jab attempted to pierce the defenses, then a corkscrew left hand followed by a right, and then a combination of punches from the long-armed Juma Kijo. Again, when you see the 2 men from the back, just get the impression, even though they both weighed in inside the 61.2 kilogram limit, just get the impression that Ozdoev appears to be maybe a weight class bigger, but acquitting himself very well behind an educated left jab. When he makes it at long range, Spence, it is taking a circuitous route back to the on-guard position, and really look to explode with a counter right hand from those high-held gloves, Ozdoev. There's the left hook to the body that I mentioned is such a prominent shot in his armory.
Yep, Ozdoev looking to close the space, keeping those hands nice and tight. He wants to get into the pocket where he can get off with that trademark left hook. But Kijo boxing well here on the outside. Shot selection is good. He's mixing it up to body and head. Ozdoev trying to take control of this one, but not really stamped his authority in this opening round. He's stalking forward, but Kijo is conducting himself very well here. Good opening round here.
So 30 seconds remaining in the opening frame. Nice movement in the pocket once again from Kijo to bend and sway at the waist. Render Ozdoev shots inaccurate, and then look at that variety with looping punches. Altogether more compact punches coming in response from Ozdoev, but Kijo continuing to tuck up effectively. There was a left hook off the back foot which landed from Ozdoev. Kijo drops down with the right hand to the body and then brings the right hand over the top on a downward trajectory with a high elbow. There's the same shot once again, but he was countered and he was getting it back to the on-guard position. First round in the book and what was an opening 3 minutes fought at a very rapid pace.
Yeah, very good round, close round there as Kijo, and you can see on your screens right now, he's choosing to stand up. He was very pleased with that. Boxed well on the outside. That chopping, looping right hand was getting success as well. Ozdoev is wanting to get on the inside to load those trademark shots, but Kijo seemed to have done his homework. For me, maybe just stole that first round. Shot selection was very, very good. Whipping in the uppercuts, as I say, the right hand's over the top as well. And Ozdoev will want to take control of this. Here we see some of the action there. We see the good work, combination punching from Kijo. Just misses with the uppercut, but the right hand does land. That was a good shot in range, and Ozdoev trying to cover up, but not a lot of thought process around what he was doing, just sitting in the pocket. And there was that chopping right hand I was talking about from Kijo as well. Here we go, start of round number 2. A good start from Kijo for me.
So the referee just reminding the boxers of their responsibility to keep their heads up and out, letting little range-finding shots go. At mid-range with bent elbows, Ozdoev, but then look at the heavy leather being launched downstairs by Kijo as he digs down with the right hand to the body once again. But there's the darting lead left hand followed by a range-finding right cross from Ozdoev. Both men going about seeking the same objective differently, Spence, because they were just pitter-pat, feather-like punches from Ozdoev. There he sits down and gets a lot more leverage onto that combination of punches, Ozdoev.
Yep, Ozdoev, that's where he likes to be, in mid to short range, so he can get off with his shots. He's quite flat-footed. He likes his opponent to sit in the pocket, and Kijo stayed there a little bit too long then, maybe got a bit greedy. Ozdoev getting through with a body shot as well, as he picked up a mark over that right eye, it looks like, but you know, we were promised 50-50 fights tonight, and that's exactly what it looks like. We've got a great little contest here. Kijo having a good start, but Ozdoev trying to dig in, turn things around in this second round. Ozdoev, again, just looking to work on the inside, covers up well as well after. Kijo trying to come back with a response, but maybe guilty of taking too much time to come back.
Just beyond the halfway stage of this second round, double jab right cross attempted from Ozdoev. Kijo showing that he's not going to accept the clinch. Shrugging his man off, there's looking for the big overhand right once again. That'll expend a lot of energy to spend swinging and missing like that twice in quick succession. Couldn't find a range on the booming overhand right that he launched.
Yep, he's really loading up with his shots here, Kijo. He fancies this one for sure.
Turns southpaw now has Kijo picked off by a right hand, and that's always a good antidote to the southpaw stance. Let's see how much success he enjoyed as a port-sided boxer. Left hand not too far away as he's continuing to persist as a lefty.
Let's see what he's getting success from the southpaw stance here, Kijo, as well, and he's switched back round to orthodox, trying to confuse Ozdoev. Ozdoev is a little confused. He doesn't know what to do here. He's now moving on the back foot, which tells you Kijo now is starting to grow in confidence.
But Ozdoev, even though he's on the back foot, with these point-scoring jabs that he's putting together and loading up with big Hollywood singles through this passage of the round, is Kijo. Wasn't too far away with that left hand. There he goes for left-right once again, then did land with a right uppercut. But he's been inaccurate with some of these flashy punches he's launched, whereas the accuracy has been altogether more on point from Ozdoev. Good two-shot salvo downstairs from the referee, Mr. Sergei Zhurkin, tells him to keep them up, and look at Kijo just nodding and glaring in the direction of Ozdoev, but I think his pecking and poking may well have been enough for him to nick that round in between the big Hollywood swings that were being launched by Juma Kijo.
Yep, Hollywood swings from Nekruz. He's pulling it out the bag tonight, that is for sure. I've got Kijo maybe just stealing that round. I think the pressure was good. He was getting through with those right hands. Ozdoev certainly done better in that second round. He was having his successes, getting where he needed to be in the pocket, landing that trademark left hook to the body. So this could be one round apiece going into this third round, but what we can guarantee is it's tough. No one really taken a hold of this one yet. It's going to be interesting to see how this one unfolds. You suspect more twists and turns as we start round number 3.
So a bit of a tardy exit from Juma Kijo's team in the black corner. Black and gold corners in IBA.PRO boxing rather than the traditional red and blue. Now operating as an orthodox boxer in the space of the ring. Here's Juma Kijo looking for the lead right hand. It's a good long corkscrew left to the body, but there you see inaccuracy again from the backhand of Kijo. Then the range-finding right jab just going over the head of Ozdoev. And in the meantime, Ozdoev scoring with a jab to the chest and then dropping down with a jab just above the belt line. They're point-scoring blows as both men go for big backhands. Kijo looking to keep the attack going and end that combination with a good left hook to the body.
Yep, Kijo, maybe the more wild of the two, but he's certainly firing away. Ozdoev is keeping nice and compact. Shot selection's good. Choosing to shoot through the middle. And Kijo looking to box, choosing to box on that outside. He's trying to find a range there with the jab. He's going to look to set up another looping right hand, and that one does fall short. Ozdoev knew it was coming, took half a step back. Good work there from Ozdoev, slipping on the inside. Kijo coming back with shots of his own. Great action here in this third round.
Stop! Step back. Box!
So approaching the halfway stage of round number 3. Just putting a quick glance to his corner with Juma Kijo. Oh, that's a nice left hook. He landed a right hand to the body just a few moments ago. There's the same shot once again. 2-shot response downstairs, followed by a stiff right cross to the jaw from Ozdoev. But then look at Kijo respond and keep the body attack going. Did that hurt Ozdoev? Because he was backing up, just dropped his elbows a little bit, but continues to keep his shape nicely and seeking to remain correct. But a leaping left hook lands behind his right glove. There Juma Kijo tries the same shot again, reminiscent of Olympic champ and the first 2-time heavyweight champ of the world, Floyd Patterson. As a looping roundhouse right disrupts the boxing stance of Ozdoev, and he was looking for that shot throughout round number 2. He certainly found a range with it there, checking the chin of Ozdoev.
Ozdoev seems in a little bit of trouble here. He's disorganized, disorientated for sure. Kijo having success. Those looping shots, that unpredictability is working for Kijo here. You just never know where those shots are coming from, and he's throwing those right hands like he's bowling a cricket ball. And Ozdoev is really surprised by this. He can't work out where the shots are coming from. He can't get a foothold here. Short right hand, 2 right hands inside there from Kijo as well.
Big swing and a miss with the follow-up right. He's got to keep his shape and his composure, has Kijo, because he's got the man on unsteady legs for my money. He was hurt to the body, and then he had his senses scrambled by some booming shots to the jaw. And look at Ozdoev's keenness to fashion a clinch just in an attempt to get his senses and coordination back together. Half hook, half uppercut from the left hand from Kijo gets through and causes Ozdoev to lose his boxing stance once again. That bell sounding not a moment too soon, and then a little bit of afters as Juma Kijo looked to get in the face of Tamerlan Ozdoev as if to say, how you like me now? Ozdoev took exception to that, gave him a shove in the chest, little love tap, but now it's back to the corner in the serious business of trying to get his energy levels and his senses back together. Group because he certainly lost that round.
Yeah, he did, and some of the action here from Kijo in that round, the solid jabs through the middle. There we see the uppercut, the unpredictability, straight right hands through the middle as well. And Ozdoev was waiting just a little bit too long, a little bit one-dimensional, predictable. Good lead hook there as well. And Kijo, who was having all the success there, big looping right hand, and that made Ozdoev definitely dip at the knees there. That was a big round, and you just got the feeling that Ozdoev was just unraveling, and there we see them head to head. Ozdoev pushing him away. Kijo having none of it, but Kijo doing well here.
Stop.
The referee having to call time again because Juma Kijo is getting about 65 seconds of work in between rounds. His corner a little late leaving the ring once again, but that time in, that delay to calling time in probably helps Tamerlan Ozdoev because he was made to look rather disorganized in the third round. Into the second half of a contest scheduled for 6. Thrusting jab to the body, not too far away from Ozdoev. But look at Juma Kijo still going in search of that lancing long left to both body and head. Counter right uppercut attempted, but he was off the mark, as was the follow-up left. But when those shots land and he finds a target on the end of the punches, Spencer, they're loaded with leverage, and they made Ozdoev uncomfortable in round number 3.
Stop!
Yep.
Stop! No holding.
Ozdoev
Stop!
was taken by surprise for sure.
Box.
In round 3, Kijo was doing so well, working the angles, the body, the head, the unpredictability was really working for him. And Ozdoev now, it's all down to him now to turn things around as Kijo again switches southpaw, and Ozdoev really doesn't know what this man's doing. Orthodox, southpaw, shot selection, all of it there. That was better there from Ozdoev. Let's see if he can build on that now. Triple jab was good, followed by the 1-2.
Juma, head up, Juma.
So approaching the halfway stage of this 4th round. Down to left hand from Kijo, catching him with the crook of his elbow. But the home fans trying to encourage the man from St. Petersburg. Tamerlan Ozdoev, the man in the white trimmed with gold. Now back as a southpaw boxer once again. Double jab right cross attempted by Tamerlan Ozdoev, then drops down to the body, trying the right hand upstairs as Kijo persists in the southpaw stance. Left cross wasn't too far away down the middle from the man in the black trimmed with gold.
Yeah, it was only success out of this southpaw stance, isn't he, Kijo? He boxes well out of that, equally as good as he does out of the orthodox stance. And Ozdoev, I think, is taken a little bit by surprise as he tries to dig in, tries to turn the screw a little bit himself here, and he's going to need to. This is a closer round, but a good uppercut again there for Kijo.
Reaching for a right hand to the body before being countered by 2. Feather light shots upstairs. Kijo, and again, when he loses his shape like that, swinging and missing, that allows Ozdoev to respond like that, just pile up the points with a cluster of punches, but then Kijo answers with another long swinging right hand.
Yeah, Kijo just doesn't want to be denied, does he? Ozdoev is having a better round here for sure. Good crunching left hook there to the body as well. That's where he's good, doubling it up to the head. That's good, but look at the response from Kijo, who just will not be denied.
Terrific response from Kijo. Body shot, and then a shot was straight into rabbit punch territory, and the 2 men exchanging a baleful glare once again. My goodness, this one being fought at a terrific clip in 4 completed rounds.
Yep, Ozdoev needed a good round there, and I think he stole it. I think he done better work. Let's take a look at some of the action in round 4. There's the shots from Kijo. The right hand through the middle. And there's the response from Ozdoev, putting those short combinations together. Was that enough to steal the round? I think maybe. It's very, very close. Subjective scoring on this one for sure. What you go for, the accuracy was Ozdoev. Or the wild swings with accuracy as well. To be fair, he is getting his successes. He's missing a few, but he's landing a few as well. This one, maybe all for grabs here, going into round number 5.
Box.
So 2 rounds remaining in a contest scheduled for 6 threes at 61.2 kilograms. That's around 135 pounds in old money. Kijo dips forward, lost his shape a little bit, and then was shoved up by Ozdoev. And again, losing his shape once again, turning his back on his opponent. This time it's Ozdoev stealing a glance for some words of advice on the road to ring. But again, look at these little clusters that he puts together. Remember, for it to be a scoring shot, it's got to land with sufficient force, and during those big launches, that final right hand from Juma Kijo did get.
Yep, that's what you're talking about. The accuracy of Kijo on that final shot was the eye-catching shot, and he's trying to match here Ozdoev punch for punch. Ozdoev is the one with a higher output, but maybe not the eye-catching stuff. Was that a little wobble there from Ozdoev, and Kijo definitely sensed that.
And again, the shots from Kijo just seem to be discombobulating Ozdoev when they get through. There was a left hook which landed on his chin, and then there was almost a delayed reaction as he tottered backwards. oftentimes it's the shots to the ear or the temple that can disrupt balance and equilibrium like that. But on a couple of occasions in this contest, Ozdoev seems to have had his senses scrambled in that type of manner, and his legs still don't look right to me here, Spencer. He looks to fashion another clinch.
Yep, look at the change in the pattern here. We got now Kijo firmly on the front foot. Ozdoev is the guy that likes to sit in the pocket. He's the guy that likes to get greedy, working the body and head. But he's happy to be walking away and giving up ground here at the moment. And Kijo will sense that. He fancies it, and he's just a change in the pattern of the contest. He lets another wild left uppercut go. And this is a good spell again here, Ron, from Kijo, who's getting good success.
So a minute remaining in the 5th round. Tucking up behind high-held gloves is Ozdoev, continuing to let out an active left jab. Swinging and missing with the left hand as he left his feet once again was Kijo. And then look at that, pieced up with a jab to the head, then a left hook to the body, but then responds with a body combination of his own. Terrific two-way action. Look at that left hand to the body, and again from Ozdoev, who is biting down, battling through the discomfort and remaining competitive through this passage of the round.
Yep, he has to as well. He has to battle on here because with 30 seconds to go, for me, Kijo has done the more eye-catching stuff, but Ozdoev trying to force it here in the final minute of the round. Will that be enough to catch the judge's eyes? It's certainly showing a lot of character here, Ozdoev. Look at Kijo trying to match him punch for punch. Look what it means to him.
Both boxers testing the abdominals and the condition of their opponent during that furious two-way exchange to the body. The 5th round in the book. And what was a... Well, that's not it, is it? I got my numbers wrong, Spence. I think we've got 3 minutes remaining.
Yep, I think maybe the fighters have got their numbers wrong. I think it's been tough, mate. It's been tough, but for us guys sitting here commentating on this contest, thoroughly enjoyable, and thankfully for us, we've got a round left. But unfortunate for these two who have given it absolutely everything. Kijo went for it there. He threw everything and the kitchen sink, and look at the response from Ozdoev, who actually went back and had a brilliant last minute.
Indeed. There was a huge spell in there in the midpoint of the round where Kijo had success with heavy punches like that, but then this is the response from Ozdoev. Visibly biting down on that gum shield, battling back. Kijo showing the competitor that he is, responding in kind. And the way they reacted when the bell sounded, was okay, you're here to hang tough, but it was the final bell had sounded. But we've got 3 minutes remaining here at the SK Arena in St. Petersburg in a contest that could well be in the balance. Referee Mr. Sergei Zherkin bringing both men together and insisting on a touch of gloves, and the hostility that existed between them has been replaced by respect because they've tested the wills of one another here, and they are still in their pitching with 3 minutes remaining.
Yep, ultimate gladiatorial this one, and no matter how much you dislike your opponent going in, you gain that respect because it's a moment that only you two share. Both these guys were hoping that moment had ended 3 minutes ago. Unfortunately for them both, they've got another 3 minutes to go. For me, Ozdoev has got a lot to do here because Kijo has been very, very impressive in those first 5 rounds, and for me, will be just slightly in front, but Ozdoev there trying to fight down.
Again, it's the big left hook in response from Kijo, in response to those pitter-pat combination punches from Ozdoev. There he's scored with the left jab, and the counter right hand missed, and then 2 jabs followed by a right hand. Just caused Kijo to back up a little bit. He's putting everything seemingly behind every shot. Good right hook to the body lander by Kijo. Left hook through the middle, but Ozdoev with the greater volume through this first half of the final round.
Yep, Ozdoev really trying to get the show real finish here. He's biting down, pushing forward. Kijo, to his credit, trying to come back, but short right hand went through the middle there as well. Kijo took that shot well.
But then look at that, Spencer. How many shots is that without reply from Ozdoev as Kijo tries to answer? And for my money, in the rounds where Ozdoev has had his success, it has been greater volume with shots that aren't necessarily powerful, but they're constant and they're accurate. And when Kijo has had his success, it's been more eye-catching with heavier leather from both hands.
Yep, going to be interesting to see what way this one goes. Subjective scoring, what you like. Do you like the heavier hands of Kijo, or do you like the consistency of Ozdoev?
And Ozdoev showing that consistency here in round number 6. He's been the busier, far more accurate boxer. By far, left uppercut not too far away through the middle from Kijo. But look at that trip hammer of a left jab, followed by right hand as Kijo rendered inaccurate once again. And in the meantime, he's fed another two-piece combination from that lead stick.
Yep, clearest round of the contest here from Ozdoev, who's worked so well to body and head. The output has been fantastic. Kijo just seems to have slowed down a little, maybe put a little bit too much in those first 5 rounds, blown a gasket somewhat, and this is a good finish to Ozdoev. But will it be enough to get in the contest? I'll tell you something, it's close.
It is most certainly that, as a right uppercut gets through underneath from Kijo. Ozdoev just looking to tie his man up, and another sneaky right hand landed from Kijo. Ozdoev looking to bob and weave in the pocket. Closing seconds of what has been an utterly absorbing affair here at the SK Arena. Big left hand over the top from Kijo just causes Ozdoev to wilt, and Kijo pounds the top rope in celebration, we have to add, because he feels he has done enough, and he certainly played his part in what was a terrific two-way contest. For what it's worth, I happen to think that Ozdoev's volume and variety were enough for him to take the final round, despite being staggered in the closing stages. And in the previous rounds, where this man had success, it was with eye-catching, beautifully picked punches that oftentimes had Ozdoev in a little bit of discomfort, and when Ozdoev's successes came, they were through consistent punch output, not as heavy, but accurate scoring punches. How will the 3 scoring judges see this? What is their preference going to be? Either way, we at ringside have been treated to a terrific contest in the 61.2 kilogram division.
Yeah, well, guys, you're going to be pleased to know that myself or Ron McIntosh, one of us is going to be right, because I think that Juma, Kijo has actually done enough. I think the eye-catching stuff was coming from the heavier shots maybe earlier on, and that might have been enough to get him over the line. I've got it 58-86 for Juma, Kijo, but Ozdoev has certainly played his part in a fantastic. Rob McIntosh has gone for Ozdoev, so one of us, thankfully one is going to be correct.
Of course, there always is the possibility of a draw. Let's see which way this one is going to go.
Well, that is a good shout, Ron, because if one of those rounds on my scorecard that works was a swing, we do have the draw. So I think that it's fair to say a draw could be a good shout here. Surely both of us couldn't be wrong.
So Ozdoev just taking the opportunity to engage with some supporters outside of the ring here in his hometown. But what a contest these 2 men put on. His first fight outside of his homeland, traveling through his opponent's backyard, Juma Kijo.
Итак, уважаемые дамы и господа, по завершении боя обратимся к судейским запискам. Ladies and gentlemen, after the end of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Судья номер 1 и номер 2 одинаково оценили этот поединок 57-56. Judges 1 and 2 are in agreement, scoring the same 57-56. И судья номер 3, Judge 3, 58-56. 58-56. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей победу одержал all in favor of your winner by unanimous decision, Tamerlan Ozdoev.
So Tamerlan Ozdoev declared a unanimous point decision victor over Juma Kijo. But the man from Tanzania put forth a terrific battle in a contest that was filled with plenty of back and forth two-way action. Personally, I'd like to see that contest again. Maybe it would be a little unkind to ask the boxers what they think, because they're going to have to nurse their wounds, get their energy levels back, because that was a really hard-fought affair. Let's listen in to Tamerlan Ozdoev.
Всем огромное спасибо. В первую очередь хочу поблагодарить Эдуарда Викторовича Кравцова за эту возможность. Также свою команду, своего тренера Вячеслава Александровича Румянцева, Ивану Горду и своего близкого друга и брата Никиту Набиева. И самое главное хочу сказать, совсем недавно был день рождения у моих дядей Оздоева Бекхана и Оздоева Багаудина. Пользуясь случаем, я хочу еще раз их поздравить с днем рождения, пожелать им всего самого наилучшего. Всем спасибо. Хорошего вечера.
So Tamerlan Ozdoev thanking the supporters here at the SK Arena And again, just as Karina Tazabekova, the home fighter who had to dig deep in the previous contest here on IBA.PRO 10, how much did the support that Ozdoev was receiving rally him and give him extra energy, because Juma Kijo really did pose some difficult questions tonight. Ultimately, he's been outpointed on a unanimous verdict, 2 scorecards of 57-56, one of 58-56, reflecting what was a really hard-fought competitive affair from opening bell to last.
Yeah, very, very much enjoyed that one. Kijo will feel he was a little hard done by, but Ozdoev had to fight hard, bite down on his golden shield, show character in there. And whatever way you went, like we said, it was subjective scoring, what you really liked. But what I do like is the fact that these hometown fighters are getting stiff opposition put in front of them. They're bringing it and they're coming to win. And those opening 3 contests have been absolutely fantastic.
And again, that is part of the ethos that IBA.PRO shows put forward. Very few, without wishing to be unkind, but we're using boxing parlance because we're on a boxing stage, but very few tomato cans being offered up to the home fighters on these IBA.PRO stages. No matter what your amateur credentials or credentials in the 3-round format, you are going to be tested against hungry, competitive fighters from all over the world. So it's proving tonight, Tamerlan Ozdoev having to dig deep to remain undefeated on the IBA.PRO stage. Again, wonderful to see that respect between the two. But we're going to have to switch stream now, so there will be a brief interruption in commentary. Just a few technical gremlins resetting our broadcast. So bear with us as we switch streams, and we'll be back, all being well, in time for the next contest.
Дамы и господа, мы продолжаем. И вашему вниманию 6-раундовый поединок во 2-м среднем весе. Ladies and gentlemen, next bout, 6th round of boxing super middleweight contest. И в черный угол. Добро пожаловать, боксеры из Ирана. Welcome to the black corner from Iran, Sajad Mehrabi.
So if you're a fan of IBA boxing, this man a familiar figure indeed. 2013 and 2015 Asian Championship bronze medalist at 75 kilograms, and that is Sajad Mehrabi. As a professional, he brings to the ring a 13-bout record, 6 victories, 5 defeats, 2 draws, 4 of his 6 wins coming inside the distance. 39 years of age now. A man who has been such a fantastic servant for his homeland in the 3-round format. Sajad Mehrabi preparing to make his debut on the IBA.PRO stage.
Встречайте, Cheerav Ashalaev.
Well, into the arena is a man who is no stranger to action on IBA.PRO night. Terrific fighter in the 3-round format is Cheerav Ashalaev, 23 years of age. 2023 European under-22 gold medalist at 75 kilograms, winning 4 contests out of 4. That edition staged in Montenegro with the prelims were in Budva, the finals were in Podgorica. An orthodox, composed, well-schooled boxer with a sharp, rapid jab and likes to apply front foot pressure.
Представляю вам соперников. И первым боксера в черном углу. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the black corner. Ему 39 лет, рост 178 сантиметров, вес 76,2 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 6 побед, включая 4 победы нокаутом, 5 поражений при 2 ничьих. Дамы и господа, он бронзовый призер чемпионата Азии. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 39 years old. He stands 178 centimeters tall, weighing in on 76.2 kilograms. Professional record, 6 victories, including 4 big wins coming by way of knockout, 5 defeats and 2 draws. Ladies and gentlemen, he's Asian Championship Bronze Prize winner, representing Iran. Here is Sajad. Mehrabi. Его соперник в золотом углу. Боксеру 23 года. Его рост 181 сантиметр, вес 75,8 килограмма. Сегодня в нем профессиональный дебют, а его рекорд в IBA 2 победы без поражений. Дамы и господа, он чемпион Европы среди молодежи 2023. Финалист чемпионата мира 2021 из Буэнос-Айреса, Россия. Приветствуйте, Cheerav Ashalaev. Рефери Ракли Малазония.
So a quick look at the tail of the tape. Boxers at different stages of their respective careers. Let's listen into the final instructions. So Mr. Irakli Malazonia, the third man in the ring. And now we're underway. This a contest made just above the middleweight limit. 76.2 kilograms. Truth be told, it's a fraction under the super middleweight limit. So 76.2 kilograms is 167.99 pounds. So effectively spent, we're in the 12-stone super middleweight division. And the man wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold is a 39-year-old veteran, Sajad Mehrabi, making his first appearance on the IBA.PRO stage. Terrific boxer in the 3-round format. The taller man who is getting to work with a sharp jab both upstairs and down to the body is Cheerav Ashalaev, the under-22 continental champion a couple of years ago at the event stage in Montenegro. He was commentating on his IBA, it was a Champions Night event then, as a left hook to the body and right hand upstairs is countered by a left hook, and he put forth a terrific contest at 75 kilograms against Shaderi Musa Bogui, who he was heavier than by some 5 kilograms, but Bogui, the Tokyo Olympian, really did hang tough, and the two men combined to produce a terrific encounter. You can see the height and reach advantage enjoyed by Ashalaev, and as he's already demonstrated, Spence, the taller man from Russia who scores with a good left hook to the body, possesses a terrific jab.
Yep, Ashalaev taking center of the ring, tall, straight-backed, solid fundamentals, works everything behind the jab, likes to put the shots together, punches in bunches. Mehrabi is that seasoned veteran who will certainly give it a go. But Ashalaev is the guy that is expected to win this one, and he started this one well.
Right hook not attempted, landed with the inside of the wrist almost from Mehrabi. Looking to use the half cover guard and the cross arm defense is Mehrabi. And as you say, the favorite in the books may be the young hotshot Cheerav Ashalaev, but make no mistake, Mehrabi has been in the ring with some of the best 3-round operators in the business, including double Olympic champion Arlen Lopez from Cuba, Janibek Alamkhanli, the current unified middleweight champion of the world from Kazakhstan, and Bektamir Melakuziev from Uzbekistan. So as he digs away to the body after making the right hand from Ashalaev go over his shoulder. And again, veteran now, Spence, at the age of 39, knows more than he's ever known. The question is, when you get to that veteran stage of your career, how much can you still demonstrate from a physical point of view of the experience that you've accrued?
Yep, this is it, Ron. That I don't think the experience ever leaves you. The mind always tells you one thing, but it's whether physically you can still implement that into the boxing ring. And Mehrabi will be still thinking he can, and he's getting off with some good shots on the bell there. That was a nice finish. Ashalaev dominated the round for me, worked well behind the jab, putting the shots together very well. But Mehrabi was a good response there at the end of the round to say, listen, son, remember, I'm here, I've got the experience, been there, seen it, done it, got the T-shirt. There we saw some nice work there from Mehrabi. And it was screw shot through the middle, went through the guard there of Ashalaev. Ashalaev kept his cool, come back with some lovely shots like that straight right hand through the middle. An amateur sort of style he has, very straight backed, likes to throw the shots, not to get too greedy, don't like to sit in the pocket, use that height and reach to his advantage, switches the attack underneath, and then a cheeky little uppercut to go in as well. So a good round there for Ashalaev, but my RB will be very, very pleased with that one. Good success at the end of round one.
So we move into the second round then. It's a contest scheduled for 6. Cheerav Ashalaev. Terrific left jab, and look at the breadth of the man's shoulders and the narrowness of his waist. Magnificent condition he's worked his way into. And when you see a puncher when you see a physique like that, Spence, almost counterintuitively to the muscular punchers like Mike Tyson and George Foreman, these guys can get tremendous leverage on their shots, that waist acting as a pivot point for those broad shoulders to swing like a set of panniers. And by the time the shot arrives, often it can be loaded with leverage from a man built like this.
Absolutely. Ashalaev is built very well, and it's the the way that he throws those shots, it's the fluidity that he throws them with. Nice and relaxed, switches them up, unpredictable as well. And that's the sickening shot, that jab. He spears that out, that jab. It's a hurtful punch. Keeps peppering away with that. The accuracy is great. And look at the punches there. Shot selection's brilliant. Slowly, systematically looking to break Mehrabi down.
Mehrabi takes his lumps and looks to end that exchange with a shot of his own. Ashalaev just increasing his dominance as he lands a good single right hand to the body, backs up Mehrabi to the neutral corner on this near side of the ring, and continues to work him over in that position of confinement. Halfway through the second round, and again Mehrabi continuing to show the 23-year-old Ashalaev that he's in with a contest. He's in a contest. He's in with a competitor, but he's finding it very difficult to get consistent offensive successes away. His last 3 contests coming into this, Mehrabi were at 175 pounds light heavyweight. You can see that he's conceding inches here. So up at light heavyweight, he's conceding even more height. So used to fighting in the pocket, used to trying to use that cross-arm defense, but a lot of these shots getting through as well.
Yep, Ashalaev oozing confidence in there at the moment. He's taking control in this second round. Mehrabi is trying to go with him, but he's having to bite down a little bit. Ashalaev again working well on the inside, and he seems to be getting success, long range, short range. Mehrabi, as we know, is teak tough. He has that experience, and he's going to need to rely on all of that in this contest against this young man whose speed, accuracy, reach, precision, all of that going his favour.
So just some running repairs required to the left glove of Sajad. Mehrabi taking an opportunity to clear his nose, which he's not supposed to do. And again, well, this perhaps some veteran tactics coming to the fore here, Spence, because he was being put under consistent pressure. He got the binding adjusted, said to his coach, let me use that towel a moment, cleared his nose, went back out, said to the ref, oh, look, ref, I still need my glove adjusting. 4 seconds to recover.
Or was it, look, ref, hold on, I forgot to get my drink. That's pretty much what it is. Like I said, it's an old warhorse who's been there, seen it, done it. Amateur, now pro, and he's nicked valuable seconds there, hasn't he? Ashalaev, we know, is dangerous. He was getting into a rhythm. Mehrabi done the right thing there by breaking that.
Indeed, 10-second clap for a sounder, but look at the refreshed approach that Mehrabi is bringing in these closing 10 seconds, having had that impromptu timeout to get his glove adjusted. So clever use of the clock from Sajad Mehrabi during that particular round. It's another round in the book for my money. It's another round in favor of Ashalaev. Boxing very well indeed, but as you've pointed out, Spence, Mehrabi is keeping him honest because he will let crude punches go. He will let shots land wherever they may, and just to remind Ashalaev that he is in a contest and it's not going to be all his own way.
Yep, it's all about the development at this stage, and it's about picking the right opponents at the right time. Ashalaev is clearly the prospect here. Mehrabi is the tough old warhorse that you're guaranteed to get some rounds out of, who's got all the tricks in the trade, as we saw there in that second round. Went back to get his gloves taped up, blew his nose, looked for a drink of water, whatever it can be. So this is good experience for Ashalaev. Interesting to see if he can get this job done.
So we move into the third round then. Cheerav Ashalaev in his third appearance on the IBA.PRO stage. Mentioned the fact that his first appearance on what was IBA Champions Night back in March of 24 was against the Tokyo Olympian Shadiri Musa Bwagi, the southpaw from Kampala in Uganda. He was a 9th place finisher at the Tokyo Olympics, and that was a terrific contest. He then faced off against another experienced 3-round IBA boxer from the continent of Africa. He lands a beautiful left jab while on the move. Did you see that? Snaking to his right, shot out the left jab, and it landed to snap the head back of Mehrabi. But Mehrabi, again, flat-footed, remaining in the pocket and going in search of his own success. But his second outing on the IBA.PRO stage was against the 2022 Commonwealth Games bronze medalist. That's Youssef. I knew him as Changalawe, but I think he's changed his name, Spence, to Youssef Changarawe. Now tell me, when you were an amateur, were you ever introduced as Oliver Spencer rather than Spencer Oliver? Because that happens to me so often, man. I know a guy has one thing, you see him in another tournament and his name's changed by a letter or two.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, so I boxed a guy in the Commonwealth Games semi-finals, Godson Soa, who was actually the nephew of Azuma Nelson. He boxed under Godson Soa in the Commonwealth Games, and as he turned professional, going on to box for a world title, it was something totally different. So it's not new to me, Ron. It's not new to me.
It was a beautiful corkscrew left a few moments ago from Ashalaev. There, he's looking for the same shot once again. But it was a unanimous point decision over Youssef Changalawe, however you know him, but make no mistake, that is an experienced operator in the 3-round format. In addition to his Commonwealth Games bronze, participated in the World Champs last year, and he's one of the best boxers on the continent of Africa. Mehrabi gets through with the right hand, then not too far away with a left hook. But that's an idea of the caliber of opponents that you get matched against on the IBA.PRO stage. Beautiful double jab and then bent on right. Left hook not too far away. And the head of Mehrabi being snapped backwards repeatedly, rendering him a bobblehead doll during that passage of the stanza from Cheerav Ashalaev. Wonderful portion of the round for the taller man.
Yep, Ashalaev, who's got those long levers, boxes them very well on the inside as well. Lovely work with the uppercuts, body shots, and shot selection very, very good. Mehrabi is teak tough though, and he's going to have to be, as he complains about a shot going behind the head. Ashalaev, again, look at that shot selection, tapping a couple upstairs, looking to be creative, pull the elbows up before whipping in that left hook to the body. Didn't work that time, but I like the idea. There's a lot to like about Ashalaev, who's boxed very well, going for a walk there, just choosing to go for a walk when he wants to. Mehrabi is very, very tough, and he's got to be tough here. 3 rounds gone. Ashalaev really dominated each of those rounds. But Mehrabi is showing and proving to be what we know he is. Very, very tough. At 39 years of age, seems to be no slowing down.
And again, because this man has faced off against such accomplished 3-round boxers in his first 2 appearances on IBA Champions Night, the 6-round distance holding no fears for him, because even though both of those previous outings have gone the 6-round distance, he has gone and to hear the final bell. And there is a look of permanence about Mehrabi for my money. And despite the points that are being scored against him with sharp shooting lefts, such as that, look at the variety. We saw it straight from the shoulder and then a corkscrew like that. His defense is being breached repeatedly, but you get the sense that he's going to be here at the end of 6.
Yep, Mehrabi is that guy. Teak tough, and he has to be here against Ashalaev, whose shot selection's been brilliant tonight. Timing, accuracy's been great, and that's been the sickening shot. That jab, trust me when I tell you this, that jab that gets peppered in your face repeatedly is a horrible weapon. It is a weapon. It's not a range finder, it's a weapon. And Mehrabi, unfortunately, is on the end of that as he stabs out another jab.
Really struggling to evade that left hand, and as we saw in the replay sequence between rounds 3 and 4, oh, that's a nice roundhouse right. May have been a little bit of a slap, but the rugged Mehrabi continuing to remain committed to his task. He must be 3 rounds down after 9 completed minutes of boxing, but he is still in there pitching. And as the late, great Emmanuel Stewart told me, and look at that for a combination success from Ashalaev. If the man is on his feet, then the man is dangerous. Because how many times have we seen in this beautiful sport a boxer be trailing by a proverbial country mile? One shot can change everything in an instant.
Yep, absolutely. We remember Cole Frotz versus Jermaine Taylor. He was way behind in that contest, didn't lose heart, stuck to the game plan. 20 seconds to go, turn it around with a big right hand. And you just sense that Mehrabi may find himself in that position where he needs one of those winging right hands to turn this around, because Ashalaev is dominating long range, short range. Mehrabi won't give up hope because he's that character. He's tough. But Ashalaev is oozing confidence at the moment.
So Ashalaev switching to a southpaw a few moments ago as we go through the halfway stage of this 4th round, just presenting a different look to Mehrabi. Again, struggle to find a range with any consistency, and the feet of Ashalaev proving to be so effective at closing and expanding the distance as he likes. It's been a really difficult mission for Mehrabi to land with any sustained consistency. Takes a left hook to the body out of the southpaw stance and a chopping right hook upstairs. But again, he will be seeking to make Ashalaev feel his presence and let him know that he is there. But again, rendered inaccurate by the layback and the good use of the feet from Ashalaev. Beautiful corkscrew left out of the southpaw stance. That brings a round of applause from this knowledgeable crowd here at the SK Arena in St. Petersburg.
Yep, Ashalaev now in complete dominance. This is a working over here. Mehrabi, who's showing character to hang in there, but big right hand again there. Oh, sorry, left hand. At the southpaw lead here, and Ashalaev, look at this. Beautiful boxing display as he pins Mehrabi on the ropes, punching him at will. Shots selection has been brilliant, dominant. Mehrabi, what's he got to do to turn this around? You feel that he's got to throw everything and the kitchen sink now, because he's falling further and further behind, and as he walks back to the corner, he looks on unsteady legs, and you just feel that Ashalaev is slowly stealing this man's soul. He's sitting down in the corner. I tell you what, Ron, I'm going to have to do a good job to pump him back up, because it's been a systematic beating, isn't it?
Indeed, that's a very good point. Went this deep into his career, fighting in Russia for the 5th time as a professional. It's a long way from home. He's got no support in the house. It's just he and his coach. But when you see the things that the man posts, he's a really prominent figure in Iran. And he remains a committed fighter. He talks about living with purpose. He feels that his exploits in the boxing ring and as a coach, passing on that wealth of experience that he's accrued over the years, he feels that this very much is his purpose. And so it's been hard. He's probably lost all 4 of the completed rounds that have been fought, but he's still got to keep his belief strong and tell himself that he can find a shot to win this. As we go into the 5th round, I mentioned the fact that as a professional, it's his 5th fight in Russia for Sajad Mehrabi, but it really is a case of have gum shield, will travel, because this man has fought all over the world. He's been in Ghana in West Africa, in the Bangladesh capital Qatar, he's been to Minsk, Belarus, China, so many other places as well. gone up. Such a fight factory they have in blue. Come as a left uppercut, ripped through the middle, and then now back as an orthodox boxer. Look at, oh, that's a fantastic counter left uppercut from Ashalaev, who's now presenting a different look. Hands down by his belt line. Punches could well be coming in from an angle that Mehrabi's not able to see, as evidenced by that whipping right cross, Spencer.
Yep, shot selection has been brilliant here from Ashalaev, who's really oozing confidence at the moment. He's just controlling that space so well, which is creating the timing. There's a nice fluidity, as I said, around his punches, switching from orthodox to southpaw, showing us a little bit of everything, Ashalaev. And Mehrabi is showing us one thing, that he is what we thought he was, teak tough, and he's got to be, because he's been punishing at times here. There we go, see they again switching, orthodox, southpaw, back in the southpaw stance now, Ashalaev, and doing pretty much as he pleases here, and it's going to be difficult. Last, now approaching 4 minutes for Mehrabi, because it's been a punishing night.
So much variety and evidence from Ashalaev, going for a counter southpaw left as he continues to operate. Look at that treble left hand. My goodness, I don't want to overstate it, but remember the great Roy Jones Jr. out of Pensacola, Florida, said that he hit Percy Harris with 4 hooks at one time. There were 3 hooks fired out to head and body from Ashalaev in a terrific volley of punches.
Yep, that certainly was a great memory there, Ron. The great Roy Jones Jr. And Ashalaev trying to replicate that somewhat. Double, treble. Will we see the 4 at some point? Because I'll tell you something, this kid is oozing confidence. Shot selection's brilliant as he switches to southpaw and throws that left hand to the body, followed by the right hand to the head. That's 4, that's 5. Roy Jones Jr., are you watching right now? This kid is starting to take it to another level.
Pecking and poking with that left hand out of the southpaw stance. 5 shots in a row to head and body before he brought the right hand into play. Wonderful variety being demonstrated by Ashalaev as he scores with another whipping left cross, but then a right hand to the body, flung in by the veteran Mehrabi. And again, this will be a good experience for Ashalaev, because you can see that he's trying to break the man's spirit. But you will know more than anybody, Spencer, sometimes, as you pointed out, you meet a man like this whose spirit simply cannot be broken, and then you have to make that adjustment. How are you going to go about this? Work on your craft while remaining concentrated, but recognize that even though you can be hitting a man all night long, they're going to stay in there, continue to compete, and some men simply will not fall.
Yep, sometimes it's very difficult to beat certain opponents. Certain people have different strengths, different weaknesses. You know, you look at more recently Fabio Wardley, you know, getting systematically broken up round after round against Justice Hooney in his hometown of Ipswich. But he did not lose heart, didn't lose soul, and turned it around late on in the contest. And the Cole Focher, as I've already mentioned, you know, we see him a number of occasions where he was on the end of, you know, a beating at times, but stayed in there, showed that will to win. And Mehrabi has that in him, but I'm not sure he has the capability to be able to turn it around. But he's shown one thing, that he's got character. Ashalaev has been brilliant tonight.
Surely boxing a shutout so far is Cheerav Ashalaev. Again, with the finish line in sight now, even though the 6-round distance holds no fears for Mehrabi. Maybe he will be able to give it just a little bit more of a go and empty the tank in search of the finishing volley that he needs, because he must have conceded all 5 of the completed rounds. But again, not thought to hide, he's not thought to run in the boxing ring as he's picked off by another sharp single without reply. There Mehrabi gets through with a left hand of his own. Follow-up left hand wasn't too far away as he elects to drop his hands now, presenting his chin as an open target to Ashalaev so he can try and counter him. Not going to require time here, because I'm not quite sure he's got the speed to do that.
Yes, exactly what it is. Timing creates the speed when you don't have that hand speed. Look at the shot selection now at the southpaw stance. Lead, right uppercut there, cheeky shot, doubles up with the left hand as well. This kid is certainly a good fighter for sure, because I love the way he uses that reach to his advantage, uses that height to his advantage, but he's very good in the pocket as well. Shot selection is brilliant, and You know, movement's very good as well. There's a lot to like about Ashalaev.
Or mention the fact that he's no stranger to the IBA.PRO stage, and that's a good right hand from Mehrabi, just seeking to keep Ashalaev honest, but Ashalaev takes it well, and he's putting together shoe shine shots now, whipping them up through the middle and around the corner. But he's been switching between the 3-round format of IBA, what used to be known as amateur boxing, and the pro stage, because his most recent outing came as recently as August, where he was a bronze medalist in the national championships, losing at the semi-final stage to Ilyas Magomedov. Fought so hard that at the end of that contest, the two men had something of a gentleman's agreement, and they just leaned on one another, Spence, before the final bell sounded. But it was a terrific contest. He came away with a bronze, and he demonstrated the type of sharpness in that 3-round format that he's transferring here to the pro stage, and the 6-round outing against the game Sajad Mehrabi.
Yep, sounds a little bit like myself and you, Ron, when we're in the commentary position before that final fight comes up after a long night of boxing, and we've got a long night tonight. Fight number 4 of 11. We will be leaning on each other for sure, but the action is all good here. Ashalaev, for me, has shown a brilliant work ethic, switching tactics from orthodox to southpaw. Body shots have been fantastic as well. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4 straight right hands, but he's gone to 5 as well. Roy Jones Jr. will be watching with a close eye, I'm sure, who competed, by the way, in Russia for a number of years. Ashalaev, was he a young boy at the time watching Roy Jones Jr.? You never know.
And remember, Roy Jones has taken out Russian citizenship. He spends a lot of time each year there. He's got gyms where he coaches fighters such as this. And we're not saying it's Roy Jones, but you can see when he puts shots together like that, that Ashalaev has been watching something other than the coaching manual, because he demonstrated some real flash to go with his fundamentals there during the course of that 6th round, what we think is going to be a unanimous points win over the very game and committed Sajad Mehrabi of Iran.
Yeah, impressive performance there. Ashalaev, I like him a lot. We're going to be seeing and hearing a lot more of him for sure. Shot selection was brilliant, and Mehrabi done very, very well to hang in there. He really did. As we look at him, teak tough. He'll be feeling it tomorrow for sure. But it showed at the ripe old age of 39 that he's still got a lot to offer for these young kids that are coming through.
Because again, if you're not on it, he is a man that can test you with his rugged skill set and his experience. If you're anything other than sharp, or you're not quite in condition, and that's something that can often befall young fighters. Think that you've got an older guy in the corner, so maybe take the eye off the ball in training. If you do have to take in that type of approach, then I think Sajad Mehrabi is a man that could expose any frailties. Here's the verdict.
По завершении 6-раундового боя, единогласным решением судей победу одержал, ladies and gentlemen, after the end of action, your winner by unanimous decision, Cheerav Ashalaev, Buenos, Russia.
So, fresh from his run to the bronze medal podium in the Russian National Championship in Yekaterinburg in August, just a couple of months ago, Cheerav Ashalaev returning to the Champions Night stage, where he extends his perfect record to 3-0. Very good performance indeed from Cheerav Ashalaev. An outing filled with variety, switching stances, changing his guard position, and demonstrating just about every punch in the book as he boxes his way to a unanimous point decision victory over the 2-time Asian Championship bronze medalist, a veteran from the Islamic Republic of Iran, Sajad Mehrabi. And here's, Spencer, a look at how he did it, setting his stall out in the opening bell. But that's an example of the experience that Mehrabi was bringing to the table. But you got the sense that once Ashalaev found his distance, well, he controlled things pretty effectively.
Yep, that's exactly what he done. The jab was the key weapon here from Ashalaev, who's switching constantly to southpaw, boxing equally as well. Shot selection was brilliant. Range was brilliant at long, mid-range, short range. He had it all. Mehrabi stuck to his guns, and he was always going to test him. He's a tough guy, Mehrabi. The type of guy that will be in your face, and if you give him an inkling, give him a little opportunity, window of opportunity, he will take it. But tonight, he never got it. against Ashalaev, who was punch perfect in a dominant performance right from that opening bell. And look at Mehrabi just pushing forward, tough as you come, isn't he? The sort of guy that you wouldn't want to reach outside of the boxing ring, that's for sure, because he would test your soul outside of a boxing ring, but he didn't test Ashalaev's soul in there. Dominant performance, very, very impressive.
Дамы и господа, мы на КСК Арене, где в прямом эфире на телеканале матч боец IBA.PRO представляет 10-й международный турнир по боксу Bad City IBA.PRO Санкт-Петербург. И сейчас вашему вниманию 6-раундовый поединок по версии IBA.PRO во втором среднем весе. И первым в черный угол приглашается боксер из Таджикистана. Встречайте, Nekruz, Salimov.
Черный аист в хребте гусарском прячет сердце свое.
Well, if you're a fan of IBA boxing, you will recognize the familiar figure of Nekruz Salimov. Here's confirmation of his credentials. Silver medalist in the 2022 under 22 Asian Championships at 80 kilograms. That continental tournament held in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. A year later, he returned to the same city, was ringside commentating at the Juma Arena, where he was a quarter-finalist at the 75-kilogram middleweight division. Lost on a 4-1 split to Marino Fendero of France, the eventual bronze medalist. He lost at the semi-final stage to the eventual champ, Yoenli Hernandez of Cuba, who made it back-to-back golds. He's now an 8-0 pro out of Cuba in Rhode Island, United States. But this man, a long, relaxed, orthodox fighter, preparing for his second outing on the IBA.PRO stage, having fought on IBA.PRO 8 in Dushanbe. I was commentating on that event.
Из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия, по прозвищу Палач, Nikita, the Executioner, Kuzmin.
Nikita Kuzmin is from right here in St. Petersburg, preparing for his first outing on the IBA.PRO stage. But an undefeated pro in the paid ranks with a record of 7 fights, 7 wins, and 3 of those wins coming inside the distance. As you just heard from our MC, goes by the nickname the Executioner. a ring moniker that he shares with the legendary middleweight and light heavyweight champion Bernard Hopkins out of Philadelphia. Although in his latter days, of course, he changed it to the Alien.
Supervisor IBA.PRO Максим Чертыковцев. Судьи у ринга Сергей Журкин, Ираклий
So a quick
Лазони,
look at the
Алексей
tail of the
Жалкин.
tape
Рефери
between these
Сергей
two talented
Житвунов.
boxers.
Представляю вам боксера.
Nekruz Salimov with a slight height advantage in his
В
contest.
черном углу.
Made
Ему
at
26 лет.
76.2
Его рост
kilograms, which is super
184
middleweight
сантиметра, а
in
вес
old money.
74,9 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 2 победы, включая победу нокаутом. Дамы и господа, он двукратный чемпион Таджикистана, финалист чемпионата Азии Ю-22 из Душанбе, Республика Таджикистан. Приветствуйте, Nekruz Salimov. Его соперник в золотом углу. Боксеру 28 лет. Рост 180 сантиметров, вес 74,8 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 7 побед, включая 3 победы нокаутом, ни одного поражения. Дамы и господа, он чемпион Санкт-Петербурга 2025 года, представляющий город на Неве, Россия, не знающий поражений Никита, the executioner, Kuzmin.
Джентльмены, вы профессионалы, правила знаете, соблюдайте их. В любой ситуации защищайте себя. Пожмите руки, пора начинать. По углам. Поехали. Бокс!
So we're underway then. This is 8 3-minute rounds, 76.2 kilograms, super middleweight division, between two talented young boxers. The taller man, wearing the black trunk trimmed with gold, is Nekruz Salimov, highly decorated 3-round fighter in IBA tournaments, most recently the Asian under-22 continental silver medalist from the event at 80 kilograms. His opponent, who just scored with a good southpaw left to the body, is the undefeated Nikita Kuzmin. 7 fights, 7 wins as a professional, although most recently he competed in the Russian national championships in August in 2025. So like so many of these elite boxers we see on IBA.PRO stages, Spencer, he's switching between the best and the bare-chested variety of boxing that comes as a pro.
Yep, we've seen that with the heavyweight more recently, Cheerav, who won 2 gold medals but has racked up a number of wins in the professional ranks. That's what we like about this IBA, where you're getting the opportunity to switch from one to the other. Kuzmin here against Salimov is a very interesting contest. 2 very technical boxers.
Quick-fisted flurry in between the high-held hands of Salimov from Kuzmin. Kuzmin looking to set the pace in the middle of the boxing ring in the early stages of the opening round. But Salimov snaking out a jab. There's a hard right hand against the southpaw as now Kuzmin goes into the half-cover guard. Good right-left hand driven into the body out of that southpaw stance. Both men really thinking and working for their openings as they look to fire out feints to draw that lead that they can respond to and counter. Good work to both head and body from Kuzmin during that passage of the round.
Yep, Kuzmin tucking up very well, trying to put a good shot there from Salimov. Straight right hand through the middle. As I say, this is going to be seesaw action, swinging one way, then the other from both of these guys who are technically very sound. Great matchup again here. Kuzmin boxing well, working the body well to the head and to the body.
First clinch of the contest, prompting the intervention of the referee, Mr. Sergei Litunov. Again, it's Kuzmin who seems determined to get off first. And then in response to that, success to both body and head from Salimov. 10-second clapper. As Again, another scoring left cross to the body out of the southpaw stance. They're showing good variety, these boxers. They're not loading up on every shot, but their accuracy has been pretty impressive as they find the gaps in their opponent's defense to land point-scoring punches. I think the greater volume of scoring shots came from Kuzmin, and that probably, for my money, is enough to give him the opening round.
Yeah, agree with you, Ron. I think Kuzmin shot selection was impressive. Let's take a look at some of the action in that opening round. There we see Kuzmin short uppercut, right hook over the top out of the southpaw stance. Salimov wasn't phased, kept his composure nicely, but just the extra boxing IQ for me in that opening round was coming from Kuzmin. There's that left hand through the middle. That was a very impressive shot against the taller Salimov. Both guys having successes there, but yeah, very, very impressive first round. Technical first round. Salimov, Kuzmin for me nicking it.
So moving to the second round then. Had the privilege of being ringside in Dushanbe to commentate on events, and my goodness, they love their boxing in the capital of Tajikistan. There was a good combination to both body and head from Kuzmin. Salimov responding. He secured his get back, but he's doing a really good job, is the shorter boxer Nikita Kuzmin, of dropping down and spearing in straight shots just above the belt line. Now he's not showing any, as we see the same shot right on cue once again. Salimov answering back, but that can slow down the movement in the latter rounds. Remember, this is an 8-round contest, and that early investment in body shots can pay dividends later on because it can make you feel as though you're wading through concrete in those latter rounds.
Yep, Kuzmin doing the right thing here, using his lack of height to his advantage, switching the attacks to the body. That straight left hand through the middle is especially effective. Look at the way he switched it upstairs as well there. We see him just tapping away with a jab, just using that as a rangefinder to get himself inside the taller Salimov and get off with those effective shots. Now he's just controlling the space here. Kuzmin working well, and Ron McIntosh is right in what he says here, that Salimov is maybe taking too long to get off of his shots. He's allowing Kuzmin to dictate the pace here in this second round, which is enough to win these rounds.
On the halfway stage is a really classy right-hand lead out of the orthodox stance, followed by a looping left hook, but then on the inside at mid-range is a right hook and a right jab, and a beautiful counter left on the back foot, landed with a bent elbow. Kuzmin ensuring that he had the final word and the more authoritative words in the course of that exchange. Look at that movement in the pocket, dipping beneath the fire of Salimov and coming back with his own scoring counters. Wonderful work to the body. Did you see how it brought the elbows down of Salimov? Was he hurt by that left hand to the body from the southpaw Nikita Kuzmin, just beyond the 2 minutes gone mark in this round? Wonderful, educated boxing being demonstrated by both, but particularly Nikita Kuzmin. The courage to stand in the pocket, draw a lead from his man, bob, weave, slip and slide, and score with effective shots of his own, like that two-shot salvo, punctuated with a left hand to the body once again.
Yep, brilliant shot selection from Kuzmin, who's working this body of Salimov so well. Salimov there had to show a bit of character, bite down a little bit, and again, look at the shot selection. Punches in bunches, combinations, uppercuts, hooks, then switches the attacks to the body as well. Very impressive stuff this from Kuzmin. And Salimov is having to dig deep a little bit here.
So closing seconds of this second round, another round of high skill. But for my money, that's another Kuzmin round, because the manner in which he's able to go through the gears while in seemingly punching range of the taller Salimov, but he's making that height work against him almost, because he's at short and mid-range for him, making it difficult for the taller man to unfurl his arms to score effectively with punches, as evidenced there.
Yep, this is some of the good action in that second round, and it was all coming from Kuzmin. Lovely shot there from Salimov, but the majority of the action, there we see how he's controlling that range. He just slipped out of range just by a matter of inches and come back with that straight left hand or looping left hand out of that southpaw stance, and Look at the way he's throwing these punches in flurries, the uppercuts, the hooks, shots coming from everywhere. There were times there when Salimov probably felt that Kuzmin had 4 or 5 arms.
So we're going to the third round. Remember, it's scheduled for 8, so no panic stations yet, but surely the 6 minutes completed have been scored in favor of Nikita Kuzmin. Working the body beautifully, starting behind a double right hook beneath the elbows, and again finding gaps in between the long arm defenses of Salimov. Salimov responding as you would expect an operator and competitor of his caliber to respond. But again, he's going to have to do something different here, because this tactic of trying to play peekaboo and then counter, he's seeing him get outworked and outscored. 40 seconds gone, and if it's not one-way traffic, it's pretty close, as we see a corkscrew left hand land from Kuzmin once again to snap Salimov's head back.
Yep, Salimov taking too much time to come back with the shots. He is boxing out that peekaboo style, but your timing has to be perfection when you're doing that. You have to punch when your opponent's punching, and Kuzmin is the guy that's getting off with the shots first. He's growing, oozing in confidence, mixing them up to body and head, and Salimov taking too much time to come back with shots of his own as he now tries to push forward, trying to get something, salvage something from this contest. Another left hand through the middle there from Kuzmin, a lovely shot.
And a right hook spinning around the corner as well. Left hand to the body, ended that 2-shot combination after the first shot missed. There's a good straight right hand from Salimov, but his successes too few and far between, surely beyond the halfway stage of this third round. Beautiful work to the body once again from Kuzmin. We've had a mouthpiece dislodged, and it belongs to Salimov. And we're talking about the accuracy that is being demonstrated by Nikita Kuzmin. Salimov has his mouthpiece rinsed and reinserted. When you watch his training, Spence, sometimes he trains blindfolded. So has that, looking for that ethos of feeling the distance. He'll see where it is and then just have the double-ended bag or the punch bag coming back, just so he's feeling where the distance is, so he keeps his balance. And the way in which he's finding the distance here from all 3 territories, where you can see that he's got on top of that particular assignment pretty quickly, because his measurement of distance has been masterful tonight.
Yeah, it certainly has. Shot selection's been brilliant, and it's instinctive. Everything's instinctive. He's throwing the shots, just shuffling out of range, and there's a nice flow around his work as well, isn't there? I've been impressed with Salimov because he's had to show a lot of character in there. He's trying, he's standing in front of his man, but he's not doing anything. You know, he's not being creative enough. Against someone like Kuzmin, you have to be creative. You have to go with him, come off the sides, work the angles. You can't be a sitting duck. You can't sit in front of him. And that's exactly what Salimov is doing at the moment, being that sitting duck, and he's being made to pay.
Remember, there's a disparity in professional experience between the two, even though Kuzmin is just coming back off an appearance at the Russian National Championships in the 3-round format of boxing with the vest. But it's almost as though Salimov is boxing in that classic 3-round style. He's waiting, he's looking to be correct, and he's got a man in front of him who is all angled, all creativity, all dynamism. And while he's waiting to get off, this man breaks the deadlock, scores to the body, and then is spun around his opponent, presenting a different angle.
Yep, absolutely right, Ron. Nikita Kuzmin is showing us a little bit of everything in there, and here's some of the action. That was a nice shot, though, from Salimov. A rare one. Because Kuzmin has been the dominant force here, and that was that left hand, the shot that's been getting so much success from the opening bell. There we see it, misses with the right hook, closes the range by shuffling his feet in, getting himself into range. And this is some of the good work he's getting on the inside as well. Look at this, relaxing, putting the shots together, coming from all sorts of angles. And that's been the difference between these two from this opening bell. Here we go, round number 4.
Remember, this contest scheduled for 8. And surely Nekruz Salimov in the black trunks trimmed with gold has got to come up with some type of adaptive strategy here, because again, what have we got? Approaching 20 seconds gone in this 4th round, and the greater volume and variety and point scoring shots have come from Kuzmin. Now Salimov drops down to the body with a right hand. But what can he do, Spence? What should his corner be instructing him to do? Because what he's tried in the first 3 rounds, for my money, from our commentary position here, he must be trailing by having conceded all 3 rounds. What adaptations can he make as he's picked off by an overhand southpaw left once again? What adaptations can he make that will suit his long, loose limb style as the taller boxer?
Well, what he has to do is, because he's lacking the speed, he can't go with Kuzmin, who's now picking it up. He's decided to turn the screw himself, and this is going to be a tough night for Salimov. And the corner will be saying, listen, you can't match him in speed, you can't match him in punch selection, shot selection, so you got to rough it up, you got to make it a dogfight, because it's the only way you're going to win this one. You got to close the space, punch when he's punching Kuzmin, because for me, Kuzmin is ahead in every department, which is going to be a tough, tough night. So Salimov, what can he do? Has he got the technical ability to do it? I'm not sure he has, Ron. That's why I say he's showing heart, showing character, and boy, he's going to need it.
Indeed. But again, it's perhaps that difference. Again, tapping to the forearms. And oh, look at that sumptuous right hook beneath the left elbow of Salimov. And Salimov, all of the quality and credentials and fundamental soundness that you would expect coming from the elite program in the 3-round format. Multiple national titles dating all the way back to 2015 when he took the junior title, youth title in 2016, 2 youth titles in 2019, and most recently in 2023 where he won 4 contests out of 4 to claim that tournament at 71 kilograms. His continental success at the under-22s, as we mentioned, in the quarter-final run to the world champs last year, but against this bustling, dynamic, clever little professional of Nikita Kuzmin, all of that skill and tactical soundness isn't serving him very well here over the 8-round distance as we approach 4 completed rounds. He's got to do something different, because surely Kuzmin is boxing a shutout thus far.
Yep, Kuzmin's boxing his ears off at the moment. If we're totally honest, he's in complete control. If it's not broke, don't fix it. And he's doing pretty much what he's done since the opening bell, and he's chipping away, trying to break the Salimov down, trying to take that scalp and get him inside the distance, because at the moment you can only see one winner here. The pattern has been very much the same right from the opening bell. Another round in the bank for Nikita. Kuzmin. And what does Salimov got to do? What has he got to do? Well, he's got to now make it rough. You know, technically, he's not as good. He's got to use the height, he's got to reach, he's got to close the gap, and he's just got to go for it here, because round by round, second by second, shot, he's getting taken apart, Salimov. It's been a dominant display from Kuzmin. There's a lot to like about him for sure. I love the angles that he works, the way he works inside, closes the gap with that long lead left hand to the head and to the body as well. Let's take a look at some of the action in that 3rd round. Look at this, look at the way he's just relaxed, and what can Salimov do apart from cover up and hope that those shots don't all land. Here we go. Round number 5.
So 4 rounds completed, up until 4 rounds to go. And this represents brand new territory for Nekruz Salimov, because in his previous outing and the IBA.PRO stage, that was a scheduled 4-rounder, which he won on points against Abdulaziz Aputayev, the undefeated 3-0 pro. And that was in his home city of Dushanbe. He was absolutely sensational that night. Abdulaziz Aputayev came into that with a perfect record of 3 wins out of 3, and all 3 wins coming in the 1st round, the man from Uzbekistan. But he was put on the end of a wonderful fluid performance by Nekruz Salimov, but it's anything but that tonight because of the activity and the staccato burst of punches that Kuzmin has been letting go. It's very difficult for Salimov to establish any type of rhythm here, Spencer. He's in brand new territory, not going to show, even though he'll have trained hard, he won't be sure how his body's going to respond under the ring lights. And then he's probably being dispirited and discouraged by this non-stop success that Kuzmin is enjoying.
Yep, Kuzmin just pushing forward. He's in complete control here. He's relaxed. He's being very creative as well. There's a lot to like about Kuzmin. who's very workmanlike. Salimov taking nothing away from him. It's been a solid performance, but he just hasn't got the answers as he gets caught with an uppercut on the inside. Delayed reaction goes down. Is the referee going to count this one? No, he waves it as a slip, but I tell you, Ron, he looked in trouble there.
There's an uppercut. He dipped the knees and then a right hand over the top, and look at Nekruz Salimov keen to fashion a clinch, clinging on desperately just beyond the halfway stage of this 5th round. Kuzmin senses that, and look at the manner in which he's working the body in a bid to bring the hands down. Nekruz Salimov, no interest in punching. He's looking to just hang on, prevent his opponent from working away and trying to buy some time. Look at this, fiddling with the mouthpiece. Oh, ref, my shorts are a bit low. Buying some time, killing the clock, and gaining some much-needed respite after being sent to the canvas from what was, for our money, from a combination of punches, but the referee has ruled it a slip.
Yeah, referee has let him get away with it there big time as he pulled his own gum shield out to take a little breather, and the referee has given him it. But look at this now from Kuzmin, who recognises he could be moments away from the stoppage here, because Salimov, I don't think fancies this anymore. He's happy to hold on the inside.
So 40 seconds for Kuzmin as he continues to blast away to the body in a bid to continue to bring the hands down. Looking to fire back, but look at him coming out second best in the exchange as hooks rattle around the corner, punctuated by a final southpaw right. And Nikita Kuzmin absolutely flying through the gears here in the closing stages of round number 5. Back on the march once again, walking his opponent down, pinning him to the ropes, and Salimov is totally square, presenting a full-on target to Nikita Kuzmin, who is working him as though he's training on a heavy bag. Every shot in the book being utilized. Look at the manner in which he slipped the shot and scored with a counter left hand. Blistering round of boxing produced by Nikita Kuzmin, dominant from practically opening bell to last, and really put Nekruz Salimov under sustained pressure for the second half of the round.
Yep, and here's some of the action there in the 5th round, and it was all Nikita Kuzmin. There you see the body shot go in, and Kuzmin sensed that he hurt Salimov to the body. Salimov getting some success there with the right hand, but that was the uppercut that done all the damage. We saw a delayed reaction. He was hurt, he went down. The referee wrongfully ruled that a slip because it wasn't a slip. He was on his way down and there was maybe a little pull, but look at the way he's hugging him there. He does not want to let go. Kuzmin senses that he's jumping up and down. He's trying to get some form of relief, trying to get a little break, but Kuzmin in dominant fashion there in that 5th round. Round number 6, Salimov has got to find something from somewhere. One thing I can guarantee, guys, it's going to be a tough round for Salimov.
Well, that's interesting, because this was listed as an 8-rounder. Now they've cut it back to 6. And so, saying it's 6-6, hence that little embrace before the bell. And perhaps that's taking mercy on Nekruz Salimov as he dislodges the mouthpiece once again. Now, in all codes of boxing, if your mouthpiece continues to be dislodged, it can result in a point deduction, because a fighter who's a veteran and crafty can split the mouthpiece if they find themselves in trouble. That one certainly wasn't spat. It was that left hand out of the southpaw stance. And there, was that a point deduction, Spence?
I think it was. I think it was a point deduction, even though he got a short left hook on the chin and it dislodged that gum shield.
Salimov with his best right hand for some time, but again, it can be used as a tactic by veteran fighters to buy themselves time if you continue to split the mouthpiece. Remember the late, great Diego Corrales in his battle with Castillo, how the mouthpiece kept coming out repeatedly. It has to get rinsed and reinserted, and that, during that interval, can be enough for a fighter in shape to get some energy levels back. I think Salimov has been Dr. Point for the mouthpiece coming out repeatedly, just adding to his woes in a contest which seemingly has been cut from 8 to 6 rounds. But the man in the white trimmed with gold, Nikita Kuzmin, in complete control here.
Yep, Salimov will be pleased. That is cut from 8 to 6, and he'll be pleased. He won't be thinking about that point deduction either, because he is a mile behind on the scorecards. The only chance he's got is to get the knockout victory, and boy, does it look like it's not going to happen for him. It could be the other way round if Kuzmin keeps working the head and body the way that he is. Combinations, you're right, Ron. Working the heavy bag downstairs, switching the attacks upstairs as well. Nikita Kuzmin has put in a brilliant performance here, and he's going for the showreel finish.
So we're beyond the halfway stage of what is now the final round. Contest cut from 8 rounds to 6 as another right hand crashes through, and again Salimov swaying on the ropes before seeking desperately to claim his man. Now, if this mouthpiece has come out again, Salimov could find himself in real trouble here, because it's a responsibility of he and his corner team to ensure that the gum shield is secure and well-fitting. When you first start in boxing, you go to the local sports shop and get yourself practically a boil-in-the-bag gum shield, right? You throw it in the pot for a minute, you bite down, and it fits as well as it fits. But at this level, it's going to be something that's made by a dentist, custom-made, bespoke for him. But it's been dislodged repeatedly out of the mouth of Nekruz Salimov. He's been doctor points, and here he's being worked over both to head and body once again.
Yeah, punishing work here from Kuzmin, who's been working so well. And I'll tell you something, Salimov is showing character to hang in there, that is for sure, and he's desperately holding on here. And this 25 seconds, final 25 seconds of this 6th and final round will not come quick enough. Salimov has had, he'll be looking to the boxing gods now, right now, saying thank you for cutting it from 8 to 6, because it has been punishing.
So it's been a torrid outing endured by Nekruz Salimov. Credit to him, he's still in there pitching and competing, but again, look at him desperately claiming his man as the 10-second clapper sounds. He will know more than anyone, because as the man sitting next to me will tell you, fighters know. And what we've all seen has been endured by Nekruz Salimov. Nikita Kuzmin on his IBA.PRO stage debut has been scintillating from opening bell to last. Nekruz Salimov not able to turn his attributes of greater height, length and reach into an asset, because he found this swarming little southpaw practically surrounding him at times, changing angle. Wonderful variety to both head and body, masterful in all 3 territories, varying the power on his shots as well, always ensuring that Salimov had to think and concentrate, and ultimately he couldn't keep the man off. Sent to the floor in the 5th round, the knockdown wasn't counted. Dislodged the mouthpiece on so many occasions that a point was deducted from Nekruz Salimov. He really had his hands full tonight with this dynamic little buzzsaw of a boxer from right here in St. Petersburg. Wonderful display by Nikita Kuzmin, and if it's anything other than a unanimous point decision victor in favor of the IBA.PRO debutant, well, I would be staggered.
Yep, and I'll be staggered if it's anything different than 60-53. That means all 6 rounds in favour of Kuzmin, who for me dominated from the opening bell, with the point deduction as well for the mouthpiece being dislodged on a couple of occasions. You've got to go 60-53. Dominant performance. Kuzmin, we're going to see, we're going to hear a lot more from him, I'm sure. Slick southpaw with a great shot selection. And Salimov, although was well beaten there, is very, very capable, can come again, but that was a tough night where he's going to have to go soul searching to come back from that.
So Kuzmin, 28 years of age now. He was out of the ring from July 2023 to February of this year for a violation of Articles 4.1 and 4.2 of the All-Russian Anti-Doping Rules. So, the doping violation putting him out of the ring for that length of time. He's a man in a hurry looking to make up for that time out of the roped arena. Here's the verdict.
60-53. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей одержал победу. И остается не знающим поражений Никита Палач Кузmin, Санкт-Петербург, Россия.
So, a unanimous point decision victor is the executioner, Nikita Kuzmin, with a wonderful southpaw display filled with creativity, variety, dynamism, and non-stop punching. Wonderful ring craft in evidence throughout the 6 completed 3-minute rounds. It was announced as an 8-rounder, but my goodness, in front of a fellow St. Petersburg boxer, woman who was on the show earlier. Hear from Nikita Kuzmin as he addresses his home fans.
Я хотел Россию выиграть, но, к сожалению, не получилось выиграть и посвятить. Ну, слава богу, сегодня одержали победу над хорошим соперником. Вот, дочь, надеюсь, что это запомнишь навсегда. Все, спасибо.
Nikita Kuzmin.
So Nikita Kuzmin delighted after a really impressive display. And he dominated practically from opening bell to last. And credit to his opponent, Nekruz Salimov, because again his credentials speak for themselves as he sought to extend his winning start to life on the IBA.PRO stage, but he found this little southpaw operator in confident mood and razor sharp from the opening bell.
Yeah, impressive performance from Kuzmin. And the action come thick and fast from the opening bell, and he slowly, systematically broke Salimov down with a barrage of punches to the head and to the body. And he will be very pleased with that performance. He'll be looking to stay active and keep this run of form going. And for Salimov, it's all about regrouping, back to the gym. And sometimes that defeat can be a moulding of a fighter. Salimov certainly has good boxing ability, but it's now going to be a case of how he comes back from that defeat against the excellent Nikita Kuzmin. Very, very impressive stuff.
Дамы и господа, мы продолжаем. И вашему вниманию 10-раундовый поединок в первом полусреднем весе. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 round of boxing, super lightweight contest. Супервайзер Олег Агеев. И в черный угол добро пожаловать боксер из Намибии. Welcome to the black corner from Namibia по прозвищу Суперблеск Чарльз Супершайн Shinima.
So into the SK Arena steps Charles Shinima, 33 years of age, from Namibia. Wonderfully talented boxer. Brings to the ring a 21-fight professional record, 19 wins, just 2 losses, 13 of those 19 wins coming inside the distance for a 68% KO ratio. A really skillful operator, former WBO welterweight champion of all Africa, the Namibian super welterweight champion back in 2019. Here he is up into the ring for his IBA.PRO debut in a contest made at 140 pounds. Now his opponent is Khariton Agrba, and this man, a really talented operator, no stranger to competing on the IBA.PRO stage. We've seen him plenty of times before, including in a torrid victory in Sochi against Jose Miguel Borrego, who is another familiar face on IBA Champions Night and Pro Night stages. But in his last outing, this man ran onto a crunching, destructive left hook while seeking to throw a counter right uppercut, and was knocked out spectacularly in the second round of a contest scheduled for 12 at the hands of the Argentinian puncher, the rugged Ruben Nestor Neri Munoz. So coming back for defeat for the first time, Spence.
Рост 170 сантиметров, вес 63,5 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 19 побед, включая 13 побед нокаутом при 2 поражениях. Ladies and gentlemen, he's 33 years old, standing 170 centimeters tall, weighing in at 63.5 kilograms. His professional record, 19 victories, including 13 big wins coming by way of knockout and 2 defeats. Ladies and gentlemen, representing Windhoek, Namibia, here is Charles Supershine Shinima. Его соперник в золотом углу, Боксеру 29 лет, его рост 175 сантиметров, вес 63,5 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 15 побед, включая 9 побед нокаутом и только одно поражение. Дамы и господа, он чемпион мира IBA, чемпион IBF European и чемпион WBA Continental. Из Санкт-Петербурга, Россия, приветствуйте, Khariton, Agrba! Рефери поединка Алексей Козлов.
Gentlemen, touch gloves. Listen to my commands. Good luck.
So referee Mr. Alexei Kozlov with the final instructions. A quick look at the tail of the tape between these two talented, experienced fighters, each of them weighing in comfortably. Bang on the 63.5 kilogram or 140 pound limit. Contest between two skillful operators. The man wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold is Charles Shinima. 21 fights in his professional career. Got back on the winning track after dropping what was widely regarded as a controversial decision when traveling to South Africa. This just his third fight outside of his native Namibia. Charles Shinima, former national champion at super welterweight. And here he is facing off against Khariton Agrba. Agrba, 16 fights in his pro career, undefeated on the IBA.PRO stage, including claiming the IBA professional world title. But crucially, Spencer, will he have been able to put the demons in his mind to rest, exercise them, get them out of his system after walking onto a ruinous counter left hook while he was seeking to throw a southpaw uppercut on the inside. Southpaw counter left uppercut is what he was looking to launch. A left hook came over the top and it was all she wrote. What type of demons could be playing in his mind now as he's back in the ring for the first time since suffering that stoppage back in July?
Yep, million-dollar question. Can Agrba come back from that? It does scar some fighters. They don't get over that. You know, they change their style. They become a little gun-shy. And we're going to find that out. Only Agrba knows that right now. You know, we can all speculate on how bad that knockout was, how he'll come back from it. Some fighters come back and they're absolutely fine. We're going to find out about Agrba now, because one thing I can tell you is this kid would have had to go soul-searching for sure. He's keeping a nice tight defense out of the southpaw style, but Shinima will recognise that knockout last time out and he'll want to exploit that, try and build on that.
And again, maybe early on is the time to test it. Try and check that chin, see how he's feeling physically, psychologically. Because to your point, Spence, maybe even Agrba doesn't know until he gets clocked again and figures and sees how he's going to respond.
Yep, that's exactly right, Ron, because right now, for Shinima, you go, right, let's just build on that. Don't let him get any confidence. Don't let him grow into this. You know, this is a good technical fighter that if he gets into a rhythm, he's difficult to beat. He's coming off that knockout. Let's open that box. You know, let's redo that. Let's build on that. And that's what Shinima will need to do. Show this guy no respect.
To your point, Spence, a lot of fighters aren't the same. Thinking of some notable ones who have been the same when suffering ruinous knockouts. And that's not to over-egg things, but I do urge you to go and dig out the fight between Agrba and Ruben Nestor Neri Munoz, because it was a devastating finish. Roberto Duran came back after being iced by Tommy Hearns, got back to his Hall of Fame level once again. Manny Pacquiao, after he was iced in the final of his 4 fights against Juan Manuel Marquez, got back from the face-first knockout and resumed his Hall of Fame career once again. But for some fighters, Spencer, you say they're never the same. We're going to find out tonight how Agrba responds after getting back into the ropes arena after such a devastating KO defeat last time out.
Absolutely. We remember the first time Olympic champion Audley Harrison got knocked out by Michael Sprott as well. He was never the same. He went gun-shy. Every time he boxed, he looked like a rabbit in the headlights. It can have that effect. Agrba will be very, very pleased that he got through that first round. And that will be a confidence booster for him for sure. But Shinima will want to build on this now. He's going to have to pick up the pace somewhat, because Agrba was allowed to control things maybe in that opening round.
So Shinima, wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold, his 2 losses have come when fighting outside of his homeland, and both of them in rather unusual circumstances. He picked up a horrific cut when fighting in Albania in March of last year. Cut in the first round. It looked to be from an accidental clash of heads from my perspective, and eventually that contest, that injury, caused the fight to be stopped at the end of the 4th round in a contest scheduled for 6. He didn't go to the scorecards, and so that was how his first loss was inflicted. And then he traveled to South Africa, Kempton Park, where he faced off against Brandon Tice for the vacant WBC Africa Junior middleweight title, and it was, well, again, I urge you to dig out the fight and take a look. He's convinced that he was a victim of home cooking. He's the away fighter here tonight, and so he said that promised all his fans, because he is a popular figure in the Namibian capital of Windhoek and beyond throughout the Southern African nation. He said that he's learned from that, and he won't want to let it go to such a tight verdict once again. But he's being rather circumspect so far as he seeks to play counter-puncher against the southpaw Agrba.
Yeah, you can't afford to play counter-puncher against the southpaw. Coming off a knockout defeat, you have to take that play away from him, take control, punches in bunches, close the gap and let the shots go, because Agrba is one of those guys that's technically sound, as you're seeing here. That was a nice uppercut from Shinima. That was a shot that he needs to try and build on, but Agrba, as I say, is technically very sound. He likes to get into a rhythm, and every second that ticks by here, he's gaining a little bit more confidence back. You've got to try and take that away from him. And Charles Shinima is not really doing that yet.
So inside the final minute of this round, it's Shinima on the front foot, possesses a beautiful left jab. Agrba circumnavigating the ring, takes a good right cross to the body. Oh, that's a nice right uppercut through the middle from Shinima. Then went in search of the right cross against the southpaw. Thrusting jab to the body twice in quick succession from Agrba, then tucking up behind high-held gloves. Boxing well, keeping his composure, but it's a good thing that he shot out the punches when he did, because prior to that, you could say that he had a little bit of a skittish quality about his boxing as he's skating around the outside of the boxing ring. And if you're going to box like that, which is a skill in itself, sometimes you've got to plant your feet, hold your ground, and back up your opponent, because the judges can sense or perceive that as you're trying to nick the contest rather than box your way to a victory.
Yeah, and that was a good last 30 seconds there from Shinima, who really upped the ante, didn't he? I think he must have heard us here at ringside, and he heard that there was no sense of urgency. He was giving Agrba too much space, and Shinima actually picked it up with that last 30 seconds to go. Shot selection was good. That right hand through the middle, which is the key shot against the southpaw. He landed it. I love the uppercut on the inside as well. Maybe done enough to win that round. Agrba was on the move a lot more. He was being forced to work at a pace maybe he didn't want to work at. And Shinima done the right stuff there, applying the pressure. That's exactly what he needs to do. So no one really got a foothold on this contest so far. Action has been quite close, both guys feeling each other out, but let's just see now if Shinima can build on that and pick up the pace here in round 3.
So Khariton Agrba onto the front foot to begin this third round out of that southpaw stance, and perhaps his coach has told him what we sensed in the closing stages of the second, where he was skating around the perimeter of the ring. Let's see what Charles Shinima's like when he's placed on the back foot, and Agrba well capable of that. Wonderful right hook to the body out of that southpaw stance. But to your point, Spence, before Shinima got active, Agrba will have been processing all of this information just to get a feel of Shinima. And Shinima, has he let that moment pass where doubts were perhaps bedeviling the mind of Khariton Agrba after that knockout defeat last time out? Shinima going through the gears, working the body beautifully, particularly behind that left hand, which is sinking beneath the right elbow of Agrba, and keeping the attack going, keeping composed in the pocket. Beautiful movement to slip and slide by dipping at the knees and bending at the waist from Agrba, making a lot of these shots miss as he momentarily attacks the half cover guard and comes back with a beautiful right hook to the body of his own beneath the left elbow of Shinima.
Yep, he needed that Agrba, but I think tactically he's got it wrong by trying to push himself forward, because that's where Shinima likes to be. He likes to be in the pocket. That's where he gets off. He's technically not as good as Agrba, and Agrba needs to use those technical advantages to his ability. Keep it behind the southpaw jab, put the shots go, don't sit there, don't get too greedy. And for me, by pushing forward, that may be just playing into the hands of Shinima, who likes it rough, who likes it tough. And there's that right hand through the middle from Shinima. This is heating up this contest.
Shinima's turned southpaw now, so it's an all left-handed affair just beyond the halfway stage of this third round. Reaching for the southpaw right, but not finding the range is Agrba. 4 right jabs flicked out by Shinima, and then looking for the right-left. Agrba, wonderfully decorated boxer, 2-time national championship silver medalist in the Russian vest in 2017 and 2018, and they are very hard to come by, given how deep boxing runs in Russia. 2019 European Games silver medalist, they lost to Great Britain's Pat McCormack in the gold medal bout. Pat McCormack, of course, went on to take Olympic silver the following year, or the following Olympics, in the delayed games of 2021, and is currently an undefeated pro, but he was denied the #1 spot in the Russian vest by the peerless Andrei Zonkovoy, the 2019 World Championship gold medalist and the Olympic bronze medalist in London and Tokyo. But that's a measure of Khariton Agrba's credentials and the schooling that he brings to the professional rank.
Yep, and that's what he needs to stick to in the professional ranks, using and executing those boxing skills out of that southpaw stance as he tries to push forward and take the fight away from Shinima. Shinima throwing a good right hand to the body. Now a close round there, isn't it? Like, what do you go for? What do you like? Agrba changed tactics there, went on the front foot, but he was, to his credit, getting success there as well. I think that Shinima really should have tried to exploit that a little bit more by standing there and punching with him. Maybe he gave up too much ground there. It's going to be interesting to see how this fight unfolds. Moving forward here, very close fight. Agrba maybe just with his nose in front for me, but no means right. Shinima off. Here's White. Some of the action just falling short with that 1-2. That's where he was boxing out of the orthodox stance, but he chose to switch southpaw midway through that round. But look at these shots there. Lovely shots. The hook out the southpaw stance from Agrba, and the jab, the stiff jab through the middle. Shinima just falling short with his own work there.
So we move to into the fourth round then. Khariton Agrba out to center ring, peering from behind gloves that are held high. Shinima back in the orthodox stance after spending a large portion of round number 3 as a southpaw. Going for the double jab, both chest and abdomen, looking for lead right hooks from behind those high-held gloves is Khariton Agrba, who's back in the ring 93 days after being knocked out cold. We've posed questions about his mindset, but he appears to be sure-footed and confident as he goes about his work in the opening minute of this 4th round, Spencer.
Yep, very close contest we've got here. Looking to get back to ways after being sensationally knocked out in his last contest. How is it going to affect his confidence? Well, he seems to be dealing with it quite well. He's not shy to throw his punches. He's sitting in the pocket somewhat. But Shima, he's a tough customer who is here to win as well. Agrba is the guy with the amateur pedigree, the amateur experience. He boxes well out of the southpaw stance, and he's now on the front foot, maybe gaining the confidence that has been missing since that knockout defeat.
So Shinima backed up to a corner and pinned there for perhaps the longest time in the entire contest, briefly back to the space of center ring before finding himself and his back on the strands once again. So just beyond the halfway stage is Agrba, possesses such a wonderfully educated jab. Shinima possesses a sharp left jab of his own as he seeks to keep his foot on the outside of the lead right leg of Agrba, but look at him come forward behind the double jab left cross saw him inaccurate. In addition to his boxing activity, Agrba has a master's degree in economics from Rostov State University of Economics. So no doubt putting the prize funds available as each man scores with backhands, but the prize money available on IBA.PRO stages and the professional ranks as well to good use by utilizing that master's degree in economics.
Yeah, nice tight guard still from Agrba. He's boxing nicely, but the pressure coming from Shinima here, who switches to southpaw again himself there. He's trying to make things difficult for Agrba, who's pushing forward. Good right hook there from Agrba. And again with a hook, and that was good work. Shinima tries to respond, but misses wildly.
10 seconds.
So closing 10 seconds. Alexei Kozlov reminding them, in addition to a 10-second clapper, both men landing stiff single shots in the closing stages of that round.
Yeah, close contest, as I say. It's going to be another one. With these rounds being so close, subjective scoring, what you like, what you're going for. Agrba has been boxing well, growing in confidence as these rounds go on, showing no signs of any sort of deterioration from that last knockout that he had, and this some of the action in that fourth round. And it was good. Shinima was having moments, but so was Agrba. Good counter hook there from Shinima as Agrba leads off with a cross of his own. But like I say, Ron, very close rounds. No one really grabbed this one by the scruff of the neck. It's going to be interesting to see we go here in round 5.
Remember this contest. Mention the fact that Charles Shinima's first defeat came in March of 2024 when he was on a retirement after picking up a cut on the road in Albania. Sviridchenkov, the undefeated boxer at light middleweight, bounced back with a devastating knockout win in the Namibian capital Win Hoek against an overmatched boxer. Confidence back after starting his first, and that was against Stefanos Joshua, who was without a win in his pro career in his fourth fight, with a left hook and then hitting with the Julian Jackson celebration, pointing his thumbs down while his man was out on the canvas. Cold-blooded celebration and getting back to winning ways from Shinima, and it was that shot he just launched there, the left hook, which did the damage in such fashion as he got back to winning ways after suffering his first pro loss.
Yep, Shinima does carry that power, and he's looking for the knockout here as he stalks forward, trying to break through the nice defense of Agrba, who's moving constantly, switching, rotating from side to side. Oh, it's good work there from Agrba. Nice combination, solid, pinning his man in the corner.
Picking his spots, Agrba not getting greedy after his success. But again, you get the sense that you're watching a man growing. Oh, look at that for a ramrod right jab. But Shinima comes back and scores with his own straight punches. But Agrba, you get the impression that he's learning on the job here as he launches a roundhouse southpaw left and then keeps the attack going to make it a two-phase attack. And some of that cluster of punches in the second phase did get through the defenses of Shinima.
Yep, Shinima just boxing a little one-dimensional here. Needs to do something a little different against this slick Agrba, who's moving constantly from left to right, boxing out that southpaw stance, keeping his hands nice and tight. Movement's quite good from the waist as well. Shinima really needs to punch with him here and try and be a little bit more creative than he's being. Jab again there, just falling short from Agrba. There we see the 1-2, that was nice, and that's the difference in this contest now, that Agrba's getting off of his shots, that split second, too much. And Shinima, for the first time, showing maybe signs of frustration.
Doing a really good job of scoring with these raiding attacks is Agrba. Shinima always in the contest as he scores with a good stab jab to the body. Closing seconds of this fifth round. Agrba scores with another thrusting jab to the body. Counter right hand not too far away from Shinima. Respectful tap exchange between the two. We're at the halfway stage of this contest, scheduled for 10.
Yep, very interesting contest. Agrba, as we can see here in the corner, taking the instructions. They look calm, they look happy with what's going on. Let's take a look at the action in that 5th round. Agrba, for me, doing the better work as he pins Shinima in the corner. Flurries of punches, nothing really landing, but it will definitely catch the judge's eyes in rounds that are going close, and you're looking for it to go which way you're going to go. There was a nice body shot went in there from Agrba, but Shinima come back with shots of his own. He's by no means out of this, Shinima, but what I will say is he needs to start doing something a little different. He has the capabilities. Let's see if he can implement them.
So into the second half of this contest we go. Agrba marching out purposely to the middle of the boxing ring. Now looking to sit down on his shots bench, leading off with that left cross out of the southpaw stance, following it up with the right hand lead. Excuse me, with the right jabs. Shinima being kept occupied by that busy lead right stick that Agrba's thrusting out. There's a nice left-right combination scored by Shinima.
Yep, nice work by Shinima, and he needs it. He's got to push forward. Agrba, again, he's in a rhythm now. He's in a rhythm. Everything behind that southpaw jab. Shots are flowing after that. Shinima, by no means out of this. More than capable. But this needs to do something now slightly different. Not be allowed to be put on the back foot like he was there and hit with flurries of punches. This is where he needs to take the play away here from Agrba. Put him on his back foot. Set the traps. Let's see something a little different here.
Approaching the halfway stage of this round, and look at the dynamism in the boxing of Khariton Agrba now, using the space of the boxing ring, going walkabout on his own terms. Look at how he's beyond punching range, hands down just a little bit, and as he creeps across the canvas, getting back into range, breaks the standoff with a jab to the body. So Shinima back in the southpaw stance, flicking out a darting jab from his own belt line, but look at that altogether more authoritative jab, snapped out in double fashion to the body of Shinima, who then misses, who causes the next jab to miss by employing good head movement before coming back with a 1-2 of his own.
Yeah, good boxing display from both guys here. The IQ is high for sure, but look at this here. That's the difference between these two at the moment. Agrba with those slight flurries, those slight bursts of flurries, sorry. And that's where the rounds are won and lost here. The range has been found by Agrba as well with that southpaw jab. The Shinima now, it's all for him to change this up. He has to do something, find something different, because the rounds are slipping away from him. Yes, they are close rounds, but they are slipping away with combinations like that.
Even when Shinima's back was to the ropes, Agrba still managed to change angles in front of him, because he started the combination in front of the man and finished it to his side. And Shinima, as Spencer Oliver has pointed out, is in this round. I just don't think he's done enough to win this round unless he does something dramatic and drastic in the closing 15 seconds or so. Pinned in the neutral corner on the far side of the ring from our commentary position. But it's Agrba who again has just settled into a groove the more we have gone into this contest, and Shinima perhaps being a little bit too passive, but then easier said than done to change that when you've got the presence and pressure of a man from Khariton Agrba standing just inches away from him.
That's the big problem, Ron, that when you've got someone like Agrba, who's a well-seasoned amateur that brings those skill sets into the professional ranks, out that southpaw style, not sitting still for a second, unpredictable as he throws those shots in bunches as well. It's very difficult for a fighter like Shinima, who's yet very capable, but likes a guy to sit in the pocket so he can get off with his shots, and he's just trying to figure that out. Easier said than done, trust me, with these guys that can be very, very, what's the word I'm looking for, annoying really. Peppering that southpaw jab, coming with the flurries, and then moving again. You just got to try and make them work when they don't want to work so that you can get them to stay still in those later rounds. That's the game plan for Shinima. Does he want to draw this guy into a dogfight in the last quarter of the contest? Let's see.
Well, we mentioned the 3-round IBA boxing credential that Khariton Agrba brought into the professional ranks. He was very much a prospect who was heavily invested into. And when I say invested, as Spencer Oliver will tell you, that means you get the promotional backing, you get the matchmaking. He was being written up in Ring magazine from the moment he turned professional. And in his 9th contest, he had a terrific victory over the former world champion Julius Ndongo, former IBF super lightweight champion of the world, scoring a 3rd-round knockout in his 9th bout in 2022. So he was that guy with the backing, being built. But as you said, one lapse in concentration changed his trajectory. Not that he's no longer the guy that he was, but the game of snakes and ladders often the professional boxing business, and losses like that can really set back the trajectory that was being mapped out by the men and women in the Khariton Agrba business.
Absolutely, it's all about now the rebuilding process, going back to the gym, soul searching, and really seeing if that's the moulding of a fighter, because a loss is not the end of a fighter, it can be the making of a fighter, and we're going to find out about Agrba on that loss. Like Ron said, heavily backed, high hopes for him. Let's see now if that has given him the kick up the backside that was needed to develop him into a great fighter. Well, guess what? He's in against a capable fighter in Shinima here, and he's delivering so far. He's doing what he had to do. He's answering the questions, and that's what we needed answering.
And look at the variety that he's demonstrating, because comes into range behind high hands, counted on the way out by Shinima, but he's doing an outstanding job getting the better of these exchanges and showing good variety, boxing on the back foot, nice head movement as demonstrated there, relaxing those hands by putting them down by his waist when he's out of punching range, and then launching raiding attacks with quick-fisted flurries. And all of these little things, these examples of ring generalship as Shinima pressing forward behind that southpaw right jab, reaching for a left cross there, but it's taking the round with bursts of quality that Khariton Agrba is doing thus far from probably about the 3rd round on.
Yeah, Shinima was certainly in the contest after 3 rounds, but is now finding himself falling round after round, and that's because of the movement from Agrba from side to side. He's confusing a guy and making him now look a little bit one-dimensional, Shinima. And this is another round that has been pretty similar to every round really from the 3rd round on, where he's dominating behind the jab, and that old saying, if it's not broke, don't fix it. This is down to Shinima now to change, because he's only got a couple of rounds to do it, and he's going to have to dig deep here.
So Charles Shinima is going to have to do something different, because he's almost falling into a trap of following Khariton Agrba around the boxing ring rather than cutting off the boxing ring. But Agrba is doing a wonderful job planting his feet when he chooses to, but sticking and moving just like he's demonstrated there, Spence, moving laterally to his right while scoring with that right jab.
Yeah, it's been a boxing masterclass really, and there was a lot of questions about Agrba coming into this one. The guy that they were building up so much, had that fight, had that dog been knocked out of him? Well, the answer is no. He seems to have gone back. He's soul searching, rebuilt himself in the gym. He's come out, and so far I say, he's been punch perfect.
Agrba onto the front foot to back Shinima into the corner. Again, Agrba on the front foot now, just seeking to turn up the tempo in the opening 30 seconds of this 8th round, letting his punches go at a higher tempo. Shinima recognizes that. Look at him respond with good variety. 2-shot salvo down to the body. Still very much in this contest is Charles Shinima. I just don't think he's doing enough to be winning the contest at this point. But he's got time to turn it around. But he's going to need to do something drastic in the final 2.5 rounds that remain.
Yeah, he certainly is, Ron. He's going to need at least a couple of knockdowns for me to turn this one around, and I think he knows that now. There's an air of desperation around his work, or a sense of urgency for anyway. As he's looking for that opening, he's trying to draw Agrba on that front foot. So he's there in range and he can get off with shots of his own. It's going to be interesting if he can do that as he boxes Shinima now out of that southpaw stop. Lands the left cross there. That was nice. Can he build on it? Agrba fully focused. Looks nice and composed. And you just feel he's now really 2.5 rounds away from getting back to winning ways. But that could sound like not a lot. But trust me, 7.5 minutes of fighting, anything can happen as fatigue sets in. The physicals leave you, becomes the mental battle. And we're going to see all of that unfold in the next couple of rounds for sure. As Agrba again gets in control on that front foot.
So a minute remaining, and again, Charles Shinima continuing to compete, but look at that as he chose to punch with Agrba. It was Agrba who got the better of the exchange, and now working both head and body beautifully, doubling him over with those straight spearing shots to the body of the man from Namibia. And look at Shinima breathing through an open mouth. There's a swelling appearing around his right eye as well. You know, oh, that's a beautiful little left uppercut turned underneath on the inside out of the southpaw stance from Agrba, and snapping out that right jab with real accuracy. Been a torrid round this one for Shinima. He's competed, but again, he's not doing enough as now Agrba has turned orthodox. Now back in a southpaw stance, switching his feet as he walked in and thrusted out a right jab to the body and swiveling the head of Shinima with a quick-fisted cluster, drawing that coming together.
Yeah, beautiful stuff this from Agrba, who's now oozing confidence. Shot selection's brilliant, and it's now Shinima who has to go soul-searching. He's the one in there now that is asking himself questions. It's a slow, ponderous walk back to the corner. And I'll tell you something, this is where the trainer really has to earn his money. All the hard work's been done in the gym. If there's been no stone unturned, that corner man now, it's not about feeling sorry for yourself, mate. This is about picking you up. Do you want this? That will be the questions that are being asked in the corner of Shinima. How much do you want this? Because this fight is slipping away from you, son. And this is the reason why some of the action there in that 7th round.
How accurate was that right hand in just being so disruptive when Shinima was thinking and setting to throw something, being flipped by quick clusters like that.
Yeah, the accuracy has been on point tonight from Agrba. Here we go, round number 9. 2 rounds to go. And it's going to be a tough couple of rounds, Ron, for Shinima for sure.
So Agrba stalking his man to begin the round. Right from the opening bell, Shinima being forced to the perimeter of the ring, and that's where Agrba spent a large portion of the first 2, maybe 2.5 rounds. But my goodness, as he's got to grips with the style and tendencies of Shinima, he has very much been the governor in terms of the tempo and territory at which this contest is being fought. It's been a very good display, and Shinima, as you'd expect from a man who was the national champion of the entire continent of Africa, knows his way around the ring. Khariton Agrba bringing his credentials to the fore, and is just slowly developed in belief and confidence as the contest has progressed. And in many respects, despite Shinima's best efforts, has pushed him to the periphery of this contest the more we have gone into it. But he's still in there competing, which means that he's still dangerous with a minute and change gone in the 9th round.
Yeah, absolutely. Shinima won't lose hope, that's for sure, because he will want to get something out of this contest. But I'll tell you what, Agrba could have been excused if he took an easier fight than this one for a comeback after a shocking knockout defeat. But he chose Shinima, who's a tough, very capable, winning fighter. And I tell you, he's delivering it. He's doing a great job. He's now on the front foot. He's switching from orthodox to southpaw. You know, that tells you this guy's in his comfort zone.
Back in his familiar southpaw stance now for a brief burst and cameo as an orthodox fighter, not something I've seen him do too often in his previous contest. As the face of Charles Shinima continues to swell and deform before our very eyes, that's making breathing more difficult. That's why his mouth is wide open, adding to his issues, as well as having a razor-sharp Khariton Agrba seeking to get back to winning ways here tonight. But then Shinima will tell himself, if Ruben Nest and Neri Munoz can do it, then maybe so can I do it. Because Agrba won the first round in what proved to be a brief night of action over 2 rounds, and there a couple of right-hand successes for Shinima, who, as you said, Spencer, will continue to have deep belief that he can find a winning shot he needs.
Yep, and that's all it is now. Deep belief that he can find something, salvage something here from a contest that started quite well for him, Shinima, but has slipped away from him round after round as Agrba, his confidence has built. We're seeing those silky skills that are taking him to this point so far in his career. It's been a solid performance from Agrba, and another round in the bank for the local man from Russia. Agrba with a 15-1 record, that sole defeat come in his last contest. We wondered what demons would be there, if there would be any demons there. We mentioned a couple of the fighters earlier who have suffered from demons, have never been able to get over them. You know, moving forward, it does happen to fighters, but not to this young man. Agrba has regrouped and round by round has rebuilt in many ways. And Shinima, who's a very capable fighter, has found himself on the end of a lot of punishment in this contest, and that's why those straight left hands through the middle, but more importantly, that ramrod jab he uses as a weapon as opposed to a rangefinder. That's the difference here.
So into the 10th and final round, that is what has been a really entertaining contest so far. Charles Shinima has gone the 12-round distance before. The last time he went 10 rounds, he was on the wrong end of what he felt was a hometown decision when he was outpointed by Brandon Tice in South Africa. He's going to need to finish this one inside the distance, surely, if he hopes to extend his winning streak after suffering that defeat 2 contests ago. So far, unless he is able to find that finish, it's going to be a case of Charles Shinima losing every time he steps out of his homeland of Namibia. But he's on the front foot here now, as intelligently Agrba just remaining cautious, never giving the impression that he's going to take out Shinima, because he's a magnificently conditioned fighter filled with a deep reservoir of belief, and so he's just remaining cautious and not really engaging other than on his own terms here throughout the first minute of this final round.
Yep, can always be a dangerous spot to be in this, the final round, when you're boxing someone like Shinima, who only has 2 defeats out of his 21 contests. 13 of those have come inside the distance, so the kid can whack for sure. So Agrba doing the sensible thing, hands held high, moving around the perimeter of the ring as he has been doing the whole contest, but not getting too greedy, not sitting in the pocket, because he's only now 1 minute 25 seconds away from a landslide victory. As we've seen in the past, certain fighters like Cole Froch, who I mentioned, knocking out Jermaine Taylor after being behind in a contest like this one, found it from somewhere. Can Shinima replicate that? We're going to find out in the next minute.
And remember, that's what Big John Tate did, the late great John Tate, against Hercules Mike Weaver in Tennessee. John Tate, well on his way to winning in a contest that was scheduled for 15. Mike Weaver found something and took him out in front of his home fans for a dramatic turnaround in what proved to be the final round of what was then a 15-round affair. Agrba appears to be altogether too switched on as he lets a cluster of punches go, then steps back into range behind a right jab, and now he is looking to put on a little bit of a grandstand finish for the fans here, backing up Shinima. Shinima seeking a right uppercut twice off the ropes in the closing stages of this final round.
Yep, great finish here. show-real finish in many ways from Kuzmin, who's been punch perfect from the opening bell. We've seen the confidence grow as the rounds have been going on. Shinima has been very impressive, stalking forward, looking for the win, but just maybe not got the capabilities that were required against a class operator like Kuzmin.
Khariton Agrba has boxed very well indeed on his return to the boxing ring. Just 93 days after being iced by a spectacular single left hook, and after being a little cagey and cautiously circumspect in the first couple of rounds, Khariton Agrba grew in confidence. Credit to Charles Shinima. His face was beginning to swell and disfigure as we went through the contest. But this man, Khariton Agrba, demonstrated his full repertoire at different junctures of that fight, Spencer. Switching orthodox, showing variety, changing angles on his man. I think it's going to be a unanimous point decision victory after he took the first couple rounds as a scouting mission, just seeing and feeling what Shinima had. He took advantage, perhaps take those first couple of rounds, but probably from around the third round onwards, you got the sense that Khariton Agrba found his groove and really did begin to show a wide range of the repertoire that he possesses as he seeks to rebuild and get back to the world title contention he was so close to before that setback some 93 days ago.
Yep, he was derailed and now very much back on track. Apologies, not Kuzmin. Agrba was what I was talking about. I was looked down in my book just as we were speaking. Saw Kuzmin hovering around there. But yeah, good performance by Agrba. It was punch perfect, wasn't it? With the demons that he had to fight. And trust me, guys, when I tell you this, when a fighter's been knocked out, it doesn't matter who you are, at what level you are, you have to go soul searching, you have to regroup, you have to deal with those demons on that ring walk, and you've got to take all that added pressure on your shoulders. When you're the guy that everyone's talking about, you go and get iced, and you've got to come back. There's a lot of pressure to take, and this young man, Agrba, has just done that. And he'd be very pleased with that performance. I thought it was a punch-perfect performance after a very cautious start, as you would expect. He got into a rhythm, he got into a groove, he stood there and traded with Shinima when he had to trade. Very, very impressive. And it's only a matter of time, and here we are.
Ladies and gentlemen, after the end of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Первый судья, George 1, 98-92, 98-92. Второй судья, George 2, 99-91, 99-91. И судья номер 3, George 3, 97-93, 97-93. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей победу одержал. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision, Khariton Agrba, Russia.
So Khariton Agrba returns to winning ways with a unanimous point decision victory over Charles Shinima of Namibia. A very accomplished performance over the distance of 10 3-minute rounds, and perhaps a fair reflection of the action that took place. With scores returned of 98-92, 99-91, might be a little bit wide, but I don't think there'll be too many complaints either way, and 92-93. But this part, Spencer, is where the whispers would have been rattling around the back of Khariton Agrba's mind. And Charles Matt did pose some questions in the opening round. I just wonder whether he perhaps rolled the dice a little bit more, fought with a little bit more abandon, just to see where Khariton Agrba was from a psychological and mentality point of view.
Yeah, I agree with that. Shinima will kick himself. Maybe he didn't apply the pressure the way that he should have applied the pressure. He did have his successes in bursts. He had his successes, nicked a couple of whilst doing that, allowed Agrba to slip into a rhythm, and that is the difficult thing to break with a fighter with the skill set as Agrba, who grew in confidence. And that was the other thing that he didn't need to do, allow this man to get that confidence back. He needed to jump on him early, show him no respect, and unfortunately for Shinima, that's what he done. Showed him the respect and allowed him to get into the fight. Great performance by Agrba. He'll be very pleased with that. Back to winning ways, back on track, which is the most important thing. And now for Shinima, he loses for the third time in a 22-fight career. Regroup time. See how he comes back.
That was the moment of confirmation. Khariton Agrba back on a winning track. Unanimous point decision victor. The game skillful Charles Shinima of Namibia.
Дамы и господа, вашему вниманию заключительный поединок предварительного карда. Специальный выставочный бой. 4-раундовое противостояние в весовой категории 69 килограммов. И первым в черный угол. Добро пожаловать, боец, представляющий Таджикистан и Россию. По прозвищу Камил Карате, Камariddin Khasanov.
Well, we've got a special attraction for you here now on IBA.PRO 10. Because buoyantly bouncing his way into the arena is Kamariddin Khasanov. Born in Tajikistan, fighting out of Moscow, hence those two flags draped over his shoulder. And this man is more commonly known to his legion of fans. He's got 803,000 followers on Instagram, more widely known as Kamil Karate. A prominent mixed martial artist, karate master as his nickname suggests, and he into the ring for his first encounter in the professional boxing ranks. It's a contest that's scheduled for 3-minute rounds against another mixed martial artist. And we'll get more into the genesis of this bout in just a few moments' time.
По прозвищу Wushu мастер Andrei Efimov.
And into the arena is another man preparing for his professional boxing debut, but just like Kamariddin Khasanov, Andrei Efimov is no stranger to the world of combat sport. Nicknamed the Wushu Master, the 30-year-old from Tiva in Russia. Martial arts Wushu, as his nickname suggests. He's an expert at that. He's been in the bare knuckle code as well, Spencer, and on his debut he iced his opponent with a chilling single left hook after about 30 seconds of blistering action. Won his follow-up bare knuckle encounter. So these two men know their way around the world of combat, but each are bringing their considerable social media followings and legions of fans to the noble art of the sweet science. Every time they've come together, there's been a little bit of friction, a little bit of back and forth, and here they are about to square off over 4 threes in the noble art of self-defense.
Он обладатель Кубка мира, призер чемпионата мира и победитель международных турниров по карате, обладатель черного пояса и многократный чемпион Таджикистана. Дамы и господа, приветствуйте! Kamariddin, Kamil карате Khasanov! А вот его соперник в золотом углу ринга. Ему 30 лет, его рост 175 сантиметров, а вес 69 килограммов ровно. Сегодня у него профессиональный дебют, но он победитель турниров «Стрелка» из Твери, Россия. Приветствуйте, Андрей, ушу-мастер Efimov! И с ударом гонга рефери Сергей Литунов.
So here a look at the tail of the tape. Both men weighing in on the 69-kilogram limit. That's 152 pounds in old money. Sergei Litunov, the third man in the ring.
Alex. Box.
So we're underway then. 4 3-minute rounds in a special attraction at 69 kilograms between two mixed martial arts masters squaring off as boxers for the very first time. The man wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold, looking a little bit loose as he goes in search of his own offense with those scything left hooks, is Kamariddin Khasanov, more widely known as Kamil Karate, 36 years of age, weighed in bang on the 69-kilogram limit. As is it, oh, there's a looping left hook which catches the close-cropped head of his opponent wearing white trunks trimmed with gold, and that is Andrei Efimov. And again, these two men have the heart for battle. They're proven fighting men, but here facing off for the first time under the strict Marquis of Queensberry rule, Spence, of 3 3-minute rounds, no hitting below their belt, no back fists, no elbows, no legs. This is strictly boxing, landing to the target area, no rabbit punches allowed.
Yep, this is all about bragging rights here. Both guys with big social media presence, and they will go in there, and I'll tell you what, you won't get maybe the skill set of some of the fights that we have seen, but you're going to get the entertainment backed up for sure, and these guys will definitely leave it all in there because, like I say, bragging rights, egos on the line, trust me, that makes you deliver.
So halfway through the opening round, Efimov just creeping forwards across the canvas, reaching for that left jab, but again, we're not here to criticize Spence, just observe as he hits the Billy Joe Saunders celebration that he rocked against David Lemieux, looking for the shot out of the ring, but look at the circuitous route those punches are taking from Kamil Karate, Kamariddin Khasanov. The hooks are coming back by the belt line, so too are the crosses, and if Efimov can exploit that, he could find himself with a wide open chin to tee off on.
Absolutely, Efimov pushing forward and looking for the opening. He's the one trying to force this. Khasanov, who's boxing on the back foot for the majority of this round, is just winging away, no real thought process around his work. And Efimov is the guy that is been more successful in this opening belt, walking forward, not a lot of head movement, walking in straight lines, but that's enough. Like that solid jab there was a scoring shot.
So Kamil Karate, Kamariddin Khasanov switching to orthodox now. Nice defensive use of the glove to get them up around his head to fend off the incoming fire from the left hand of Efimov. And then another forward foray, but then a sharp right hand over the top from Efimov, followed by a looping left hook. And he, as though he's saying to his man, stand and fight. He feels that Kamil Karate is on the run, on his bike, backing away from the action. And Efimov telling Kamil Karate to hold your ground and let's give these fans what they came to see.
Yeah, Efimov got off with a good start there. He landed the shots. He feels that he has the strength. Khasanov was on the move, and he was moving more and more as that round went on, and you just feel Efimov grew in confidence, and he was the better of the two, the more capable of the two in that opening round. Now here's the $1 million question. Khasanov Can he turn it around? Can he do something slightly different? Because it didn't work for him moving on the back foot and swinging with no thought process behind it at all. I get these guys have not been in a boxing ring before, so it is all new to them. So there's a respect from me for sure, because it takes a lot of courage to get in there. Yes, they have fought in different combats, but look at this now. Efimov oozing confidence. Here we go, round 2.
So beginning the second round, well, I was going to say as an orthodox boxer, it's Khasanov, but he's quickly switched back to the southpaw stance. Efimov in the white front, trimmed with gold, takes the right jab to the body, walking forward, letting looping shots go again is Kamil Karate, man in the black trimmed with gold. Mention the fact that Khasanov is born in Tajikistan but fights out of Moscow. There's a crunching, looping southpaw left landed by Khasanov. Efimov is actually born in Chechnya but fostered by a Russian family, so grew up in Russia. Very much regards himself as Russian. Again, these are two men with fervent fan bases amongst the social media crowd.
Yeah, and Efimov on the front foot, pushing forward, looking for the opening. Khasanov happy to move on the outside, but it looks like he's surviving at the moment, doesn't it? He's not really, no real ambition in there from Khasanov. I'd like to see him doing a little bit more. This is a 4-round contest, which means it's a sprint. You can't afford to lose the rounds. And to be fair, Efimov is the guy that he's chasing, the guy that's trying to make a contest of this one. But Khasanov is just not standing there. Good, nice little hook there from him, though, followed by the body shot. Let's see if he can build on that.
Trying to launch these raiding attacks is Khasanov. We've referenced the great Roy Jones Jr. on a couple of occasions tonight. And just like Roy Jones Jr., he released his album somewhat 20 odd years ago now, Spence. Kamil Karate, Kamariddin Khasanov, has also released a couple of singles, often raps his way towards the cage or the arena. He released a single in 2022 and another one in 2024, raps en route to his place of combat. And again, he brings that entertainment value, that swag, which has got his legions of almost 1 million fans on Instagram alone so engaged whenever he prepares to fight.
Well, let's see if he'll be singing on the way out of the ring, the exit, because Khasanov, for me, losing these first couple of rounds, and if he doesn't do something slightly different, you would suspect that that song that he sings on the way out will be quite a sad one. I don't think we'll be getting any rap tunes coming out anytime soon.
Rap can deal with disappointment and melancholy as well, Spence. Not all bravado and cars and money. Listen to the late great DMX and slipping. It can search the soul and show that softer side to the personality. But we digress. As Kamariddin Khasanov thinks that he's got the second round in the bag as he goes back to his black corner, all smiles after 2 completed rounds of action. He's adopting a back foot strategy here, Spence. The man, as you pointed out, looking to take it to him is Efimov, and sometimes the judges, well, they can reward aggression, but of course it has to be effective aggression. Just coming forward shouldn't be enough, but make no mistake, the front foot pressure being applied by this man.
Absolutely, Efimov, for me, doing enough for that reason on that front foot, trying to create the fight here, trying to make the fight here. He's landed a couple of stiff jabs on the way in. Efimov has had little success on the back foot. He's covered a lot of miles, that's for sure. You know, if you look at it. And for me, he needs to do something quite substantial here, Efimov, to gain the respect of Efimov.
So moving to the second half of this contest, scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds. Mentioned on his ring walk that the genesis of this contest was pretty interesting, because at the Golden Era event where Spencer was back in July in Istanbul in Turkey, a suited and booted Kamariddin Khasanov stood up in front of IBA president Mr. Igor He's coming forwards now, and a blistering roundhouse left followed by a right has put Kamariddin Khasanov face first on the canvas. He's beaten the count, but his legs have completely gone. And referee, Mr. Sergei Letunov, has waved it off. A terrific inside the distance victory fashioned by the hard-hitting Andrei Efimov. The moment he got him into the corner, there was the left hand, followed by a right, and he fell to the floor so hard the first thing to hit the canvas was his shoulder. Devastating knockout secured by Andrei Efimov. And in this heavily hyped battle between mixed martial artists, well, that final right hand practically put his eyeballs in orbit, and we have to hope that Kamariddin Khasanov is okay. But boxing on the back foot like that, when his back touched the ropes, there was nowhere for him to go, and his chin was up in the air like a weather vane, and cleanly picked off by that swooping final right hand from Andrei Efimov. And we mentioned the punches were coming back to the on-guard position in a rather circuitous fashion. That presented an open chin. We posed the question as to whether Efimov would be able to find it. And in the third round, well, he did exactly that, checking the chin and turning the lights out of Kamariddin Khasanov.
Yeah, Efimov was a good performance. He kept pressing, he was looking, he was gaining momentum. Khasanov, he come with a game plan, and that was to get on his bike and maybe nick the fight on the outside. He allowed his opponent to gain the confidence, gain the momentum, and look at him now, how pleased he is with that finishing two-punch combination that absolutely flattened his opponent. Khasanov, he gave it an effort, he gave it a go, but just wasn't good enough. Good to see him smiling, up on his feet. It was a crushing defeat. To see how he handles that one, gets over it. It could be a tough next week for him, but here we see the finish, the hook, the cross. They sort of come in. He didn't see it. Back was straight, head was up in the air. Boom, on the chin, and the final one landed flush. And Ron McIntosh pointed that one out. Hit the floor heavily, shoulder first, face first. He was never going to beat the count. Just thankfully, he's up, he's okay. I think he was asking his corner man if it was all over there. I don't think he even recognises where it was. It was a big knockout. But there's the victorious man.
Рефери поединка Сергей Летунов остановил бой через 34 секунды третьего раунда. Техническим нокаутом победу одержал Андрей Wushu Master Efimov.
So the winner by knockout in the third round of a contest scheduled for 4 is the Wushu master, Andrei Efimov, the 30-year-old from Tiva in Russia, prevailing over his bitter multi-combat rival Kamariddin Khasanov. Kamil Karate KO'd in the third round. An entertaining affair. There's Mr. Al Siesta, the CEO of IBA.PRO, ringside. We're going to hear from the Wushu master now.
Питер, приветствую всех! Короче, вот такое шоу получилось. Итак, значит, Питерская улица научила меня одному правилу. Если драка неизбежна, бить надо первым. Владимир Владимирович, с наступающим. Также спасибо Алсиесте, Умару Кремлеву, которые сделали это мероприятие. Спасибо, что позвали. Надеюсь, вам все понравилось. Что еще сказать? Всем спасибо. А ну-ка еще похлопайте, там вот это. Кайф, кайф, очень круто. Спасибо.
Добрый вечер. Всем ассаламу алейкум, Санкт-Петербург. Я специально сделал футболку нашего президента Эмомали Рахмон. Вчера был день рождения. Поздравляю. Также завтра будет президент России Владимир Владимирович Путин. Вместе мы сила. Россия вперед. Таджикистан бапеш. Спасибо за бой. Это у нас был дебютный бой. Ну, хотели 4 раунда показать, но что-то пошло не так. Выигрывал. Ну, ладно. Это нас делает сильнее. Спасибо всем. Россия вперед. Таджикистан бапеш и всем остальным людям. Нас объединяет только спорт. Никогда не разделяйте людей. Будьте мужчинами, защищайте женщин. И уважайте себя, и уважайте других. Спорт должен только объединять. Ты красавчик, молодец.
Я знаю, что ты работаешь руки, ноги, это твоя стихия, поэтому мы с тобой можем провести реванш, руки, ноги.
Он русский, я таджик. Видите, как мы общаемся? Русский вперед! Таджикистан, Бапеш! Также узбеки, казахи, кыргызы, чеченцы, дагестанцы. Давайте объединимся, как раньше наши в СССР дружили. Наши деды, прадедушки защищали нашу землю. Давайте объединимся, тоже будем защищать, чтобы нас боялись.
Ух, ну и речь, конечно. Я хотел бы обратиться, значит, у меня есть один соперник на примете, с которым у нас есть незаконченное дело. Мухаммед Хайбати, если ты здесь, выходи на ринг. Я хочу тебе бросить вызов по боксу. У нас должен был быть бой в Казахстане по ММА, но он сорвался. Поэтому, если ты где-то здесь, иди сюда. Кажется, его нету. Ну, на нет и сюда нет. Ну, вы меня услышали.
Итак, вот они.
So look at some of the action as we see Kamil Karate and the Wushu master making their way towards the ring. First of all, it's good to see, Spencer, that Kamil Karate is okay after suffering that heavy knockout. But as you said during the broadcast, kudos for both of them to getting into the ring in an unfamiliar combat environment. And they produced an entertaining spectacle for as long as it lasted.
Yep, it's impressive from both guys. Show a lot of courage to get in the ring. They're out their comfort zone. They have huge social media presence, so that brings added pressure to perform. And it was a good performance from both guys. They delivered, put on a great spectacle. Let's see what they both do next, what they both choose to do next. But yep, thoroughly entertaining.
We mentioned how this contest came to be at the same Golden Era event where Spencer was in Turkey back in July. This man, Kamil Karate, suited and booted, took the microphone, addressed IBA President Mr. Umar Kremlev and said, put me on into Tajikistan, where he is a star and they host plenty of IBA.PRO events in Dushanbe. Couldn't get on the bill in Tajikistan, but he got on the bill here in this special attraction in St. Petersburg against the Wushu master Andrei Efimov. And again, it's that type of innovative thinking and opportunity that IBA.PRO stage boxing will seek to provide boxers from various disciplines of combat sport. But make no mistake, the majority of the bouts are contested between high-quality operators, many of whom have lengthy credentials in the 3-round format of IBA boxing. And that will be epitomized by the man who will step into the ring for our next contest, because it will be none other than the reigning 2-time Olympic champion at super heavyweight, the 2-time world champion and undefeated professional Bahadur Jalolov, returning to the boxing ring after his successful exploit in Paris, where he retained the Olympic crown last year. And we'll ruminate more on the return of Bahadur Jalolov after this mid-bout entertainment. So stay with us from the SNK Arena in St. Petersburg as we continue with our action here on IBA.PRO 10. Test, test, test.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, добрый вечер и добро пожаловать на КСК Арену, где IBA.PRO представляет вам 10-й международный турнир по боксу Bad City IBA.PRO Санкт-Петербург с главным событием вечера Кузмин против Халидова. И прежде, чем первая пара основного карда поднимется в ринг, позвольте представить вам официальных лиц. Генеральный директор IBA.PRO Ал-Сиеста, супервайзер турнира Олег Агеев, супервайзер IBA.PRO Максим Чертыковцев, судьи и рефери, Сергей Летунов, Ираклий Малазония, Сергей Журкин, Алексей Козлов и Алексей Мешалкин. Судья хронометрист Андрей Скороходов, врач турнира Виктория Гамбеева. Итак, дамы и господа, официальные лица готовы, боксеры готовы. А готов ли Питер к битве? Фанаты Его Величества бокса во всем мире, вы готовы? В прямом эфире с КСК Арены на телеканале Матч ТВ Bad City IBA.PRO Санкт-Петербург. И вашему вниманию 8-раундовый поединок в супертяжелом весе. И первым в черный угол добро пожаловать боксер из Владикавказа. Встречайте, Виталий Гудухов.
Well, welcome once again, or good evening if you're just joining us from the SK Arena in St. Petersburg in Russia as we continue with the fight action from IBA.PRO 10. It's been a magnificent bill of bouts so far, and the action continuing thick and fast here as we move up to the heavyweight division. And here is Vitaly Kudukov, 36 years of age, from Vladikavkaz in Russia, former participant in the WSB. Commentated on him back in the day in that 5-round format where the top Olympians faced off against one another. Back on the IBA.PRO stage after making his debut in January of this year. More on that in a moment. And here is a man who needs no introduction, the big Uzbek, Bahadur Jalolov, 31 years of age. Here's the man from Uzbekistan. Brings a perfect professional fight record to the ring, but more impressively, more imposingly, more significantly, the two-time reigning back-to-back Olympic super heavyweight champion, the two-time world champion in the 3-round format as well, the southpaw 6'7" giant, the best boxer in the world, stepping over that top rope like Thunderlips as he makes his way back into the boxing ring to face off against the teeth-tough veteran in the form of Vitaly Kudukov. Bahadur Jalolov back in the boxing ring once again.
Ему 36 лет, его рост 185 сантиметров, а вес 101,5 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд 7 побед, включая 3 победы нокаутом при 3 поражениях. Дамы и господа, он мастер спорта международного класса, победитель первенства мира и первенства Европы среди юниоров, победитель 8-ки короли нокаутов из Владикавказа, Россия. Приветствуйте, Виталий Гудухов. А вот и его соперник в золотом углу ринга. Ему 31 год. Его рост 2 метра ровно, а вес 112,7 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд безупречен. 15 побед, включая 14 побед нокаутом и ни одного поражения. Дамы и господа, двукратный олимпийский чемпион Токио 2020 и Париж 2024, чемпион мира 2019 и 2023, чемпион Азии, победитель азиатских игр в супертяжелом весе из Ташкента, Узбекистан. Приветствуйте, Бахадир, большой узбек, Каsanov, не знающий поражений.
So there, a look at the tail of the tape. Bakadir Jalolov, 5 years younger, 16 centimeters taller, because according to my measurements, unless you shrunk Spencer, he's 201 centimeters tall, and a considerable advantage in weight as well. Mr. Referee, Mr. Sergei Zhurkin with the final instruction.
Box.
So we're underway then. This is super heavyweight action scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds. The southpaw wearing the black trunks. Are they black Spencer or dark green? I'm not quite sure. I think they're green trunks trimmed with gold. And that is Bakadir Jalolov, the big Uzbek. 2.01 meters tall, weighing in at 112.7 kilograms. Sharp shooting southpaw who comes to the boxing ring as the reigning 2-time Olympic champion, as a 2-time world champion. I was ringside, as was Spencer, in Paris at Roland Garros last year to see him claim his second consecutive super heavyweight gold. And at the conclusion of that tournament, which was the final day of the Olympics, if you remember, Spence, he emulated the gesture of his fellow Olympic great Mian Lopez, the 5-time Olympic wrestling champion from Cuba, who placed his boots in the middle of the wrestling circle. The big Uzbek Bakadir Jalolov placed his jersey in the middle of the Olympic boxing ring beneath the lights at Roland Garros at the Court Philippe Chatrier, suggesting that he may well have called time on the 3-round format of his boxing career. Will he now begin to make a run at the top prize as a professional? He's an undefeated pro, Spence, 15 wins out of 15, going the distance for the first time on his return to action in April of this year. And he's facing off against Vitaly Kudukov, former WSB participant, and he was a national championship silver medalist, losing to Sergei Kuzmin in the national final some 15 years ago. First of multiple titles for Sergei Kuzmin, but that an idea of this man's credentials in the 3-round format. And as you can see, to make up for his lack of bulk and inches against Bakadir Jalolov, he's bringing the fight to the big Uzbek, but he's picked off by a southpaw bolo left hand, followed by a stiff right jab.
Yeah, Kardukov is going to find it very, very difficult, because he's going to have to close that space. As we know with Jalolov, he's an excellent campaigner, brilliant boxer. That's what took him to win 2 gold medals at different times in the Olympics. We was very fortunate, myself and Ron McIntosh, to be there at ringside in Paris last year and witness something very, very special. He's done nothing wrong as a pro so far, and this is why, boxing out the southpaw stance. He's long, he's rangy, spins off his shots so well. Kardukov just landed a little shot there. That will give him a little glimmer of hope. But, yeah, it's a good performance by Jalolov, and looking forward to seeing him progress in the professional ranks. One thing we don't know about him is, can he tough it out when it gets late? When you get into those penultimate rounds and the physicalities leave you and it becomes a mental battle? We will find all that out, but he's certainly a big, big prospect.
So closing seconds of the opening round, and there's the bell. And to pick up on the point that Spencer Oliver, the former European super bantamweight champion and my verbal sparring partner tonight, to pick up on the point that he was making, he was back in the ring for the first time since we commentated on him in in Paris, Spencer, in April of this year, and he's put Igor Serabjutsky to the floor in the 3rd round, but he got back on his feet, and Jalolov had to do exactly what you described. He had to tough it out and win over 10 rounds, because remember, he entered Paris as a 14-fight professional, 14 fights, 14 wins, 14 knockouts, so he did tick that box on his return to action in April of this year, his first bout since Paris 2024.
Stop, stop. Stand back. Box.
So into the second round then, start of the year. Bitterly cold night in January. I was in Yerevan at the Karin Demirchant Sports Complex in the Armenian capital to see Vitaly Kudukov fight against David Chalayan, the World Championship silver medalist from the Belgrade edition in 2021. I was ringside to see David Chalayan, the towering soldier from the Armenian army, box his way to the silver medal rostrum. And just as he's doing here, Vitaly Kudukov brought a rough, tough, rugged approach to the boxing ring. Probably didn't win a round without wishing to be unkind, but he was there at the end of a contest scheduled for L8, still pitching away and still making Chalayan work, and he's bringing those same roughhouse barroom brawl tactics to the chest, quite literally, of the Olympic two-time champ.
Yeah, you're totally right there, to the chest, or maybe just beneath the chest, if I'm honest. Kudukov is tough as they come, as you can see, and he's going to have to be here against Jalalov, who's tall, rangy, carries a good whack as well, and it's going to be a tough, tough night. Lovely 1-2 through the middle there from Jalalov. Can he build on that as the right hand goes? And already Kudukov looking a little one-dimensional, isn't he?
They has that quality of being as tough as they come. Mentioned the fact that he fought for the Russian team in the 5-round format of World Series boxing. And of course, things have evolved in IBA boxing since that time. But during that run, he fought against Vasily Levitt, where he lost on a disqualification. That was on the road in Astana. Fought against Erislandi Savon in Havana in Cuba. Beat Filip Hrgovic over 5 rounds. Lost to Magomedrazul Majidov over 5 rounds. Lost against Clemente Russo in the team final at the KSK Arena in London in 2012. I was ringside for that, in the team final of World Series boxing. But that is an idea of the caliber that this 36-year-old veteran has fought over the course of his IBA boxing career. He's been in with the very best, never shied away from competition, and my goodness, he's in with one of the very best to ever do it, as the loose-limbed Uzbek continues to pepper him with long shots out of that southpaw stance.
Yep, Jalalov boxing well here, lovely 1-2s. And let's see if we go through the gears as we go through the rounds, because Kudukov is going to find things very, very difficult. He's doing the best of his ability, and that is by stalking forward, looking to get inside and land that single shot. But I'm not sure that's going to be enough against Jalalov, who's a seasoned campaigner, who has had that experience in the professional ranks as well, and will be looking to get a victory here and move on to bigger and better things and fast tracks as well. I think that's where we're at right now with Jalalov. You will be hearing, he is world ranked at the moment in certain governing bodies. We will be hearing a lot more of his name, but it's going to be interesting to see how the next 12 months pan out for him, because he is a big name who maybe people don't really want to mix, because as you've seen there in those opening couple of rounds, he's awkward, he's a southpaw, very loose, elusive, puts the shots together well. All that you don't want to box in a professional fighter.
So all of the highlights and credentials Spencer Oliver has pointed out, but this man you know will be there competing until the very end. As you see some of the action from that round, Spencer. And Vitaly Kudukov, when I was there in Armenia in January, it's almost as though Chalayan accepted that Kudukov was going to be there, and so he had to step off the gas because he hit him with everything. And the man kept on coming and was still in his face and still in his chest and still putting the laces of his gloves into his face, looking to make it as rough and tough as possible. Will he seek to apply similar tactics here today? As off the back foot, which has become such a characteristic of Jalalov's boxing, and just flicking out that southpaw right jab. But when it lands with 112 kilograms behind it, and he pivots off that back foot to encore the left cross, he can be a devastating puncher. In addition to his global honors, I was there at the Humo Arena in Tashkent to see him claim his second World Championship gold, but you see he's been made to look uncomfortable. And just as we said, Spencer, forearms, laces, heel of the gloves, everything going into the face of Jalalov from Kudukov.
Yep, welcome to the professional boxing ranks. If the referee's not going to pull you up on it, you're going to get away with it. It's called the fight game. You know, that's what they do in there. If they can get away with the tactics, they certainly will. And Kudukov He's absolutely trying to do that. He's trying to, you know, mix up or mess up the game plan here of Jalolov, who's been boxing very nicely, but very within himself. And what we need to see, this could be excellent matchmaking here by Team Jalolov, because he's got a guy here in Kadukov who is very tough, as Ron McIntosh has pointed out there, and he's there until the final bell. And I think for Jalolov and his team, this is all about making a statement. Let's get rid of this guy who's teaked up, known to go the distance. And can they do that? But guess what? Jalolov has got different ideas. Kadukov, sorry, has got different ideas. Look how he's roughing his man up here and trying to make this ugly, and that's exactly what he's got to do.
So just beyond the halfway stage of this third round. Again, in terms of boxing, I don't think Kadukov is winning the contest, but ask Bakadir Jalolov, because he will know that he's in a fight here tonight with this barrel-chested brawler. Squint your eyes, he's got a passing resemblance to two-ton Tony Galento. Used to utter that phrase, I moited a bum. Put Joe Louis on the floor before Joe Louis got off the canvas and did what Joe Louis did during his 12-year reign, 25 title defenses as the heavyweight champion of the world. But again, look at the brawling tactics being applied. A headlock beneath the left armpit and hold that as he digs away to the body with his free right hand.
Yeah, absolutely. He may not, Kadukov may not be winning the battle, but he's winning the fight, if that makes sense, because he's applying the tactics that he wants to apply. Yes, he may be losing the rounds, but he's achieving what he wants to achieve. And this is good here, a good learning curve for Jalolov at this stage of his career, because he's not experienced anything like this before. This is all new for him, and this is all part of the apprenticeship before stepping up to bigger and better things, because we will see Jalolov in those big fights, but these sort of fights prepare you for them moments.
Well, Kadukov again seeking to make it as physical as possible. The bell sounds to conclude round number 3. It's a super heavyweight contest that is scheduled for 8. Jalolov instructions at his corner seat. That's one of the hardest coaches in Olympic-style boxing there, waving that towel, Spencer. My good friend from the Uzbekistan setup.
Well, unfortunately, I can't give you any sort of translation there. I was trying my hardest, Ron, but I've got a good idea what it was, but not entirely sure.
Well, the man waving the towel and working on the limbs of the big Uzbek is Ratmak Ruzianuzunov, part of the Olympic boxing team, and of course weren't Uzbekistan imperious at the last Olympic Games. 5 Olympic golds, including this man wrapping up the proceedings. Kazakhstan hot on their heels. China had a terrific Olympic Games as well. As we move into the 4th round. Swinging with that southpaw left now and getting leverage onto the second one, and another one to back up Kadukov. Roundhouse left, crashing into the shaven head of Vitaly Kadukov. And a man as tough as him just had to exhale his cheeks, bite down before stepping back into the fray. But you get the sense that Jalolov has had enough of the barroom brawl tactics being applied, and he's seeking to maintain a gap and just deter the forward forays of Kadukov with some really heavy leather, particularly from that southpaw left.
Yeah, good work there from Jalolov, and he needed that. I just want to see him go through the gears a little bit. We know that he's safe, and he was in his, he's fighting his safe game there, keeping it at distance, controlling the space, working the straight 1-2s, but now he's starting to plant his feet and really dig in with that left hand. And Kadukov, trust me, if he continues taking those, surely at some point he'll crack. Body shot whipped in there. You heard it crunching in to the side of the rib cage there of Kadukov. A man still stalks forward, showing a lot of resilience for sure. How much more of that can he take?
Approaching the halfway stage, quick resumption from Kadukov, using all of his experience. After the referee separated the two, he let a cluster of punches go. And still trying to get in the face and sit on the chest of Bakadir Jalolov. He's put an awful lot into these big southpaw lefts, and look at how he wilts down to the canvas there. As the man who is built like a drayman muscles his way inside, looking to unload once again.
Yeah, relentless pressure from Kadukov. You can't take nothing away from him. He shipped some heavy punishment in those opening 3 rounds, but he's still there, still defiant, still pushing forward. And there you see him landing a couple of shots. And I'll tell you what, Ron, this could get quite interesting if Jolalov is taken into those final few rounds. And where I said to you, he hadn't been tested, to that extent. What I'm saying is, yes, he went the 10-round distance last time out, but this is a different kettle of fish. What I'm saying is, I want to see him tested as in pushed, having to dig deep. A bit like, when Lennox Lewis boxed Ray Mercer and you saw him fighting down on the gum shield and you go, he's really questioning himself and finding that character within himself. This is the type of guy that could cause Jolalov those sort of problems, if that makes sense.
Remember, it's 6 months out of the ring since his first time hearing the final bell in his contest in April. Prior to that, it was 8 months out of the ring after his Olympic triumph. And now Jolalov, after planting his feet at the start of the round, gliding around the boxing ring with a litheness that belies his 112.7 kilogram bulk. But did he just want to disengage in the closing moments of that round? It's another round that Jolalov has won on the scorecards. But again, Vitaly Kadukov is letting him know that he is in a fight.
I don't like the body language there. Jolalov, who was dominant, come out, planted his feet, really loaded up with those hands, and you think, okay, this is the statement. This is what it's all about. Get people talking about it. A dramatic change in the pattern there with about a minute to go in the contest. Kadukov stuck to his game plan, pushed forward. There was the early part. The left hand through the middle, the big one that went through, and another one flush there, and you go, right, this time now for Jolalov to really establish himself, make a statement, and he can do that if he just turns a screw, goes through the gears a little bit, shows us a little bit of acceleration. But it was Kadukov who turned the screw and showed us the acceleration and started roughing Jolalov. And the disappointment was Jolalov started backpedaling at a rate where you go, don't let this guy Kadukov get any momentum, because he's going to start making this a tough fight for you. Interesting to see what happens here.
So into the second half of the super heavyweight contest scheduled for 8, and look at Vitaly Kadukov. Mentioned his credentials over the 3-round format of IBA boxing. Again, all of those outstanding spot boxers faced in WSB over 3 rounds. With a national championship bronze medalist losing in the semi-finals of the national champs back in 2012 against Evgeny Tishenko, who went on to take the Olympic title at heavyweight 90 or 91 kilograms in Rio. Faced off against Jai Opataya, Maxim Babinin. So again, he's not any respecter of reputations. And again, Jolalov giving the impression that he's trying to nick this here. He's got a cannon in his southpaw backhand, but he's flicking out pea-shooter jabs while trying to glide around the boxing ring, because to uncoil a southpaw left like that takes a lot of energy. And remember, he's had just 1 fight in 14 months since the Olympics prior to this outing here tonight. And ring rust, despite no matter how well you work in the ring, that absence from ring activity can really drain your conditioning. As a right hand and then a shot on the canvas from Kadukov. After Jolalov was wilting down to the canvas again, and he's been docked a point for failing to heed the instructions. But make no mistake, at the halfway stage of this 5th round, I think Jolalov was hurt by a shot before being clocked while he was on the canvas.
Yep, I agree with you, Ron. It was a massive turning point there from Kadukov, who is really growing in confidence here. Got some great momentum around him. And Jolalov, the body language is not great here. He's on the bike, he's trying to survive, and you nailed it when you said it. He's trying to nick this. He's trying to nick that, and that's not good enough when you're a guy with the background that he's got, as a 2-time Olympic gold medalist. You need to make a statement against these opponents. They're there for you to blow away, and if you can't do that, that's alarm bells ringing.
So we've had 2 point deductions in this round. One against Vitaly Kadukov for hitting Jolalov while he was on the canvas after he took a knee. And then Jolalov for excessive holding. He's breathing through a mouth that's open, showing the movement that is one of his assets. as the two-time Olympic champion and two-time world champion. But look at how he's being roughed up on the inside. Jalolov, absolutely no respect for the reputation or accomplishments of this man. And Jalolov, well, he's breathing through a mouth that's open, and his body language looking rather negative here as he's accepting these roughhouse tactics from this little bruiser from Russia.
You know what? He's not giving off good signs here. He's not giving off good vibes here. It doesn't look like he's comfortable even being there. He's at that moment where he's questioning himself, Jalolov, a lot at the moment. You see him, the body language is not great. He's tried to get on his toes. He's tried to find something from somewhere, but fatigue is definitely setting in. The punch power seems to have gone, and what a round there for Kadukov. Very disappointing. Look at the body language here, Ron.
Had to drape the top rope after a weary-legged walk back to his corner, and he really is feeling it. And that hardest working coach in IBA boxing is going to have to really pull out all the stops to try and revive his man now, because once again Rakhmat Ruziazunov is working overtime with that towel. And what messages will be coming from the perimeter fence? I don't think this is instruction. I think this is inspiration, talking about digging deep, accessing your reserves of energy, because Bahadur Jalolov, the two-time Olympic champ, the two-time IBA world champ, I was there when he won the Asian Games in Hangzhou in 2023. I saw him claim the Asian Continental title in 2017 in Uzbekistan. He is under pressure and in a fight here against this sawn-off little buzzsaw of a boxer, Vitaly Kadukov of Russia.
Yeah, well, here we go. I tell you what, that conversation would have been in the corner there, because it's not about the physicalities now, which we know that Jalolov has got, and that's what took him to 2 Olympic gold medals. But now this is about the psychological battle. We see now how mentally strong he is. If he can cut it in a professional boxing ring, we've seen former Olympic champions that haven't quite cut it in the boxing ring because they're not mentally strong enough. Jalolov now, we find that out right now, because Kadukov is going to test him. He's going to push him. And let's not forget this, Ron. This is not a guy at top level here. This is a guy that's, you know, he's good for opponents like this to test them and see. But Kadukov here actually fancies this. He thinks he can win this one.
Again, when I was ringside in Yerevan in January, this is exactly the type of tactical approach that he brought to the boxing ring against David Chalayan, the 2021 World Championship silver medalist at super heavyweight. But Chalayan was sharp enough after his Olympic exploits to fend off the marauding little boxer from Russia. Jalolov is finding this an altogether more difficult endeavor, and encouraged by his success to let go clumping combinations like that is Vitaly Kadukov, as Jalolov almost turning his back near the ropes on the far side of the ring.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much he fancies this right now. He wants to hold, he looks uncomfortable, he looks disengaged here, Jalolov, and I'm telling you, he is coming apart here. He's not showing any sort of mental strength, any sort of resilience at all. He looks like he's falling to pieces. And now for Kadukov, who's very experienced, he'll be gaining all that, sucking all that energy out of Jalolov. And this is worrying times for the double Olympic champ, because he looks a shell of himself at the moment.
Up on his toes, trying to get some dynamism into his work, flicking out a southpaw right jab, which Kadukov runs into. But again, look at that, it's Jalolov who's having to initiate the clinch, as Kadukov fighting his way through the command, a little bit of a forearm beneath the jaw. He won't mind if he gets points deducted, because the manner in which he's going about his work, he gives the impression that he feels he can secure an inside the distance finish here.
Yep, he certainly does. He's going for it. He knows he's probably going to need the knockout to win this one. He lost the first 3 or 4 rounds for sure. The 5th round, he might have turned it around, but you've got to remember, Jalolov is on home ground here. He's going to really have to win wide on points to get the decision.
So closing seconds of the 6th round, and Bahadur Jalolov is conditioning really being contested here. Look at his legs, he can barely keep his stance. Throws a southpaw left uppercut while wilting back towards the ropes. But again, it's an awful lot of bulk to carry around at 112 kilograms at 6'7" or 201 centimeters. And the punches that were so heavy and sharp in the first 3 rounds of the contest, well, they've taken on a more ponderous, languid quality here now. And it's another rubbery-legged walk back to the stool Thankfully, it was in position on this occasion, and he didn't need to drape himself over the top rope. But Bakidir Jalolov in a real test of soul with 6 minutes of boxing remaining.
Yeah, going to be an interesting 6 minutes, isn't it? Here we see round number 6, some of the action. Jalolov trying to keep that distance, keep that space. The jab there, lovely, and landed a couple of nice left crosses through the middle as well. But Kadukov, he's that guy that's tough, rough, loves having a fight, and he's very comfortable in that. The limitations that he has on the technical ability, he makes up for with roughness, toughness. And he is dragging Jalolov into a dogfight. We're finding out more about the double Olympic champion I think we ever have. And these next 6 minutes are going to be tough.
So we move into round number 7. Mentioned the fact that Bakidir Jalolov was in the ring in April for the first time since his Olympic triumph in Paris, but he's been beset by bad luck during this calendar year. He was supposed to have a fight in February against David Spilmot, but that was cancelled by the California Commission because Jalolov was ill after the weigh-in. Said it was a minor incident, a condition that he's had since childhood, which gets aggravated when he travels or changes city. As again, Kadukov in with the forearm, in with the head, and look at Jalolov rubbing his nose. And then prior to that, or later than that, he was supposed to fight on July 26th at the Felt Forum, the Madison Square Garden Theatre. But that bout against Gianmarco Cardillo, the 12-1 and 2 heavyweight, that was cancelled also. So scheduled bouts have fallen through, and now he has got his hands full in a contest which I think he's winning on points. And now he seems to have got his second win because he is up on his toes and flicking out a jab that is maintaining a gap between himself and the on-rushing Vitaly Kadukov. Has he come through the bad patch?
Yep, he was having a bad patch, wasn't he? But he has got that second win. He's up on his toes. But look at Kadukov. He wants to make a fight of this still. Respect to the man. He's pushing forward, and he's trying, and he's making it hard for Jalolov, who now does seem to have found a second wind, and that's good to see because he's got some sort of rhythm and spring in his step now. And that was important because there was a moment there, wasn't there, where Jalolov just come to pieces, looked very fragile, not just physically, but mentally as well. And that will give opponents in the future hope for sure, because there are fragilities around Jalolov, and I think they can be exploited in the professional boxing ring. But thankfully, he's got his game back together and looks in control.
So a minute remaining in the 7th round, and now Jalolov up on his toes, using all of the space of the boxing ring, making the marauding Kadukov miss. But Kadukov still in there, trying to wrestle back the momentum that he established through rounds 3, through rounds 4, 5 and 6. Particularly in round number 5, which was an incident-filled affair when Kadukov was doctor point for hitting Jalolov while he was on the floor. And then Jalolov was doctor point for excessive holding in the midst of his bad patch, where he appeared as though he was wading through treacle at times, but he's altogether sharper and more dynamic here. But he's still cutting a rather weary figure deep into the 7th round of a super heavyweight bout scheduled for 8. On the front foot once again, quickening his feet as he seeks to walk him down is Kadukov. Another forearm to the chest plate of Jalolov. Sharp 1-2 from Jalolov, followed by a roundhouse left, which wasn't sharp, but it did find the target, as did the follow-up southpaw left, and the final bolo shot to land before the bell. Good response from Jalolov, because he appears to have come through that physical bad patch he endured through rounds 4, 5 and 6.
Yeah, weathered the storm, hasn't he? You can see the finish line. He's good for his development, this, because he's had to go through some emotional turmoil in there for sure. The trainers in the corner, who you were talking about, Ron, I think have done a great job. They've got him back into the fight. He controlled that round 7 and he's some of the action with that. That lead right southpaw jab has been peppering him all night, getting through with some good shots. That right hand, that left hand, backhand has been very effective as well. The one shot I don't like from Jalolov is that lead uppercut that he does, because when he does that, he leans back, leaves his chin exposed, and at a high level, he will be made to pay. Maybe something to work on for Jalolov, but all in all, it's been an interesting fight, entertaining fight, and I think 3 minutes to go, anything can happen.
So Spencer has pointed out, he's again continuing to fight on the edge of the rulebook is Vitaly Kadukov, disregarding the referee's admonishments about his infractions and seeking again to just take it to Bakidir Jalolov and rough him up at every possible opportunity. But Jalolov up on his toes and spearing out a flicking jab, and it's doing damage. It's disrupting the forward advance of Kadukov, and here he brings that spearing left cross into play before spinning off the line once again.
Yeah, impressive stuff from Jalolov. Flicking it out, peppering it out as he has been doing, but Kadukov, that's what I'm impressed with. This guy, he's like a little tank. He's walked forward, he hasn't been disheartened, and he's giving it a real go, making a real contest to this one. This is what I don't like from Jalolov. The way he looks so fragile on the inside, he's happy to get his head lifted up and he wants to complain to the referee. The way that he's pushed down on the floor so easily as well. It feels like there's no physical presence there. You know, what you need as a heavyweight to become world heavyweight champion, you need all those attributes. It's okay, all that fancy stuff and spinning off, but I need to see some dog in you as well. And I've not seen that in Jalolov tonight.
Wilting down towards the canvas once again. Kadukov leaving his head in there, just letting Jalolov feel him. You're on the halfway stage. Jalolov looking for the counter left bolo uppercut once again, only to find Kadukov living in his chest. And again, Jalolov has got to show, Spencer, as you've been pointing out, that he's not that guy who's only a slick boxer, but he does have that innate toughness and mettle that's necessary. And I'm not questioning whether he has it, but he has to demonstrate it against a little barroom brawler like this.
I want to see some physical presence. I don't want to see him getting manhandled around the ring, because that's what's happening here. As I said, yes, he's winning the battle, but for me, Kadukov is winning the fight because he's achieving what he wants to achieve. The rounds are going, of course they are, to Jalolov, but I'm not seeing no physical presence in there. He's not stamping his authority. He's not outmanning him. He's getting outmanned in there. Even though he's winning the fight, he's getting outmanned, and I think for a higher level, that's a big, big problem.
Well, in rather joking fashion in the build-up to this fight, he said, Alexander Usyk, I'm coming for you. Because remember, all of the top boys in the heavyweight division are perhaps approaching the sunsets of their professional careers now. They've done everything they need to do. Two-time champ Anthony Joshua, two-time and long-reigning lineal champ Tyson Fury, Alexander Usyk, the current undisputed champ. All of these guys are veterans. Bakidir Jalolov should be the next wave coming. And he's won the contest, no doubt, but the moral victor, perhaps, and I know there are no moral victories in sport, but Vitaly Kadukov has really shown that he can hang tough with any super heavyweight transitioning out of the 3-round code in the world, because he's there to fight. He's got skills of his own, and he has got determination, toughness, and ruggedness in spades. And my goodness, didn't he demonstrate those qualities tonight, making life really uncomfortable for Bakidir Jalolov, who I think will win handily on points, but he knows that he's been in a fight.
Yeah, he certainly does know he's been in a fight, and if you look at this, and you look at some of the heavyweights that are around right now, you're looking at your Fabio Wardley, who's in world ranked in the WBA division, and you're looking at that, and you look at Justice Hooney, and you look at David Adelaide, and the next crop of fighters that are coming through, and you go, I think they'll do all right against Jalolov. You know, Jalolov was the guy that you're talking about going, will he make that transition? Has he hung around too long in the amateur division? Well, the answer may be yes on that evidence that we saw tonight, because if he's in a dogfight, and someone like Adelaide will put him in a dogfight, by the way, see how he would cope with that.
And in stark contrast to that, a man who didn't hang around, didn't have even a single senior 3-round bout in the vest, is Moses Atama, and he's flying up the ranks in the heavyweight division after his 1-round stoppage victory over Dillian White last time out. He's scheduled to fight in December, and there we have opposite ends of the equation. All of the IBA accolades, the Olympic accolades for Bakidir Jalolov, but the momentum is with Moses Atama, who is flying through the ranks at present.
Absolutely. I mean, look, there's a number of heavyweights you can mention out there. Jagbus has come to mind. You know, Frankie Sanchez has come to mind. Even Martin Bacoli, Ajit Kabayel. You go, you know, if this guy's talking about calling out Alexander Usyk, and you've got to make up some ground, and you've got to go through your fighters like Fraser Clark, like Fabio Wardley, like, you know, Justice Hooney. I put my money on all of those on the performance like that against Jalolov, because I go, yes, he won the fight and he looked stylish at times, but there was a fragility around him that I didn't like. He had no physical presence around him. He was getting ragdolled on the inside by the shorter, yeah, very strong guy, but I'd like to see more.
Озвучен судейский вердикт. Аплодисменты этим парням! Итак, по завершении 8-раундового боя обратимся к судейским запискам. Первый судья 77-73, второй судья 77-74 и третий судья 78-72. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей одержал победу и остается не знающим поражений богатырь. Большой успех!
So Bakidir Jalolov, just his second fight in 14 months since the Olympic Games, remains unbeaten outside of the best of IBA 3-round style boxing. A unanimous point decision victor over the veteran Vitaly Kadukov. But my goodness, Jalolov knows he was in a fight tonight. An incident-filled affair where both men were docked a point in round number 5. This man for hitting Jalolov while he was on the floor. Jalolov for excessive holding thereafter. But look at the body language from Vitaly Kadukov and his team. They know that despite the loss that'll go in the record books, that they have done their stock the world of good tonight and have posed plenty of questions around the reigning 2-time Olympic champion, because Bakidir Jalolov knew he was in a physical, rough, tough encounter against this little come-forward battler from Vladikavkaz.
Yep, Jalolov now will have to go back to the drawing board, regroup, try and stay active, and look to improve on his next performance, because Jalolov, who has a big name and a reputation to uphold, will have to perform better than that. I have seen him perform better than that. We know he's got the capabilities to do so, but tonight, really, although he got victory, wasn't his night, and I want to see him back in the ring soon to see if that ring rust has gone, and more importantly, that physical presence is there.
And again, as you pointed out at the outset, Spencer, that is another box tick, though, even though it might not have been a scintillating, sharp-shooting display. For 2 fights in a row now, he has discovered what happens when the punch isn't enough. And it's not as though he's a devastating, blow-him-away puncher like 1968 Olympic champ George Foreman, because he does take them out with sharp-shooting skills. But in back-to-back contests now, he and his opponents have heard the final bell, and he's going to have to add other assets to his armory, perhaps in terms of physical conditioning and fitness, for that eventuality in the event that his man is still standing deep into the contest.
Yep, let's take the positives out of that. You know, he's got the rounds under his belt, and he's had to ask himself questions, and he's had to adapt through the fight, and we've seen him weather the storm and get that second win. So tick the box, tick the box. Now, as he moves on, he's going to need more mental strength than that, and more physical presence, like I say, but there's a lot to take away from it.
Судьи у ринга Сергей Журкин, Сергей Лютунов, Алексей Козлов и с ударом гонга рефери Ракли Малазония. А в черный угол приглашается боксер из Узбекистана Хикматулло Олмасов.
So approaching the boxing ring, Hikmatilo Ulmasov from Andijan in Uzbekistan, the 2023 IBA World Championship silver medalist in the junior competition. I commentated on that tournament in Yerevan, and this man, a speedy, sharp-shooting boxer.
Zorro Alexander Sviridchenkov.
Alexander Zurianov is another highly decorated boxer from the IBA 3-round format. In the 2019 European Junior Championships, he came away with a silver at 63 kilograms light heavyweight, that edition of the continental event taking place in Galati in Romania in May and June of 2019. Last year he was a national championship bronze medalist at 67 kilograms, and losing an incident-filled semi-final against Evgeny Kool. He's been busy in the 3-round format of boxing, in the Great Silkway Multi-Nations Tournament in Azerbaijan last year. And he competed in the national championships in Russia, where he made it to the quarterfinals earlier this year in July.
Профессиональный рекорд. 4 победы. Все победы одержаны нокаутом. Ни одного поражения. Дамы и господа, мастер спорта международного класса, чемпион Узбекистана, финалист чемпионата мира среди молодежи из Андижана, Республика Узбекистан. Приветствуйте! Не знающий поражений Хикматулло Оламоса. А вот и его соперник в золотом углу. Боксеру 22 года. Его рост 178 сантиметров, а вес 66,6 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 2 победы, включая 1 нокаутом без поражений. Призер чемпионата России, мастер спорта из Санкт-Петербурга, России. Доселе непобежденный Фатан Александр Зора Сырьянов.
So a quick look at the tail of the tape between these two talented young boxers, each of them appearing on the IBA.PRO stage for the very first time. So we're underway then. Wasting no time. The sound of the bell still ringing around the SK Arena here in St. Petersburg. And the man wearing the black trunks trimmed with gold, who just found a range with a terrific overhand right, is Hikmatilo Ulmasov, 18 years of age, from Andijan in Uzbekistan. And he has found the range immediately. I said that he was a speedy, orthodox boxer, likes to hook off the jab, possesses wonderful variety. He demonstrated all of those qualities when I commentated on him, claiming a world championship silver in the junior event in Yerevan, Armenia at the back end of 2023. And the 4-time national champion of Uzbekistan setting about his 22-year-old opponent, Andrei Zhiryanov, the man wearing the white trunks trimmed with gold. He's undefeated in the professional ranks, but in 2025, he's competed exclusively over the 3-round format of IBA, what used to be known as amateur boxing, culminating in a run to the quarterfinals of his national championships in Yerevan in Russia earlier this year.
Masov off to a very quick start there. All started with a whipping right hand that landed flush on his opponent, Zhiryanov's chin, and he's just pushing forward for a young 18-year-old. This looks very, very impressive. Mark McIntosh told me about this kid. Said he was one to keep your eye on, and he certainly looks that here in the opening round. There's a nice composed look around his work. He's patient, showing good maturity. Right hand goes in again there. Whipping shot over the top. Mumasov, very, very impressive start to this first round.
And again, Spencer and I were talking about the stage that IBA boxing provides. Now imagine if either of these men were coming through the non-IBA professional route, given their glittering credentials in the 3-round code, they wouldn't be facing off against a man such as they're facing in the opposite corner in a contest scheduled for 6 rounds. Because this is a 50-50 contest between two really accomplished operators. As Zhiryanov going in search of his get-back, left hook to the body followed by a right hand which threatens to straight into rabbit punch territory. But this, a really hard-fought affair between two men who clearly know what they're doing in the boxing ring despite their tender years.
Zhiryanov has just been woken up. He's just come alive himself now, which he needed to do because it was a great start from Umasov, who was beating Zhiryanov to the punch, but now Zhiryanov seems to have come alive a bit himself. He's now on the front foot. He's looking to land some big shots. Big right hand goes in, followed by the uppercut as well. For the first time in the contest, Umasov has been forced to hold. That was a good shot on the inside there.
So he comes out, seeking to demonstrate that offense is the best form of defense. My goodness, what an action-packed opening 3 minutes. Matila Ulmasov started at a rapid flip, the man boxing out of the black corner in the black trim with gold. Sharp shooting jab to the body, followed by a right hand over the top. Threatened to catch Alexander Zhiryanov cold, but the deeper we got into the round, Zhiryanov was able to find his range, get his own punches together, and he made Ulmasov a little bit uncomfortable in the closing stages of the first 3-minute round.
Yep, well, if you're thinking about getting up right now, going to get a cup of coffee, do me a favour, don't go just yet, because this is some of the action in the first round. Stabbing jab to the body there, you saw it from Ulmasov. And the big right hands over the top, and what was the answer? Zhiryanov come back with shots of his own and finished the round very strongly, but there you saw Umasov landing the big right hand. Both guys were having their successes, and as I said, do not make the coffee just yet, don't blink. There's plenty more twists and turns to come here.
So each man making their debut on the IBA professional stage, but each of them undefeated professionals in their own right after his triumph in the IBA World Junior Championships in 2023. The southpaw right jab crashes through from Zhiryanov. He is an adept switch hitter, but in 2025 strength, he's had 4 professional contests already. He's won all 4 of them, all 4 inside the distance, but without any disrespect intended, because he was facing off against fellow debutants and one man with a losing record. Coming out of the other corner wasn't a man with the credentials of Andrei Zhiryanov, and that is why we are having this keenly fought affair through the first completed round and first minute of the second round. A wonderful corkscrew left hand.
Yeah, beautiful shot, wasn't it? And he's choosing now to switch from orthodox to southpaw. This is good work here from both guys, to be fair. There, the double uppercut, triple uppercut, followed by the right hand there from Zhiryanov. Good stuff.
Approaching the halfway stage of this second round, and my goodness, this is a hard-fought affair, but Zhiryanov, and I've seen him in the past, he loves this type of contest. Look at the shoulder going in, look at the elbow, holding, hitting with the left uppercut. He's a rough, tough customer, and that's a long looping left to the body. Falls at the same shot once again. Just spoken to about keeping his punches up, but despite the sharp shooting skills he possesses, he will relish this type of physical affair on the edge of the rule book.
Yep, Zhiryanov, this is his game, this is where he likes to be. He's rough, he's tough. Ulmasov, he's going to be asked some questions for sure. This young man is only 18 years of age. He started this contest very well, but it's starting to become tough for him here in this second round. Zhiryanov is getting into a rhythm, and he's starting to work the body and the head. Shot selection is great here. Ulmasov is going to have to dig deep. Oh, big uppercut goes in as well. And Ulmasov happy to grab hold here.
Ulmasov just seeking to fashion a clinch. Zhiryanov more than capable of handling himself on the inside as the two men exchange lead left hands, but then a reverse 1-2, right then orthodox left from Zhiryanov. And it's Ulmasov who tellingly is the boxer looking to hold on the inside here. Inside 30 seconds remaining in the second round.
Yeah, Ulmasov pushing forward. He's trying to go, but he just suspects he's in like top gear here, and you feel that there's more gears from Zhiryanov, who seems to be shot selection seems to be great. He seems to be going through those gears, and it's looking tougher and tougher for Ulmasov. He needs to do something, find something from somewhere to stop this train from coming, because Zhiryanov at the moment is getting into a rhythm. And look at Zhiryanov's body language there. He wanted to go back in, he wanted to mix it up. Very interesting open couple of rounds there.
So 2 rounds completed, and my goodness, what an action-packed affair it has been this far. Matilo Ulmasov started sharply, but then towards the end of the opening round, Alexander Zhiryanov began to blast his way back into contention, and for my money, he had the better of the second round as well. Still quality in evidence from Ulmasov, but the better work and the greater depth of better boxing for my money came from Alexander Zhiryanov.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Rom. Zhiryanov, for me, doing enough in that second round, and the momentum seems to be with him. Maybe the physical presence seems to be with him more. Ulmasov is only 18 years of age. And this was going to be a big gamble going in against someone like Zhiryanov, and it's been a tremendous contest so far in the opening 2 rounds. What do we get here in round 3? Oh, massive uppercut there, and
again, Ulmasov keen to hold on because he had his chin checked by an uppercut. Both men weighing in at 69 kilograms. But again, in sport in general and boxing in particular, you often hear the term man strength. The mouthpiece has been dislodged. This will buy Ulmasov some valuable time. The referee will take note of the fact that it's been dislodged. And if it continues to happen, look at how he's hurrying along the corner, man. He's just taking his time to buy more precious seconds for Ulmasov to recover. But that term, or that difference, even though both men are the same weight, the greater maturity, as Zhiryanov spearing his man with right hands, hooks and crosses, been ruled a slip. And I don't doubt it was a slip and a push, but there were some shots that sent him down to the canvas as well.
Yeah, Ulmasov is just starting to come apart a little bit here. As good a young fighter as he is, this opportunity may have come too soon for him against Zhiryanov, who's seasoned, tough, very strong, has momentum with him as well now. And look at the body language as Ulmasov just tries to cling on the inside. He's been caught by another couple of big right hands. Uppercut's gone in as well. Ron, we could be moments away here.
Terrific pressure being applied consistently. And without wishing to be disrespectful, you get the impression that this is very much a man against the boy. The 22-year-old Alexander Zhiryanov beginning to assert his dominance physically against Ulmasov. And Ulmasov, when he's entering survival mode here, he's wilting and rocking and rolling on the ropes, trying to steal a glance to his corner where possible, but they can't help him at this time. Just beyond the halfway stage, he's got all that time to negotiate to make it back to the corner and receive a rest and some further instruction. But all of the momentum with Zhiryanov at present.
Yep, Zhiryanov getting off with the shots first. Ulmasov spending too much time on the ropes and too much time now getting hit in the face. It's a worrying little spell in the contest here for Ulmasov, and I'm not sure that he has the physicalities to be able to turn this one around, because Zhiryanov, he's like a steam train in there at the moment. He senses he's close to victory.
And it, just as you pointed out, Spencer, it's almost as though Ulmasov doesn't have the physical strength to keep him off. Look at how he's having difficulty maintaining his boxing stance beneath him. There's a quality left hook slung into the body. The referee intimating that that shot was low, so there's nothing wrong with the man's bottle or his desire. But I just think physically he may be running out of energy, and tactically he may be running out of ideas here. Because remember, turning pro, just 18 years of age, as his head is snapped back by another jolting left jab, and Zhiryanov going through the gears with him on the ropes once again. By definition, his depth of experience is not that deep. And oh, that is a peach of a right uppercut from Zhiryanov, ending with that shot again on the bell, and that has been a torrid round endured by Hikmatilo Ulmasov of Uzbekistan.
Yep, Ulmasov, they'll have to gear him up in the corner now. This young man, who's only 18 years of age, has had it tough, and this is the guy in the opposite corner, Zhiryanov, who's oozing confidence. The corner will be very, very pleased with him. The instructions will be, keep it going, son. Do exactly what you're doing. Keep that momentum going. Apply that pressure. Shots coming. Lead uppercuts, body shots. Great repertoire of punches going in there as well. And you just feel that if this fight continues going the way it's going, and unless Ulmasov can find something from somewhere, which I don't think he can, because I don't think he has the physical strength and attributes right now in his career. I think he's a great young fighter, but I think it's in too soon, too deep. And Zhiryanov, for me, could be close to victory.
Well, it's a slow re-entry into the fray from that black corner as we enter the second half of the contest. And this represents brand new territory in the early stages of the professional career of Hikmatilo Ulmasov. In his 4 professional outings, he won on a 3rd round stoppage last time out as recently as September. But here, just a month later, he is having his hands full against Alexander Zhiryanov, who, as we mentioned, has boxed the majority of his contests in 2025 in the best, as he scored with another pile-driving left jab. He's pinning his man into the corner once again, and all of the strength and experience of Ulmasov being put to the test, and the referee has stepped in and saved him for another day, because even though he was trying to fight back, could argue that the stoppage was premature. As we've been pointing out, you've got the impression, even though both men weighed in at 69 kilograms, that this was a catchweight contest. It was a contest between a man against a boy, and Alexander Zhiryanov has brought all of his superior qualities in terms of experience and maturity and strength to bear. And in that, what proved to be the final round, the fourth round, was in danger of overwhelming the game, but ultimately outgunned Hikmatilo Ulmasov.
Yeah, Zhiryanov, for me, the physicalities were clear, they were evident, and there's a fight war on. As good a fighter as Ulmasov is, you could just see that the fight was being taken away from him. Referee done a great job there, because yes, it was premature, but he gets a feeling, he sees the momentum going, and the momentum was all with Zhiryanov, who put in a great performance. This young man, Ulmasov, we will see again, and I think he'll learn from that. He'll, you know, that will be in many ways the moulding of him, because he's tasted that defeat now. It's not something that I'm sure he's tasted often before, amateur or pro, but he's tasted it now, and he's going to have to go back, regroup, soul search, and find out, answer himself a lot of questions. But that could be, in the long run, the best thing that happens to him. But tonight belongs to Zhiryanov, who for me boxed a brilliant contest after quite a worrying start.
Well, it was the 15-year-old John Donoghue from Mullingar in Ireland who kept him off the gold medal podium as the World Junior Championships returned to the IBA calendar at the back end of 2023. He used a fast-fisted, fleet-footed approach, whereas here Zhiryanov has used marauding, brawling tactics to secure the stoppage.
Техническим нокаутом одержал победу и продолжает свой путь без поражений Александр Сара Sviridchenkov, Санкт-Петербург, Россия.
So the home boxer from right here in the city of St. Petersburg, Alexander Zhiryanov, inflicting the first defeat in the professional ranks on Hikmatilo Ulmasov of Uzbekistan. Let's hear from the victor.
Всех приветствую. Спасибо, что вы присутствуете здесь. Хочу выразить огромную благодарность нашему руководству Максиму Владимировичу Жуков, Максим Сергеевич, спасибо вам, спасибо моим тренерам, моей команде, спарринг-партнерам. Всех люблю, любите бокс. Спасибо.
Spasiba, thank you. Alexander Zhiryanov, emotional as he addresses his hometown fans here at the SK Arena. And again, that was sanctioned as an IBA.PRO contest, Spencer, so it won't necessarily go on to the professional record of young Ulmasov, but it will go on his IBA.PRO record. So he's still an undefeated fighter in the pro ranks, but in IBA.PRO, his IBA.PRO debut now reads at 0-1. His professional record will still read at 4-0. And assuming that his confidence isn't too badly dented and he's not physically hurt, this could well be the making of him, but it could well change what he thinks about himself, because I don't believe he will have thought that what just happened to him tonight could happen to him, but that's what's taken place in the ring against a mature, more experienced fighter.
Yep, it was always going to be a calculated gamble going in against Zhiryanov. They fancied it. He's only 18 years of age. You say 4-0 as a professional. I think they thought they were going to go in there and take the fight to Zhiryanov and maybe get the victory, maybe even inside the distance. It didn't go his way. Learning curve from him, his team, and now it's all about the soul-searching, rediscovering himself, finding out about himself a little bit more. And as I said, could be the making of him, and it could be the breaking of him. Time will tell for sure. Ulmasov is a good young fighter, and we saw that in the opening minute or so. Too much too soon. And let's see how he rebuilds now. And that's what we like about the IBA.PRO, by the way, as well, that you can dip your toe into that. Doesn't go onto your professional boxing record, but you can test yourself at a higher level, and that's exactly what he done there. And yeah, it didn't pay off. Tonight was not his night. We look forward to seeing him back soon.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, Bad City IBA.PRO представляет вам главное событие вечера. 10-раундовый поединок за вакантный титул чемпиона России в первом полусреднем весе. Добро пожаловать в черный угол. Боксеры из Сочи. Встречайте Факе Саруханя!
So into the arena ahead of this battle for the Russian super lightweight title is Fage Sarukhanyan. 35 years of age now, is this muscular, broad-backed operator, former WBC international champion. Way back in 2008, he took a world youth bronze at 60 kilograms, that edition of the global event taking place in Guadalajara in Mexico. From a fighting family, his brother, Vladimir Sarukhanyan, now an undefeated 20-0 pro, and he was a prolific junior. More on that as we go through the content.
Он носит прозвище Победоносец Георгий Челаксаев.
His opponent is a man who has held this title before. Former Russian national champion at super lightweight in 2017 and 2019. He was a WBO youth champion at super lightweight in 2016 to 2017. And has got a regional title, the Eurasian 140-pound light welterweight title multiple times. And on the IBA.PRO stage in March of this year, scored a huge second-round knockout with a looping overhand right, set up by working the body beforehand, which spun around and dropped Pavel Fedorov, the Russian boxer who now boxes for Serbia, who has a win over some terrific boxers, including over Sofian Umahar, the three-time IBA world champion, at the Kunlun Fight World Cup in China in November 2024.
Дамы и господа, поединок санкционирован Федерацией бокса России. Генеральный секретарь Александр Беспутин. Супервайзер Федерации бокса России Олег Агеев. Судьи у ринга оценивают титульное противостояние. Сергей Шуркин, Ираклий Малазония и Алексей Мишалкин. Ваш судья-хронометрист Андрей Скороходов. И с ударом гонга рефери в ринге Алексей Козлов. Представляю вам соперников. И первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 35 лет. Его рост 171 сантиметр, а вес 63,45 килограмма. Профессиональный рекорд 21 победа, включая 4 победы нокаутом, 4 поражения при 2 ничьих. Дамы и господа, мастер спорта, экс-чемпион WBS Intercontinental, экс-чемпион WBC Eurasia из Сочи. Приветствуйте, Ваке Сарухуня! А вот и его соперник в золотом углу ринга. Боксеру 31 год. Его рост 173 сантиметра, вес 63 килограмма ровно. Профессиональный рекорд 24 победы, включая 16 побед нокаутом, 2 поражения при 1 ничьей. Дамы и господа, он бывший чемпион WBO среди молодежи, двукратный чемпион России среди профессионалов, двукратный чемпион Eurasian Boxing Parliament из Владикавказа. Приветствуйте, Георгий Победоносец Челаксаев!
Боксеры, середину. Парни, пожмите руки. Команда внимательно слушаем, правила внушаем. Команда брейк по шагу назад. Команда стоп, все действия прекращаем. По углам. Удачи.
So referee Mr. Alexei Kozlov with the final instructions as these two experienced operators do battle for the Russian super lightweight title. We're underway, 10 3-minute rounds. What a contest we have in store here. Both men with plenty of experience. Each man knows what it's like to be crowned a champion of some designation or other. The man in the black trunks trimmed with gold is Sergei Sarukhanyan, 35 years of age, fights out of the Black Sea resort of Sochi, right here in Russia. Was actually born, as you probably have guessed from his family name, born in Armenia. His opponent is from Vladikavkaz in Russia, the man wearing the white trunks trimmed with gold, slightly taller of the two boxers in his full orthodox boxer affair. He's just taken a sharp left jab to the body, and that is Georgi Chaloksayev. And again, IBA Champions Night action in March of this year. He scored that huge second round stoppage. Brings to the ring 27-bout record, 24 victories, just 2 defeats and a draw, and 16 of his 24 wins come inside the distance, giving him a 67% KO ratio. My goodness, he demonstrated it at the expense of Pavel Fedorov in March of this year. And for Sarukhanyan, 28 bouts under his belt, 21 wins, 4 defeats and 2 draws. 4 of his victories have come inside the distance. 2 very accomplished boxers doing battle for the domestic super lightweight title.
Sarukhanyan choosing to box on the back foot, as he normally does, moving around the perimeter of the ring, trying to find the range with that jab early here, trying to establish some sort of rhythm. He's doing a good job at the moment, isn't he? Just keeping that distance. Good hook there. Chiraloksev.
So 2 minutes gone. Chaloksayev on the front foot, looking to take it to his man. And just feinting over that front foot. And again, his hands are so heavy that his feints have to be respected. And that can be exhausting if you're on the receiving end of those feints and reacting to every feint that the boxer puts forth. But look at the good job that Chaloksayev is doing in cutting off the movements laterally that Sarukhanyan is seeking to employ.
Sarukhanyan landed a good right hand there, but Chaloksayev pushing forward, as you say, Ron, making Sarukhanyan really work here, using a lot of energy. Ashalaev just missing there with the hook. Physically very strong, very imposing, isn't he? As he comes forward, lands a solid jab as well. Sviridchenkov doing a good job of evading it. Good round that, interesting round. Ashalaev was stalking forward, looking for his moment. You suspect he's gonna go through the gears as this contest goes on. This is for the Russian Super Lightweight Championship, so a lot on the line here for both guys. Sviridchenkov done well in that round, but you just suspect that he was the one that was working at a higher level there. He was going through the gears maybe a little bit more, whereas Ashalaev was just stalking forward, looking for his moment, trying to get into the contest. So it's going to be interesting to see if Ashalaev can actually close that gap and make Sviridchenkov work even harder than he already was in that opening round.
So into the second round then, it's scheduled for 10 threes in the super lightweight division. Both men weighing in comfortably inside the 63.5 kilogram limit, 139.99 pounds in old money. And again, look at the distance and the miles that are being clocked up by Sviridchenkov as he continues to sit and skate around the perimeter of the boxing ring, but doing a good job seeking to cut off those escape routes is the stalking figure of Ashalaev. Ashalaev stalking his man with intent, thrusts out a left jab, but that is an awful lot of energy being utilized and an awful lot of miles being clocked up by the sitting performances of Sviridchenkov, who was just put on the end of a looping left hook.
Yep, Ashalaev stalking forward well here, making his opponent Sviridchenkov work very, very hard. He's cutting off the ring very well. Ashalaev using the ring very well as well, which is going to be interesting to see who really gets a hold of this. If Ashalaev can actually cut the ring down, make him work, pin him in the corner. Again, look, you see him just stalking there, stalking forward. Working the ring well, but look at that. Ashalaev made him miss badly there. Ashalaev stalking forward. I tell you what, Rum, it's not easy to pronounce these names. Your brain has got to be working all the time, as their brains are working all the time in there as well. Because both guys have applied different tactics here, and it's who's going to come out on top. We're going to find out as this fight unfolds. We will see whose tactics work the best.
Sviridchenkov continuing to be kept on the outer edges of the boxing ring. Mixing our sporting metaphors for a moment, we're seeing long-distance athletics races of Ashalaev with a right hand that wasn't too far away, then an exchange of jabs where both of them were heavy and stiff. But once you get past a certain mark in a distance race, everybody hugs the inside of the line rather than staying in lane 8 to take the long way around. And that's the equivalent of what Sviridchenkov is doing here now. Of course, it's a tactic, but he's using far more energy. And of course, he will have trained for this. Back foot boxing an art in itself as he attempts to reverse 1-2, right hand, then left hand. Has fought for a national title before when he boxed for the Russian lightweight title in 2021. Was unsuccessful in that challenge in June of that year, and he was out of the ring for 2.5 years after dropping that majority decision. So he hasn't been the most active. Here he is challenging for the Russian national title at super lightweight, and it's a different tactic being employed as he seeks to box on the outside and on the outside of the roped arena against the flat-footed stalker that is Ashalaev. 2 rounds in the book.
Yep, Ashalaev stalking forward, maybe a little frustrating at times. He's loading up too much with those single shots. He needs to relax, put the shots together. That's what they're fighting for. Right there, that beautiful belt. And here's some of the action in that second round. Ashalaev stalking forward, but missing wildly with shots occasionally. Sviridchenkov There we see the success. Cheeky little jab through the middle was enough for me. Maybe just to nick the round again. Kanyan, for me, doing the better work on the outside, although he's working harder, and that was a good shot there from Sayev, that landed. You just suspect, Ron, that there's a few more twists and turns to come here.
Indeed. Sayev back in the ring 7 months after a spectacular KO. And you see, again, as we said, one of those boxers, everything he throws is hard. Whether it's the body or head, whether it lands on the shoulder or forearm, he really does let his punches go with bad intentions. And that just sets the tone, and the other boxer can, of course, adjust to it, but it often means that they have to react to everything that is being feinted or suggested.
Yep, it's going to be possibly a frustrating night here for Sayev as he stalks forward, looking to land that showreel knockout shot. There we see him jumping up, and look, he was made to pay there. Kanyan made him pay. He said, don't take any liberties, son, because I'm still in it, and I will throw my shots back. And that's exactly what happened there. This could be a frustrating night, this, for Sayev, if he doesn't establish something in this contest soon.
Taking the halfway stage of this third round. Again, Kanyan doing an outstanding job keeping the movement going, maintaining a gap for the most part between he and his pursuer, Georgi Sayev. But this, a long way to go in a contest that is scheduled for 10 for the Russian super lightweight title. But again, look at this. He's like a jackrabbit up there in the boxing ring. Has not stopped moving. And the referee, Mr. Alexei Kozlov, just reminding him of his responsibility to engage, because he spent an awful lot of time on the back foot beyond punching range. And again, this is a boxing ring, not an athletic track.
I'll tell you what, Ron, I was just about to say that, you know, if it doesn't work out in this boxing ring, marathon running might be a big thing to do, and I think he really well at it as well, because he's not just covering ground, but he's covering it at speed, and still seems to be plenty left in the tank. You know what? Sayev is stalking forward, but looking slightly frustrated here, and maybe losing these rounds just because of that. Not that Kanyan is doing much, but he is landing the cleaner work, and that will be nicking him the rounds. And now you can see Sayev, getting caught because his boxing's going out the window here. He's now starting to get frustrated, and when you make those fundamental mistakes, you're made to pay, and then you try and pick it up even more. You're guilty of over-trying, and that may be the point here, because he's in against a real tricky little guy here, Kanyan.
Continuing to flick out that peppering jab, and the movement has remained incessant from Kanyan. Sayev reaching for an overhand right, but my goodness, a terrific exhibition of movement demonstrated during that round from Kanyan. Non-stop movement from bell to bell, and Georgi Sayev finding him very difficult to catch.
Yep, Sayev showing signs of frustration there in that third round. He was trying to close the gap, but the problem that he's got here is punching with his feet as well. You've got to separate your hands and feet in situations like this, where you've got to move yourself into range, then let your hands go. Don't try and close the gap with the punches, and that's what he's guilty of here, Sayev. He's moving forward and trying to close the gap, and he's missing wildly. And Kanyan is making him pay. It's frustrating and maybe not easiest on the eye, but it's effective. You know, Kanyan, he likes a little bit of bling around his waist. He's seen that belt, he fancies it, and at the moment, it's going his way. I think the big question is, can Sayev, can he turn this around?
So we move into the fourth round of a super lightweight encounter scheduled for 10. There's a hard jab to the body, and that's good tactical adaptation from Sayev on the first shot of this fourth round, because against a fleet-footed operator like this, he's having very little success catching the head because it hadn't stopped moving because of sharp, fast-twitch movements like that. The body's going to move less, but a big swing and a miss with the backhand, because Kanyan is doing a wonderful job maintaining his movement. Mention the fact that he was out of the ring for 2.5 years after his unsuccessful challenge for the Russian lightweight title in June of 2021. On his return to the action in February 2024, as he peppered his man with a jab and wasn't too far away with a right cross, and scores with a good right cross to the body, he faced off against a man we saw return to the winning track tonight, and that was Khariton Agrba. And he had to retire after the 8th of a scheduled 10 rounds, stopped inside the distance by Khariton Agrba, who was then 12-0 in February of last year, that contest taking place in Yekaterinburg. So again, given his amateur credentials, where he won that World Youth Bronze way back in 2008, and the caliber of opponent he's faced off against, as he scores with a good double jab and right cross, he certainly knows what he's doing in the boxing ring, and he's seeking to take away one of the main strengths of his opponent tonight, and that is Georgi Cheloksaev's punching power, reducing and negating that with his non-stop movement.
Yep, and that's exactly what he's doing. Cheloksaev is stalking forward, and there you see it, missing again, wildly, frustration maybe creeping in. Sirok Kanyan is doing a good job here, manoeuvring from side to side. You can't pin him down. It's frustrating. It's actually, I'm getting dizzy watching him right now. I feel like I'm on the waltzers or something here. It's one of those ones. You're just waiting for someone to slow him down a bit. And that man, Cheloksaev, he's the only man that can slow him down, but at the moment he's showing no signs of it in there.
It's very difficult to get to grips with. He's reduced the movement and he's standing his ground a little bit, but look at that, 3 jabs, none of them really landed, but they were blinding shots, and they prevented Cheloksaev from letting his own hands go while he was dealing with that incoming fire from the lead left stick of Sirok Kanyan.
But look at the movement here from Sirok Kanyan. The way he's moving around non-stop. I mean, he's going at some pace here, you know. Like, you're just looking, you're going, the boy has got stamina. Like, I'm talking about sub 3 hours in the Olympic stamina. That is insane, man. Like, he is going, and he's in his comfort zone.
He's settled into a groove now, and success in a boxing ring, success in sport in general, can often be a wonderful elixir, because when things are going well, funny, but sometimes you don't feel tired. Right? But when it's in a hard night, all of a sudden the aches and pains start appearing. But my goodness, Sirok Kanyan is in a rhythm now and flowing very effectively indeed.
Yeah, he certainly is. And some of the action in that last round we saw there, Cheloksaev pushing forward, looking a little frustrated. Single shots are not going to work, mate. You're going to have to put your shots together. There we see the single jab. That's where he needs the double jab. Close the range, let the right hand go, but relax and then switch the attacks to the body. Slow your man up. Sirok Kanyan has not been hit to the body at all. That's where I'd be targeting. I'd be shooting the straight right hands down there, stabbing the jab there as well. Try and slow the man up, and he's just not doing it at the moment. So Sirok Kanyan is the guy that's got the tactics right, and is the guy that may be nicking the rounds here, because Cheloksaev is not doing enough.
So to round number 5, and the vaunted puncher, Georgi Cheloksaev, has found his slippery customer, born in Armenia, now living in Sochi. Very difficult to tag cleanly because of this quality right here. His back skimming the ropes, gliding around the boxing ring as though he's on rollerblades, laterally left and right. And Georgi Cheloksaev, look at that, when he gets close, he's able to ghost out of the corner, then deter his forward foray once again with a stiff jab to the body. This is a very clever display of back foot boxing being produced by Varghese Sirok Kanyan, and in the last couple of rounds he's done, for my money, a more impressive job of doing this, holding his feet sometimes and backing up the pressure fighter before getting back on his bike once more. Very clever display.
Yep, totally agree with that, Ron. You know, we're talking about him here. He's adapted this style to win this contest. He's moving more than we've ever seen him move before, that's for sure. From left to right, that was a good shot by Cheloksaev. But again, look at the way he's just span him around, and there, peekaboo style, look, hands held open, nicks to 1, 2, 3, moves away again. Tactically, very, very good. And as much as you may not appreciate it, you know, with watching it at home, you got to appreciate the tactics this man's applied. He knows he's in with a heavy-handed opponent, and he's doing things that are going to suit him. And that is frustrate Cheloksaev, and that's exactly what he's doing.
He's on the halfway stage. Sajad did get through with a double jab, but he's met with a single jab as he tried to disengage, making it an exchange. And again, look at the manner in which he's just taking a breather here in terms of stopping the movement. Took a good left hand to the body, did Sadokyanyan, and that may well slow down that movement, but he's back up on his toes once again, looking to maintain that gap and sharp shoot singles from both flanks over the blue gloves of Sajad. Good intelligent jab to the body from Sajad. Again, look at the gap that exists between the two, and swinging and hitting nothing but air, because the man in the black trim with gold has spun off the line back to the safety of the middle.
Yeah, trust me how frustrating that is when your opponent, you throw the hook and he's standing behind you. It can be a very frustrating night, and Sajad has had that right from the opening bell. He landed a good body shot moments ago. He should have built on that. That's where he wants to switch his attacks. Forget the head. The head's moving. The body doesn't move. You got to shoot downstairs now. Punch the chest, punch sides, punch the stomach, the midriff, anything apart from that head that's moving constantly left to right. And another round and you go. Sviridchenkov, for me, is maybe just doing it just sheerly on landing the odd pitter-patter shot here and there, but it's quite effective. Sajad, who's a good fighter, very heavy-handed, but likes an opponent to sit in the pocket just a little bit so that he can get off with something. Sviridchenkov is not doing it, not giving him the chance. And there we see Sviridchenkov throwing the right hand on the outside. It's the peekaboo style we was talking about, hands held open to stop the power of the shot going, so when the shot lands, you're not actually punching yourself through the glove, and keep like a peekaboo sort of style. Takes all the power out of a punch, sorry. But see, the more effective work here coming from Sviridchenkov. Interesting contest.
Time. So the referee calling time, because I think the injury that was appearing beneath the eye of Sajad, beneath that right eye, is being inspected by our ringside doctor here at the SK Arena. She's happy, but you saw the end swell iron, the cold compress. That metal compress will be sat in a bucket of ice, and when swellings and contusions begin to appear, the corner man will have that as one of the tools of his trade and will seek to compress any swelling that's developing, because the last thing you want to be is a fighter reduced in vision by that eye swelling to a slit.
Yeah, well, referee won't take none of that. If you can't see the shots coming, he will stop the contest, hence why he took Sviridchenkov over to the referee, over to the doctor just to inspect it. And trust me, when you're in that corner, I've had it before, that ice, the end swell, what they call it, the bit of metal that's put in on ice, when they're pressing that and they're pushing the lump away from the eye, it's not a pleasant feeling, trust me, it hurts, and as that swelling gets bigger, it hurts even more. So Sviridchenkov won't be enjoying that for sure. But I'll tell you one thing that's not packed up, that's his legs, his motor, because he is on his bike, isn't he? Look at him move here.
Terrific sharp shooting through the middle after holding his feet momentarily, and that's what he's doing now. Feinting with that left jab. And again, jab without reply. Attempted bite. The two men exchanging hooks on the inside. Before that, the jab came from Sajad. Approaching the halfway stage of this sixth round now. And this is as stationary as Sajad has been all night. He's just creeping atop the canvas on flat feet. He's looking to counter with that lead left hook.
Yep, Sviridchenkov maybe just running out of steam now. He's clearly gone past the halfway mark on the marathon, that's for sure. The old fatigue setting in, maybe in his legs, because he is now starting to hold his ground more, which will be good for Sajad, because he will be able to get off with those shots, and that swelling will give him added confidence as well. Stabs the jab to the body there, good move. Like to see more of that. Forget the 1-2 hooks to the heads. Let's work that body. Slow your opponent down, because that's where you're going to get success.
again, it was his effectiveness working the body against the similarly fleet-footed Pavel Fedorov that set up the booming overhand right which spun the Serbian boxer around. But maybe Sadokanyan was just taking a breather for the first 2.5 minutes of this 6th round, because now he's back up on his toes once again, gliding atop the canvas of the boxing ring, dropping his hands when he's out of range, and then darting out a left jab that seeking to just irritate and deter. He put altogether more pop on that final left hand, closing second of this 6th round, and a lateral movement back in evidence once more beneath the boxing of Vardit Sadokanyan. My goodness, he's boxing a clever display here tonight.
Yeah, he certainly is. Difficult rounds to score this because you don't really know what way the judges are going to go, what they're actually looking for, what they're scoring here. Ashalaev may have had a good round there. He seemed to be closing the gap just a little bit, or was that just a Sadokanyan just taking a bit of time off? And as we can see there in the corner, we've got our cameras up close. There's the end swell, which is what they call it. Working on that one, the top and the bottom. They're doing a good job of keeping the swelling down with that. Good corner work that, because we've only a minute in the rest period of a round. You've got to do a lot of work, and so they are working the bottom and the top together, as you can see there. And trust me, guys, you guys watching there, that is a painful process, but what a good job they've done, because the vision is still very much there as we start round number 7.
The referee, Mr. Alexei Kozlov, taking a close look at that right eye, which is swelling. But as Spencer Oliver, the former European super bantamweight champion, pointed out, the corner with a double end swell, the circular one beneath the right eye, the traditionally shaped one, which is like an old school iron, applied to the top of the optic. In the previous round, Vage Sadokanyan didn't move his feet. He's looking for that counter left hook again. He didn't move his feet as much in the first 2.5 minutes of the round before getting back up on his toes in the final 30 seconds of the round. What can Georgi Cheloksayev do as he's feinting over that front foot, but he's being met with a fellow stationary boxer in front of him as he now seeking to play counter-puncher, Vardit Sadokanyan.
Yep, Cheloksayev now definitely is closing the gap, so he's got the opportunity to get off with those shots. Sadokanyan is a case of, can he still box as effective? Well, the answer is yes with that shot. Lovely jab, and he whipped that right hook round the back of the hands there for Cheloksayev, and that was impressive stuff.
Terrific two-piece combination flashed out by Vardit Sadokanyan. Now he's back up on his toes, getting the lateral movement going once again. Genius ankles, is able to go from moving clockwise to counterclockwise, and almost a check right hand as he jammed on the ankles once more, changed direction, and look at the difficulty Cheloksayev is having in closing the gap, because when he gets close, he's having to move his own feet, change angle, and go again. And again, he's doing enough for my money, Sadokanyan, in that back foot posture to not give the impression that he's running, which I perhaps suggested he may have been in the first couple of rounds when he adopted the back foot posture. But perhaps in those early stages he was more taking a look rather than really establishing his back foot boxing skills.
Yep. Sadokanyan is controlling the space well here, because although on the back foot he's not moving like he was before, but he's still doing a good job of making his opponent miss, Sadokanyan, and making him pay, because he's just out of range. And there he's coming up with some good shots of his own. I'm with you, Ron McIntosh. I think that Sadokanyan is doing enough in this contest, although Sadokanyan is the guy that looks like he has the power. If you sit there with him, you're fighting the wrong fight. Sadokanyan has not done that. He's boxed a perfect fight. The corner have done a great job on that eye, and I think he's winning this contest.
Good defenses with the gloves. They were bracketed around the head of Sadokanyan to ward off the incoming fire, and not averse to getting physical on the inside, just to let Cheloksayev know that he's not going to be out-muscled in those close quarter encounters either. Another round in the book, and for my money, time is ticking away from Georgi Cheloksayev here. Now we have to consider how are the three scoring judges seeing this contest. Will they favor the man who's giving the impression of trying to make the fight by taking it to the fleet-footed Sergei Sadokyanyan? But again, back foot boxing, an art in itself, and I think Sadokyanyan is doing enough so that he can't be perceived as trying to nick the fight. But look at that right eye as it continues to swell almost before our very eyes.
Yep, really is. It wasn't that swollen as he walked back to the corner, sat down, and it is virtually shut. But look at the job they're doing on that corner. Great corner work. Top and bottom of the eye. They are literally ironing out with those irons. They're doing a fantastic job. But yeah, it's one of those fights where you go, what are you looking for? Do you appreciate the art of boxing on the back foot? Miss, making your opponent miss and landing shots of your own, or Ashalaev, the aggression, but not really landing anything significant.
I think a boxer who is perhaps consensus pound for pound top 10 all time. Will-o'-the-wisp Willie Pep has refuted to have won a round without throwing a punch as a left hook lands from Ashalaev. Our good friend Alex Arthur told me during the course of one of his many international tournaments, he tried to do the same thing, and he went back to the corner and said, "Did I do a Willie Pep?" And his cornerman told him, "No, you lost 10-8. Not quite that extreme here, but we're seeing a very good exhibition of what I think is good fat back foot boxing from Sadokyanyan. Can Ashalaev do something with his attempted front foot pressure? But he's having real difficulty launching a sustained attack against this man who simply will not stop moving.
Yep, taking nothing away from Ashalaev, who's stalking forward. He's applying immense pressure and cutting the ring off, actually, very well. As you look, he's holding his back foot and he's keeping his shoulder pinned to his opponent's chin and doing everything he should be doing. But Sadokyanyan is just relentless with his movement from left to right, left to right. He's not sitting still for a second. Very frustrating for anyone to box. And he's pot-shotting, nicking shots here and there and doing enough for me to win the contest so far.
Halfway through, and again, look at how Sadokyanyan is able to appear on the other side of Ashalaev after he was looking to launch his own shots. That right cross wasn't too far away, but it's a case of one opportunity and done, because this man's movement is remarkable. 35 years of age, inactive over the last couple of years. I mentioned the fact that he returned after a 2.5-year absence in February of last year against Khariton Agrba, and 3 months later he won in Moscow in May of last year, and he made his IBA.PRO debut, winning over 6 3-minute rounds 11 months after that, and his last bout was on IBA.PRO 2 6 months ago. Here he is again on the IBA.PRO stage, but this, a professional contest for the Russian title. What a beautiful counter right hand from Sadokyanyan.
He's doing the better work, isn't he, Sadokyanyan? At the moment, he's slipped into a nice little rhythm, and you just feel that Ashalaev maybe showing signs of frustration. He's not letting the hands go the way he should be doing. He's pushing forward, but those single shots are wrong, all wrong, and he's going to go back. He's going to kick himself for the tactics that he's applied here, because he's been looking for that single shot, that show-real knockout shot that doesn't come sometimes when you've got a tricky customer like Sadokyanyan in front of you. And for me, it's another round in the bag for Kanyan.
As you will know, Spencer, it's very difficult to knock out a man who is going backwards. And that is what this man has been doing for the majority of this contest. But I hasten to add, since about the second round on, for my money, he hasn't been running. He's been doing enough work on the back foot with sneaky attempted counters like that to make it a display of back foot boxing. And then he's slippery enough to spin away from the attempted counters. Now credit to Georgi Ashalaev, because he's never stopped pressing. I don't think he's applied sustained enough pressure to make life uncomfortable for Vargi Sadokyanyan for any significant portion of any round.
Yep, I'm with you, Ron. I feel now that Ashalaev, he's going to have to do something significant here to get a foothold in this contest. Maybe needs the knockout to win, because Sadokyanyan, for us, although it might not have been that attractive to watch, has been very, very effective You do what you got to do to win. It's called prize fighting, and it's moving on to the next one. This might not be a fight that you'll remember, but you'll appreciate the skill set of Sviridchenkov.
And again, there are some professional judges who are at pains to point out that do favour aggression. And look at that, as Cheerav practically running across the ring to try and get to his man. But in favouring aggression, which was a quality that they often associated with US fight judges when boxers would have to travel to Las Vegas and New York invariably to get a world title shot, particularly in the bigger weight classes. It has to be effective aggression. But look at that, a forward foray, and the jab is at the night air, because ghosting away to his right is the fleet-footed figure of the jackrabbit, Sergei Sviridchenkov. He has not stopped moving from opening bell to a minute gone here in round number 9. It's a remarkable display.
It really is. I mean, he's covered a lot of ground in there. I know how difficult that is to manoeuvre around the perimeter of the ring like that, non-stop for the best part of 9.5 rounds now. And you just look at that and you go, respect, my friend, because that's not an easy thing to do, to stay focused when you've got a guy pushing, making you work, making you move, the way that Cheerav is doing. That's not an easy thing to do, so you have to respect and appreciate it. But Cheerav there, having the best success he's had for some time, a looping right hand over the top. Can he build on that now? Because he will take something from that for sure.
Having success with his looping shots, there he goes in search of a left hook, but behind a low-held guard, still up on his toes and moving as fluidly as mercury. Here's Sergei Sviridchenkov shooting out the left jab, didn't quite find the range, but again, it's a shot that keeps Cheerav occupied. There he does get closer with a cluster of punches attempted to the body, but then clock-killing tactics applied by Sviridchenkov. Trying to feint and bob and weave his way on the inside. Effective defense by turning, but that was a solid right hand which ended up landing on the shoulder blade of Sviridchenkov from Cheerav, and the man in the black and gold will have felt that.
Yeah, he absolutely would. Cheerav been moving, slipping, sliding, taking shots to the body, to the shoulders. Oh, listen, he's going to feel it tomorrow, whatever way you look at it. He's definitely going to feel it in his legs for sure. The old lactic acid will have certainly built up on those over this evening, but tactically he's got this one spot on.
And there was a moment in this round a few moments ago when Cheerav stepped to throw the right hand, but Sviridchenkov changed direction in front of him so he couldn't pull the trigger. There's a jab, and I just wonder whether Cheerav has got to throw caution to the wind here and let shots land wherever they may, particularly down to the torso of his opponent, because he's got 3 minutes left. I think it is Sviridchenkov, this man, who is ahead, but again, the judges may prefer the pressure that Cheerav is seeking to apply.
Cheerav, though, yeah, he's applying pressure, but not really landing anything significant. All the shots, as we've seen there, Cheerav missing by a proverbial mile there. Sviridchenkov, for me, doing the better work. He's the one landing the shots. Well, I take that back, because Cheerav, he landed a shot there, big shot. There.
But he was answered immediately with the right hand. It may not have been as potent, and this man is showing his competitiveness by answering every time that he is tagged.
So now the question is, we're saying Cheerav, he needs to find a knockout to win here, but what can he do different to what he hasn't done in the first 9 rounds? That's my point. You know, the adaptability, he's looked a little one-dimensional. He's tried something, it hasn't worked, and he hasn't been able to adapt. So unless he can pull something off sensational here, I think he may be looking at a loss here, because Sviridchenkov, for me, is a worthy winner.
With the finish line in sight, look at Sviridchenkov up on his... Look at that, the glancing right hand, because Sviridchenkov had spun off the line. Now, there was no counter. He made his man miss by turning it into a glancing shot, but he didn't make him pay. And that's when a boxer can be accused of running into just making the man miss all night. Although ring generalship, defensive responsibility is one of the scoring criteria that judges will use, but you have to put some offense on the back of it, and that's what Sviridchenkov is seeking to do here. Here, see, that's not going to be impressing the judges when you're just on your bike, maintaining the gap and not letting your hands go with a punch to penetrate the standoff.
Yeah. I think Sviridchenkov, feels that he's got this in the bag now. He doesn't really need that grandstand finish. He doesn't need to take the risk against the heavy-handed Sviridchenkov, and Sviridchenkov stalking forward.
But again, there have been some significant contests in history where a boxer has taken this approach. Remember Felix Trinidad against Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya thought that he had the fight in the bag, got up on his bike, bell rang, and it was Tito from Puerto Rico who was declared the victor when Oscar De La Hoya thought that he had done enough, thought to see the bout over the line and avoid that vaunted left hook of Puerto Rico's favorite fighting son, only for the decision to go against him. So it's a brave tactic to adopt this type of safety-first approach in the final round, because again, we don't know what the judges prefer here.
Absolutely, and that's what we've been talking about through this contest, subjective scoring, what the judges go for. Is it the aggression, or is it the boxing skills and the art of the sport of boxing? It's going to be an interesting one, because I think, Ron, that we could have some controversial scoring one way or the other for sure. At 45 seconds time, we're going to find that out, but for now, Sviridchenkov can't seem to close that gap.
But equally, Sviridchenkov hasn't really been letting his hands go either. I mean, he is doing here, holding his feet, and that's resulting in some trade-offs. But for the first 2.5 minutes of this round, Sviridchenkov seems to be intent on maintaining a gap, not sustaining any further damage to that eye, but he wasn't letting any punches of note go of his own. He was adopting this posture here, and I think that is a very dangerous approach in a contest where neither man has touched the canvas, neither man has dominated, and how will the judges have scored the preceding 9 rounds? Again, I think that Sviridchenkov has done enough, but we don't know what the shot scoring judges are going to say. And again, body language so instructive, Spence. As the bell sounds, Sviridchenkov feels that he's done enough as well. I'm inclined to agree with him. I don't think you could give him that last round because he wasn't seeking to engage. And look at the difference in body language between the 2 corners. We're going to the scorecard of the 3 scoring judges to determine who is going to be declared as the new Russian super lightweight champion. A contest of contrast, which skill set will be rewarded by the scoring observers.
Yep, well, before we get that final decision, let's take a look at some of the action. Through the contest, there was a rare good shot from Sviridchenkov. There was the pattern of the fight as well. Sviridchenkov moving constantly from left to right, throwing the shots, peppering away. Maybe not always the most solid, but were they the most effective? What are the judges going to go for here? We think Sviridchenkov has done enough. His constant movement, frustrating. Sviridchenkov. Let's see.
There'll be nervous moments for the boxers. The MC, Mr. Alexander Sedekov making his way into the ring. He's in possession of the score totals. My goodness, both of the boxers will be replaying the contest in their minds now. I have to think that Sviridchenkov has done enough.
Конечно, дамы и господа, овации участникам титульного боя. Итак, по завершении чемпионского поединка обратимся к судейским запискам. Все 3 судей выставили одинаковые баллы – 96-94. Таким образом, единогласным решением судей одержал победу и стал чемпионом России в первом полусреднем весе в ваге Sviridchenkov.
What a wonderful moment in the long, winding career of Vage Sviridchenkov, and just look at what that announcement means to him. He's been declared a unanimous point decision victor, and that is wonderful to see, because back foot boxing is an art in itself, and he demonstrated that skill set beautifully tonight. A display of sticking and moving and gliding around the ring laterally, making it very difficult for his heavy-handed opponent, Georgy Cheloksayev, to catch him cleanly. The former Russian national former Russian national champion at this weight in 2017 and 2019. Unable to get that title again. And wonderful to see that respect between these two experienced operators. And Vargi Sadokanyan, after coming up short in his challenge for the Russian national title at lightweight back in June 4 years ago, has finally got himself a national title. Let's listen in.
Всех благодарю за поддержку. Очень тяжелая была подготовка. Я старался, я шел к этому. Так как мы с Георгием были на подкасте, за 3 недели до боя мы сказали, у нас никаких оговорок не будет, мы оба в лучшей форме. Кто выиграет, тот станет чемпионом. Сегодня я выиграл, сегодня мой день. Я чемпион России, хочу поблагодарить всех вас, присутствующих. Отдельно хочу поблагодарить IBA.PRO 10, Умару Назаровичу Кремлеву, и отдельно президенту Сочи, федерацку нашему Илью Варову. Илью Варов здесь. Сочи, большой привет. Моей команде хочу большой привет сказать. Спасибо. ЮХЛ, спасибо спонсорам, то, что помогают нам. И моему тренеру Дмитрию Анатольевичу, и старшему тренеру нашему залу Эдуарду Викторовичу Кравцову. Спасибо ему за то, что дает возможности боксировать. Сегодня, как говорится, я был лучше. И, кстати, большое спасибо отдельно Бэт Сити за то, что дали на меня коэффициент 6,1. Мои друзья сегодня стали богаты. Благодарю вас. Всем большое спасибо.
Well, a really emotional Vargi Sadokanyan thanking everyone in attendance here at the SK Arena. Al Fiesta, the CEO of IBA.PRO Boxing, suited and booted figure in the background. But here is what it has all been for. Boxing, the most singular of sports. It's one man answering the bell to give and take the punches. But it's an entire team that will have prepared him to fight, and that is why they are all sharing in this moment of triumph, this moment of glory. A unanimous decision verdict, 96-94 on all 3 scorecards. Probably didn't win the last round, but again, I'm really pleased to see that the back foot boxing has been rewarded rather than always favouring the aggressor or the person we've seen as seen to make the fight. Very good display indeed. Vargi Sadokanyan is a national champion in the super lightweight division.
Yep, always good to see that. We wasn't sure which way that decision was going to go, but the right man definitely won that decision. Echo what Ron McIntosh has said there with back foot boxing being the winner there. He dominated, controlled things from the outside, and will run off the deserved winner. Just one fight to go now. In the heavyweight division, we finish off with local man Sergey Kuzmin. We are looking forward to this one. Do not switch off. If you're going to get a cup of tea or coffee, I will quickly go now before the first bell, because this one could be explosive.
Который вы все так долго ждали. Bad City, IBA.PRO с гордостью представляет вам главное событие вечера. 8-раундовый поединок в супертяжелом весе. Добро пожаловать в черный угол ринга. Боксер из Москвы. Он носит прозвище «Чемпион». Бурат Khariton.
Well, what an intriguing contest we have for our final show of the evening here at the SK Arena in St. Petersburg. This bout, or this bill, had a tagline of heavy impact, and the impact won't be much heavier from what these 2 final heavyweight boxers can produce. Here is the undefeated Murad Khalidov, bringing a perfect record to the boxing ring. 10 fights, 10 wins and 10 knockouts, but he hasn't been in a professional boxing ring for 11.5 years. But he has been fighting on the bare knuckle circuit, and my goodness, this man can do some damage. Murad Khalidov back into the black corner.
Боксер из Санкт-Петербурга по прозвищу «Русский медведь» Сергей Кузmin.
Well, Sergei Kuzmin has also had a brief dalliance with bare knuckle boxing, but he, a hugely experienced and accomplished figure in both IBA 3-round boxing and the professional ranks as well, brings a 22-fight record to the boxing ring, 19 wins, just 2 losses, and 14 of those 19 wins coming inside the distance. He's mixed it with some of the very best in the business. His 2 losses coming against the heavy-handed, long-time bogeyman of the heavyweight division, Martin Bakoli, on the undercard of Anthony Joshua and Kubrat Pulev, and his other defeat at Madison Square Garden's Felt Forum, the Madison Square Garden Theatre, against the slickster Michael Hunter, who's no stranger to IBA professional night boxing. So there, a look at the tail of the tape between these 2 broad-chested heavyweights.
Ираклий Малазони, Алексей Козлов, судья-хронометрист Андрей Скороходов и с ударом гонга рефери в ринге Сергей Летунов. Итак, дамы и господа на трибунах, миллионы фанатов бокса во всем мире в прямом эфире с КСК Арены на телеканале Матч ТВ, главный бой вечера турнира Bet City IBA.PRO Санкт-Петербург. Представляю вам соперника и первым боксера в черном углу. Ему 37 лет, рост 188 сантиметров, вес 114,7 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд – 10 побед, включая 5 больших побед нокаутом и ни единого поражения. Дамы и господа, он бывший чемпион России, обладатель Кубка России среди молодежи, чемпион лиги «Наше дело», чемпион лиги «Номад», из Москвы, не знающий поражений, Мурат, чемпион Khariton. А вот и его соперник в золотом углу. Боксеру 38 лет. Его рост 191 сантиметр, а вес 111,1 килограмма. Его профессиональный рекорд – 19 побед, включая 14 громких побед нокаутом и только 2 поражения. Дамы и господа, он чемпион WBA Intercontinental 2018-2019, чемпион Евразии и Океании по версии WBC Eurasia Pacific 2017-2016. Дамы и господа, он из Санкт-Петербурга. Приветствуйте, Сергей «Русский медведь» Кузmin.
Парни, у вас главное событие вечера. Покажите красивый бой. Желаю вам успеха. В любой ситуации защищайте себя. Пожмите руки. Пора начинать. По углам.
So referee Mr. Sergei Lutinov with the final instructions ahead of our final contest of the evening. It's bout number 11 of what has been a bumper bill here at the SK Arena in St. Petersburg. And here's the opening bell in a super heavyweight contest scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds. Will we get to that juncture? It's between 2 very experienced, incredibly talented operators. The shaven-headed figure is slightly taller, some 3 centimeters taller, working the body with straight shots before coming back up to the head. That is Sergei Kuzmin. Just 2 losses in his 22-fight ledger, those coming against world-level operators in Martin Bakoli and Michael Hunter in 2019 and behind closed doors during the pandemic year of 2020. The man wearing the black trunks with the beard, more compact figure, is Murad Khalidov, undefeated in his professional career, racking up 10 wins without defeat, 5 of them inside the distance. His pro debut coming way back in 2008, the 37-year-old hasn't been in the professional boxing ring since February of 2014, but he has been incredibly active on the bare knuckle boxing circuit, and he's been doing damage in that realm of combat as he lands a good left-right combination and then turns a right uppercut, left hook underneath and around the corner, lands another left hook in what has been an action-packed first half of this first round scheduled for 8.
Khalidov had success there, good success as well. Kuzmin shipped an uppercut and the right hand as well, and the legs went a little bit stiff. He's definitely felt that anyway. Kuzmin has been the more active in the boxing ring, but Khalidov is one tough cookie, as we're about to find out. As you said, Ron, he's been active in the bare knuckle boxing, so this for him will be quite comfortable in there, I should imagine. The pillars hitting him is something quite different. He'll probably be quite happy about that.
Plenty of back and forth between the two of a respectful nature, because what each is again hits to both body and head from Kuzmin, looking to reply with bent arm work on the inside is Khalidov. But the back and forth for both men respecting one another, and at one point Kuzmin said, as he lands another right hand on the inside, looking for the left right in reply of Khalidov. He said, I've been in this sport for 28 years. I've boxed at every level. I've boxed world-class operators. You're not going to show me anything new, and all of my depth of experience is going to be too much for your toughness and aggression, and you'll see that come fight night. Well, my goodness, we're having an even first round so far through the first 2 minutes, 40 seconds.
Well, I tell you what, Kuzmin might have to find some of that toughness himself here if it continues like this one, because it's been real back and forth in this opening round. Both guys working well with the short game on the inside, uppercut standing well, defensively quite good as well. Khalidov has been quite impressive, impressed me with his game, but there we go, Kuzmin, here's a 10-second clacker. He tries to ram in a couple of right hands. Khalidov takes the shots well, and I tell you what, Ron, the big guys, the heavyweights here, are going to do well to see this 8th and final round if they continue like that, because there was no feeling out process. Both guys having their successes. Kuzmin working well at range, on his toes a little bit early. Khalidov drawing me into a fight, working well on the inside in the mid-range, but Kuzmin was happy to be there as well. It's going to be very interesting as this one unfolds. Who's going to stamp their authority, because the first round was certainly very close.
So all calm in that corner, as you would expect. Nothing this man hasn't seen. Really decorated IBA boxer in the 3-round code. I commentated on him in his run to the silver medal podium at the European Championships in Minsk in Belarus in 2013. In an edition before that in 2010 in Russia, he came away with top spot on the continental podium, national champion in 2011. So that gives you an idea as to this man's pedigree in the game from the 3-round format. He's ready, chin checked by a hook upstairs after he had success to the body. Blistering start to the second round by both boxers.
Yeah, good work here from Khalidov, who switched those attacks. He waited for Kuzmin to go downstairs, and as he'd done that, checked him with a hook. Kuzmin just put the chin up, got a little bit too greedy, sat there too long. I'll tell you what though, he soaked it up well, and he's come back with some good shots of his own, but Khalidov is proving a tricky customer in there, isn't he? Because he's punching when Kuzmin is punching, and although Kuzmin is the guy with the experience, he's up on his toes here and he's just trying different things. Khalidov is proving very stubborn in there, and I tell you what, don't blink while this one's on, because anyone can turn this around any one given moment.
You're doing the maths and wonder why there's only 21 results in the 22 fight ledger of Sergei Kuzmin. That's because one of his contests for the WBC international title back in November of 2017 was changed to a no contest after some adverse findings in the post-fight samples of his opponent. So no contest, 19 wins, 14 inside the district and 2 losses, despite answering the opening bell on 22 occasions as a paid professional. So halfway through the second round, and Khalidov looking to get busy with that lead left hand, and a reverse 1-2, right hand, left jab from Khalidov. Kuzmin trying to re-establish his own left jab, And you just get the sense, even though he's experienced and capable himself in that type of chest-to-chest territory, you just get the sense that that type of range and distance suits Khalidov more.
Yep, totally agree with that. Khalidov likes to be inside, doesn't he? And he likes to punch when Kuzmin's punching. You know, he's not afraid to throw the shots. And look at the way he checked that hook downstairs there. He just touched Kuzmin upstairs. And then again, he's just there. And he's setting up the shots and he's switching the attacks to the body. But Kuzmin looking uncomfortable here, Ron.
Indeed, I wonder how badly hurt he was by that left hook to the body that you called, because he stopped punching and he was soaking up some of the shots. But he's a heavy-handed operator, is Khalidov. Spent a long time away for the sport because of some difficulties outside of the ring. So that he's not particularly keen to talk about that. But here he is competing now in this show closer here on IBA.PRO 10. Remember, Kuzmin, the local man from right here in St. Petersburg, he digs his feet into the canvas, fires off a right hand, left hook, right hand combination, boxing behind a low held lead left hand now, trying to draw in Khalidov. Khalidov going in search of him with the jab. And my goodness, another hard-hitting round of heavyweight action here in our show closer on IBA.PRO 10.
Yep, Khalidov for me doing enough to take that round. Kuzmin was caught by a good body shot, sat on the ropes a little bit too long, got caught with some shots, and Kuzmin then dropping that left hand and trying to draw his opponent Khalidov in. Well, he hasn't got to do that because Khalidov is relentless. He's like a steam train. He's going to keep coming because that's where he wants to be, in the pocket with those short shots. He's getting success with the uppercuts, switching the body shots beautifully as well. Interesting contest, this one, because Kuzmin, as we know, as cheek tough, may have to find that. He's going to have to dig deep here against Khalidov, who, although inactive in the boxing ring, is delivering. Timing's good, and he's making this for a very intriguing contest. Here we go.
Moving to the third round now. Khalidov seeking to stalk his man now. Kuzmin just trying to lure him in and score on the counter. Tucking his chin behind his shoulder effectively, bombing away with the right hand, but only finding the gloves and forearm of the erected defenses of Khalidov. He digs away with a double left hand to the body, but then Kuzmin counters the same body shot of his own. And as that hurt Khalidov, because he backed off and hasn't punched since he absorbed that left hook beneath his right elbow.
Yeah, Khalidov there, body shots again there from Kuzmin, who had to do something, to be honest. He had to push forward, he had to dig deep there and try and take the play away from Khalidov, because Khalidov is having success. Look, he just landed the jab there, and he's just relentless, Khalidov, and he's finding that success. So I think for Kuzmin, this is about turning the screw and trying to change the pattern of this fight, because Kuzmin is backing off, he's allowing Khalidov the space, and it is not working to his advantage. He needs to put Khalidov on the back foot, take that play away from him.
Right, uppercut wasn't too far away from Kuzmin just a few moments ago. Change of jabs on the resumption of action after a brief intervention from referee Mr. Sergei Litunov. So remember, bare knuckle contest invariably shorter, but that's two muscular left hooks turned around the corner from Khalidov, and then letting the combination punches continue to flow.
Yep, good work, and made Kuzmin miss badly there as Kuzmin loaded up with a right hand. Khalidov come back with a nice short jab. That's where he's getting success with those short shots through the middle. Kuzmin looking to go round the outside. He's being beat to the punch here. There we see it again. He misses with a right hand and misses with a hook. The lack of height from Khalidov is working to his advantage as he lands the right hand through the middle as well. And for me, Khalidov doing the better work again in this round.
Some reddening around the left side. Sergei Kuzmin looks for a left-right combination. There's a right-hand which does get through around the temple, another one around the ear. Those shots can have a discombobulating quality, disrupting equilibrium. Touching away downstairs to the body is Kuzmin, and now coming forward behind the cross-arm defense, reminiscent of Kenny Norton or the old mongoose Archie Moore, just trying to cover his torso and his face with opposite forearms. And there's that reddening around the left eye of Kuzmin. That's a solid right uppercut driven in, but look at Khalidov as if to say, bring it to me, as he bites down and looks to fire back immediately.
Yeah, Khalidov is one of those rare breeds that actually enjoys getting hit, and you can tell that. We heard that right uppercut thud into the skull there of Khalidov, and he seemed to enjoy it, strangely, and this one is a real entertaining contest, a brilliant way to end a great night of boxing. Sergei Kuzmin against Murad Khalidov, and it's been a very interesting opening 3 rounds there. Khalidov, for me, maybe winning 2 of the 3 rounds. It's one of those ones again, Ron, where you go, what do you like, what are you looking for? But for Khalidov, for me, the inside work, the shorter work has been the more effective. Interesting fight this, because what way is it going to go? Let's look at some of the action in that round, and there was that uppercut that we're seeing. Kuzmin is trying to set up, but that's the short work, that short little jab there, but it's so effective. See that shot through the middle, trust me. They steal your soul, those shots. They're hurtful punches. Little one back there from Kuzmin, and the uppercut was especially effective. Kuzmin's been trying that one the whole time. By the way, it's a gamble to throw that shot, because when you let that shot go, that chin just comes up in the air ever so slightly, and with someone like Khalidov's one of those fighters that likes to throw shots short, so Kuzmin has to be careful of that.
Moving to the 4th round as both men continue to seek to bang away to the body of their opponent. Rumbling his way forward is Khalidov. That's a good right hand to the body from Khalidov, which visibly doubled over Kuzmin. But he's keeping his composure, looking to tuck up behind his gloves and forearms and fire back, but there's a clever right uppercut turned underneath, and this is a good passage of the round for Khalidov. Now Kuzmin is turned southpaw, now back in his more comfortable orthodox stance, flicking out a jab, but found it very difficult to keep the marauding Khalidov at bay for the first 40 seconds of this 4th round.
Yeah, great start to the round from Khalidov. That's the work that's been working so well. Body shot goes in again there and pulls the arm down of Kuzmin, but Khalidov standing in front of him, rock solid stance that he has. And Kuzmin throws the uppercut, misses narrowly, comes with a hook, but look at the effect it had on Khalidov. Nothing. He's happy. He wants to sit in there. And this is where he gets off and where he's most successful here, Khalidov. You see that little short 1-2. Kuzmin having to work hard to go with him, and Khalidov again finishing that argument with a short uppercut and hook.
Good left hook to the body once again, and it doubled over the shaven head of Kuzmin before a right hand swivels his bearded chin on the inside. Terrific passage of the round for Khalidov once again, but then look at that left hand landed on the belt line from Kuzmin, and this one being fought in the trenches between these 2 barrel-chested heavyweights. 115 kilograms Murad Khalidov, the slightly taller figure of Sergei Kuzmin, is 111.1 kilograms. And my goodness, all of their strength is being put to the test between this back and forth 4th round thus far.
Yep, what a great night of boxing we've had tonight. IBA.PRO have really delivered, and this fight is a great way to end it. Sergei Kuzmin versus Murad Khalidov, and it has been impressive. The action, seesaw, swinging one way, then the other. For me, Khalidov is doing the better exchanges on the inside, and that may be nicking him the rounds, but you just feel that this fight can change in a heartbeat. Literally, one guy is going to land a shot and turn it all around. This edge of the seat stuff here, because you never really know what way this one's going to go. But again there, Khalidov, the short shots, the effective shots, he's getting off first with the punches. That split second, he's beating Kuzmin to the punch.
The closing seconds of the 4th round. Big swing and a miss with the right hook from Kuzmin. Oh, that's a beautiful counter left hand as Khalidov has turned southpaw. Then digs away with the left hand to the body. Kuzmin answers with a roundhouse right to the body, chest plate of his own. My goodness, this is a hard-hitting affair in the heavyweight division. And we are at the halfway stage. 4 rounds completed. Potentially 4 rounds remain.
Yeah, interesting contest this for me. Khalidov doing the better work on the inside, but Kuzmin certainly playing his part. They're really trying to pump him up in the corner, and this is why some of the action in the 4th round, short work, look at that on the inside. That's the stuff that I'm talking of from Khalidov. the power. See the little jab even in there. Kuzmin standing there, but maybe waiting too long. The uppercut, boom, lands flush. Lovely shot, but look at the character of Kuzmin coming back. As I said, edge of your seat stuff. This is the way you want to close the show. Both guys here delivering, and will one of them come apart? Will one of them crack? Remains to be seen.
So the second half of this contest we go. It's scheduled for 8. And what has been a really competitive encounter thus far. Just jab to the body off the back foot landed by the shaven head of Sergei Kuzmin. Now standing his ground in the middle of the boxing ring and looking for holes in the erected defenses of Mehrabi Khalidov. And what I'm taking from this contest as much as anything else, Spencer, oh, that's a wonderful right uppercut, left hook, and then keeping the attack going with Khalidov once again. But there is no change in the expression of Sergei Kuzmin, giving the expression that he is a consummate professional, an experienced fighting man, and his expression hasn't changed one iota despite the punches he has taken. And the same can be said of Mehrabi Khalidov. These are two men who have deep fighting experience and are enjoying this physical conversation.
Absolutely, and they are standing toe-to-toe centre of the ring, and this is really becoming physical, not just physical but mental as well, psychological, because both guys now, the shots are budding in there. They're showing a lot of character, a lot of durability, a lot of resilience in there. Both men having their successes, but more importantly, neither man really has got his foothold in this one, and Kuzmin having a good spell here. Could this be the first time we're seeing someone starting to unravel, and that guy being Khalidov?
Well, just as I said, there was no exchange in the expression. The mouthpiece of this man got dislodged and he stole a furtive glance to his corner. And that was the only time I've seen an expression change on the visage of either of the two men. Will Sergei Kuzmin have picked up on that? Was it just a temporary inconvenience of having the gum shield dislodged? He's right back into the fray once again, halfway through the 5th round in a contest which has been a real seesaw battle thus far.
Yeah, been tough for both guys there. Khalidov back into the action, back into the trenches. And look at this, relentless pressure from Kuzmin, who really has that will to win tonight. He knows that victory is a must here against Khalidov. Both guys' victory really is that important, and listen to the crowd, they are absolutely loving this.
Well, with Khalidov breathing through an open mouth, Kuzmin intelligently dropped down to the body. If we can sense that from our commentary position here, then you can bet that Kuzmin, up close and personal in the boxing ring, will have sensed any change in the breathing rhythm of Khalidov. There's a clever counter hook, but Kuzmin still appearing loose and relaxed as he looks to ribbon out shots from the and Khalidov just beginning to lose his shape a little bit as he's sucking in precious lungfuls of oxygen through that open mouth deep into this 5th round.
Yeah, that's what you're sensing here, Ron. I think Khalidov started, there was a rock solid look around him, and look, Kuzmin has sensed that now. He's switching those attacks to the body. As you pointed out, Ron, that's where all the gas comes from, and he'll be sucking it up now. Khalidov, who has been very inactive in the boxing ring, and maybe, just maybe, he's starting to show now. Great round there for Sergei. He needed it, by the way. He needed to get a foothold of this contest, and boy, the momentum is with him now.
Terrific contest so far. We have potentially 9 minutes of action remaining. But again, consummate professionalism, feeling the pace, keeping his emotions in check, fire in the heart, cool in the head. Sergei Kuzmin epitomizing those required qualities. But this is where he began to get on top in that round. That's where the mouthpiece was dislodged. Kuzmin managed to turn the tide in his favour, perhaps in that 5th round.
Yeah, totally agree, Ron. And could that be the turning point? Now it's going to be interesting to see the response here from Khalidov, because he's got to do something here. He's going to have to go out there and establish himself early, and he starts with a good right hand.
Exactly what he's done. Neither man willing to concede the centre of the boxing ring. Face of Khalidov just beginning to swell and shape a little bit, as is some of the area beneath the eyes of Sergei Kuzmin. It's been a hard physical affair. There's a clever jab to the body from Khalidov, and again thrusting that lead left hand downstairs in a bid to bring the hands down. Sneaky right hand landed upstairs in response by Kuzmin, who's shouldering his man off and looking to back him up across the boxing ring.
Yep, sort of trying to old man him in there, Kuzmin there. Did you see that? He's dropping the arm and using the shoulder, but look at the response here from Khalidov, who says, no, mate, I'm not having any of that. He lands a big right hand, two big right hand, and Kuzmin now on unsteady legs. He drops his hands, but that's a dangerous game to play there.
And again, as you were pointing out, Spencer, at the end of that 5th round, you got the sense, oh, that's a beautiful reverse 1-2, right hand, left hand from Khalidov, that this is a pivotal point of this contest, and credit to both boxers because each of them have sought to set up camp in the middle of the boxing ring, neither willingly taking a backward step, and that's why we've had this terrific series of trade-offs in the first minute 20 of this 6th round. And it's Khalidov getting the better of the exchanges here, as he's teeing off without response, followed by another reverse 1-2, right hand, left hand. And Kuzmin, well, is he playing possum here? His timing was completely off on that attempted counter left hook, but that was a fantastic passage of the round for Khalidov.
Yep, we said that Khalidov has to do something massive in this round because it seemed like the fight was being taken away from him. He was the one that seemed like he was just unravelling. And look at his response here. Look at the character this man has shown. And all of a sudden, it's Kuzmin that has to ask questions of himself. Rarely do you see heavyweights going at it the way these two are going at it, leaving it all in the ring here. This show, is absolutely thriving on this contest.
The swelling that was appearing around the right eye of Sergei Kuzmin has been busted open and it's now bleeding. So he's got that adversity to deal with. He's seeking to long bridge Khalidov with the jab, goes in search of a right uppercut but cannot find the range. And this one taking on an attritional quality now, with both men just taking opportunity to lean on one another, with 20 seconds and change remaining in what has been a torrid 6th round. Khalidov enjoying perhaps the better of it, but now Sergei Kuzmin going in search of his get back in the remaining closing seconds. They take another breather once again, and this perhaps as slow as the pace has been throughout the entire contest. On the 10-second clapper, both men seeking to let their hands go. Kuzmin with a good start, as again he's looking to, oh, that is a terrific combination to conclude the round, as Kuzmin was looking to just con his man and make out with the rubbery-legged Muhammad Ali type response that he wasn't hurt. Khalidov said, okay, well, hold this, and checked an unprotected chin with a couple of clean punches.
Yep, schoolboy error there from Sergei Kuzmin, clowning around, kidology maybe it was, and he nearly paid the price, didn't he? Because Khalidov is one of those guys you don't mess around with. You don't switch off for a second because he's always in your face. Just as you thought he was unravelling in the round previously, he comes back better, bigger, stronger. That's character, man. That shows the psychological side, the mental side. You know, both guys are physically feeling fatigue now, and this is about who wants it most, who's going to unravel first. Both guys have shown vulnerability, and here we go into the penultimate round, round number 7. What's going to happen here?
Well, at the start of the 6th round, both men sought to stake a claim to the prime piece of ring real estate that is the center of the roped arena. And now it's Kuzmin letting go straight shot, then goes the good left hook upstairs, followed by a right hand to the body. But look at the response from Khalidov. Terrific back and forth action continuing deep into this heavyweight contest that is scheduled for 8. Could well finish in an instant. This division, more than any other, these boxers capable of wiping out their opponent with one shot. But I just get the sense, Spencer, that both of these men are going to be there at the final bell.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ron. I think that they've both been hit with everything and the kitchen sink, these two, and they've soaked it up. And they've come forward, and neither guy look like they're going to come apart. It's been one of those fantastic contests where you're on edge of your seat stuff, and you don't want it to end. They probably both want it to end. And look at this from Khalidov as he throws his shots, and look at the response here from Kuzmin. Brilliant stuff, excellent action here in the 7th round.
Absolutely sensational. It was Khalidov who started the exchange. Kuzmin answered as he steals a glance to his corner through that right eye which has been busted open. It was Khalidov who started the trade-off. Kuzmin answered, but then Khalidov had the final word, and a left hook has rocked Kuzmin down to his boots, and he's been sent to the canvas. Now the referee has waved it off, and we have an inside-the-distance victory in round number 7 that has been earned by the hard-hitting, accurate shot selection of Murad Khalidov. Sergei Kuzmin sent reeling across the ring. He wilted down to the canvas, and the referee did not bother to administer a count. What a magnificent conclusion to this heavyweight show closer. Murad Khalidov, who was a touted prospect before some life difficulties kept him out of the sport of boxing, became a forthright exponent in the bare-knuckle world of combat, and then when he sensed he had his man going, look at that accuracy and power with which he let his punches go. And in this division, more than any other, as we had just finished saying, Spencer, contest can turn on a single shot. Terrific punch picking in that final combination to close the show from Murad Khalidov.
Yeah, what a performance, what a contest. I salute both fighters there, because Sergei Kuzmin, he played his part in a brilliant contest. But here it is, the victor, Murad Khalidov. And what a performance that was. A show closer, show real knockout. Just as we said, we think we hear the final bell, because both guys have soaked up so much punishment. Neither guy looked like they were going to unravel. Out of nowhere, Kuzmin got caught with some shots. Khalidov jumped on him and did not let him off the hook. And there is a new heavyweight in town, and that is Murad Khalidov. I'm looking forward to this one.
And again, just to put into further context as to how significant that victory is, in his 22 fights, Sergei Kuzmin has only lost to the world-rated operators of Michael Hunter and Martin Bakoli. And neither of those men took him out inside the distance. But that is what Murad Khalidov has done in this show builder's heavy impact. And just look at what it means to a man who was heavily touted as a prospect before his enforced time outside of the boxing ring. And what a return to the roped arena it has been from the world of bare-knuckle fist fighting, as we see some of the action from that contest and indeed the closing stages, all starting with that booming left hook.
Yeah, it really was, and that was the closing stages. Let's take a look at it from another angle. Straight right hand through the middle, followed quickly by the left hook, right hand again, and yeah, beautiful finish. Calculated, chilling, savage finish there, as he took out the normally durable Sergei Kuzmin inside the distance. That's making a statement, man. That is making a real statement. Out of nowhere, Khalidov emerges as another heavyweight prospect. He moves to 11-0, 6 inside the distance. Watch his space, because another exciting addition to the heavyweights that are currently around.
And again, this is what the IBA.PRO stage can provide us.
Директору IBA.PRO Аллу Сиести.
Санкт-Петербург! Какая драма! Какая трагедия! Дайте аплодисменты, пожалуйста! Ну почему такая тишина? Сергей Кузьмин! Сергей Кузьмин! Великолепный мастер! Сумасшедший боксер! Я до сих пор трясусь, потому что, ну, такое зрелище. Кто сказал, что российский бокс мертв? Пожалуйста. Ребята, это российские тяжеловесы. Но это высочайший уровень. Я благодарю вас, Мурад Кhalidov. Мурад, это что-то невероятное, серьезно. Ну, абсолютно невероятно.
Петербург, салам алейкум, приветствую всех. Дайте шуму, друзья. Давайте в первую очередь поблагодарим Сергея Кузьмина. Он реально воин. Вы видели, как он шел вперед? Ну, это молодец. Я отдаю ему должное его храбрости. Серега. Да, кстати, о чем?
Итак, дамы и господа, Рефери поединка Сергей Летунов остановил бой через минуту и 28 секунд 7-го раунда. Победу нокаутом одержал и остается не знающим поражений Мурат чемпион Khariton. И аплодисменты Сергею Кузьмину.
So Murad Khalidov, the 7th round knockout victor over the accomplished figure of Sergei Kuzmin. He stopped inside the distance for the first time in his career, and again, the only man to previously defeat Sergei Kuzmin were the world-ranked figures of Martin Bakoli and Michael Hunter. So, Murad Khalidov gate-crashing his way into the attention of the world heavyweights, but he could find himself in that difficult position of being in the Who Needs Him club, because you know, 38 years of age, the man is a handful, and you know he's going to bring it every time out. 37 years of age, you know he's going to bring it every time out, irrespective of what happens. But a statement victory produced by him here tonight, as we leave you with some images of IBA.PRO 10. And Spencer, how has the experience been for you?
Yeah, been fantastic. I think IBA.PRO has been brilliant tonight all the way through the card. We've had 50-50 fights, not just about the home fighters, which is most important, and we've had a little bit of everything. We had the knockouts, we've had the upsets, we've had the dramas, we've had the controversy, a little bit of everything. But what a way to finish a brilliant show. Sergei Kuzmin versus Murad Khalidov has been very, very impressive, and a new heavyweight has arrived on the scene. And you say there, Ron, the chairman of the Who Needs Him, but also the Who Wants Him club.
So, the fighters and the officials continuing to address the fans here at the SK Arena. It just remains for me, Ronald McIntosh, on behalf of Spencer Oliver and the entire team here on duty for this IBA.PRO 10 event in St. Petersburg, to say thank you for staying with us. Make sure you stay across all of the IBA social channels for the latest news, updates and information about forthcoming events. Not forgetting, of course, that the IBA Men's World Championship will be taking place at the end of the year in Dubai, where we have that whopping prize fund where gold medalists will receive $300,000 US, silver medalist $150,000, and bronze medalist $75,000. The best boxers in the world in the 3-round format will be doing battle for the IBA world title in Dubai in December.
Yeah, well, on that note, I'm going to think about making a comeback maybe for that 3 rounds.
Although, hold on, Spence, what weight can you get down to nowadays, man?
Well, I can make cruiserweight, no problem at all. Yeah, I think it's been a fantastic night of boxing. Always a pleasure working with the great Ron McIntosh. And until next time, we will see you later.
за кого болели?
Болели, конечно же, за бокс, за его красоту.
Так точно, потому что это самый лучший вид джентльменов. Да!